Chapter 2409. If such obvious karma is placed in front of me, and I turn a blind eye to it, then how can I improve my karma hand? Xiaohua suddenly came to a realization, and he didn't hesitate any longer to form the water-dispelling seal and enter the rippling lake water. Xiaohua always felt that the karma hand should be comprehended. However, apart from fusing that wisp of primordial spirit with the karma hand, he had no other method. At this moment, there was a kind of enlightenment in his heart. Perhaps discovering karma and unraveling karma was also a cultivation method, and it was often said that entering the world to gain experience was like this. This lake water was azure, and there were no excessive impurities in the water. Not to mention the white snake, even some seaweed and the like were extremely rare. He could see the bottom at a glance. Xiaohua urged his magic power, and when he dived down several hundred feet, a powerful force was produced, preventing him from diving down. Xiaohua understood that he didn't have the water escape technique, and this water-splitting seal was just a trick. Then he swept his divine sense and flew to the stone wall he came from before, and continued to use the earth escape technique to dive down into the lake. Unfortunately, after the time it took to eat a meal, Xiaohua's earth escape technique had reached its limit, and he couldn't go down anymore. However, looking at the lake water, he still hadn't reached the deepest part. Good, Xiaohua was really surprised. This lake water is almost deeper than the Gui he see, right? The ice and hot springs spurted out from such a deep place. How powerful is that? However, since I can't dive to the bottom of the lake, the Golden Core seniors of the converted Thunder Palace shouldn't have been able to dive so deep, right? Then where did their corpses come from? Xiaohua understood after thinking for a bit. There must be a passage under the lake. Then Xiaohua released his Buddhist sense again. However, his Buddhist sense couldn't go very far under this mountain range. An indescribable heavy pressure was suppressing his Buddhist sense from all directions, and he couldn't extend it far at all. His divine sense was even more impossible. It's really strange. Xiaohua felt that there weren't any restrictions in this mountain range, and he was somewhat puzzled. Maybe it's the power of heaven and earth? After thinking for a moment, Xiaohua cautiously opened his Dharma eyes. In his Dharma eyes, he saw that the mountain range was completely filled with a faint blue brilliance. This brilliance was somewhat similar to the spiritual energy of the water world, but it was also different. There was a faint murderous pressure. What the hell is this? Xiaohua used his transcendence vision to observe for a long time, but he still couldn't figure out the situation. He could only close his transcendence vision and ponder again. It's very obvious that this place should be the periphery of this kind of thing. If we go further down, we might come into contact with the core. That core formation master is probably trapped inside. This young master hasn't even seen this thing before, so how can I possibly decipher it? The current Xiaohua was no longer the previous hothead who dared to go anywhere. Even in the face of danger, he knew how to retreat. Forget it, let's find out where the core formation masters are first. Xiaohua's figure flew towards the other direction of the lake. It's just that Xiaohua, who didn't have Buddhist knowledge to rely on, was like an ordinary person on a flat road. He could only take one step at a time, and it was very strenuous to find him. Let's get Little Silver to come out and help. With a wave of his hand, Xiaohua took Little Silver out of the space. Chirp chirp, there was still half a stalk of spirit grass in the corner of Little Silver's mouth as it looked around in bewilderment. When it saw Xiaohua in the brilliant light of Earth Escape, realization dawned in its mouse eyes. It chirped, as if it was exasperated that Xiaohua didn't live up to its expectations. It curled its little tail slightly and wrapped it around Xiaohua's little finger. Shaking its head, it flew proudly in front of Xiaohua. Looking at Little Silver's twitching little nose and the increasingly obvious gold strands on it, Xiaohua smiled bitterly. Is there anything to be proud of? This is your innate magical ability. How can this old man compare with you? Innate magical ability? That's right. Xiaohua suddenly sobered up. Damn it, that phone booping can tear the space apart. And see through this young master's cultivation base. All of these are his innate divine abilities. How could that guy be so generous as to let this young master see a jade slip containing a secret technique? It must be some kind of trick to lure the enemy. My goodness, it can tear open space. What kind of spirit bird is that? Xiaohua was envious again. Little Silver moved very quickly in front. Furthermore, it wasn't going down all the way, and even seemed to be going up, so it was naturally easy for Xiaohua to follow. After the time it took to drink a cup of tea, Xiaohua's eyes lit up as a small spirit stone vein actually appeared in his field of vision. Little Silver stood proudly on the spirit stone vein, its little tail wagging slightly as it waited for Xiaohua's praise. Xiaohua didn't know whether to laugh or cry, but he could only give it a thumbs up as if to praise it. Little Silver was also a little intelligent. It cheerfully scurried up Xiaohua's palm, its little tail curling around Xiaohua's thumb. Its two front paws cupped together and it arched slightly, as if it was showing humility. "All right." Xiaohua waved his hand and put Little Silver back into the space, while he stood on the spirit stone vein and pondered. The spirit stone in front of him was a dark blue color, which was the best water-type spirit stone. This was also rare on Dawn Rain Continent. It wasn't easy for Little Silver to be able to distinguish it from a distance and bring Xiaohua here. If he let Little Silver lead the way again, there would definitely be more spirit stone veins ahead. As for the location of the Golden Core Masters, Little Silver might not be able to find them. "Take it. What else is there to think about?" Xiaohua said to himself. "If you don't take the ready-made spirit stones, the heavens won't let you find them next time." Xiaohua then took out the ancient dragon silver and started to chisel. After the time it took to drink a cup of tea, he had put a lot of spirit stones into the space. However, this was a spirit stone vein after all. Although it was very small, there were still a lot of them. But with Xiaohua alone, it would take a lot of time. That's right. How could this young master forget about these puppets? Xiaohua abruptly stopped and slapped his forehead. Previously at Quanjin Mountain, I was afraid that others would find out. Furthermore, the jade essence was too hard, so this young master had to do it himself. This is a spirit stone vein, ah. Isn't this the time for the puppets to do their work? Then, Xiaohua waved his hand, and numerous puppets were taken out and started to work. Xiaohua clapped his hands and fled in the direction of the spirit stone vein. After fleeing for a while, he saw many caves and tunnels appear before his eyes. He immediately understood that there was a spirit stone vein at the bottom of Yin-Yang Twin Springs Mountain, and what he had found was only a corner of it. However, after he carefully followed the tunnel and searched for a while, he didn't find any traces of swordsmen or cultivators. There were only a few scattered spirit stones and a few damaged low-grade flying swords that were thrown into the cave. Xiaohua came to a realization. This is the same as Mount Quanjin, an abandoned spirit stone mine. Furthermore, it's a sword cultivator's spirit stone vein. In that case, the Golden Core Masters of my Imperial Thunder sect discovered this spirit stone vein and found the tunnel to enter the vein. But after they entered, they fell into it? Xiaohua scratched his chin and came up with some plausible conclusions. A place that a Golden Core Master could find must have spirit stones, right? Otherwise, why would she go there? Thinking this, Xiaohua could only pull Little Silver out of the space again. Looking at Little Silver again, he was really angry. Hadn't he just sent him back? Why was he being pulled out again in such a short time? And he still wanted him to rest? Little Silver chirped, looking completely indifferent. Hee hee. Xiaohua smiled evilly and stretched out his thumb, wiggling it up and down as if he was nodding. Seeing this, Little Silver's eyes flashed with a novel expression, and he immediately pounced over, his little tail wrapped around Xiaohua's thumb, his body wiggling up and down as Xiaohua nodded. Chirp, 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 Little Silver was happy, and without waiting for Xiaohua to give him any instructions, he darted out of Xiaohua's hand again. He didn't follow the tunnel at all, and directly escaped into the rock wall. Hee hee. Seeing that Little Silver didn't hesitate at all, Xiaohua was amused. Needless to say, if it wasn't spirit stones in front of them, then it wasn't anything good. Little Silver's nose was worthy of a spirit-seeking mouse's nose. However, after entering the rock wall, Little Silver was a little hesitant. His nose twitched all over the place, not up and down, and the path he escaped in was also crooked. After a meal, Little Silver suddenly scuttled down in a straight line. Great! Xiaohua was overjoyed. After the time it took to drink a cup of tea, Little Silver came to an abrupt stop. His little head turned left and right, and with a whoosh, he jumped out of the rock wall. Xiaohua followed, and in front of them was actually a pitch-black tunnel. In the darkness, Little Silver's two mouse eyes were abnormally bright. It wasn't until Xiaohua took out the Minghua stone that he could clearly see that this was a 1 zhang wide and narrow tunnel. The tunnel was unusually clean, and there were no broken stones or anything like that. Furthermore, there were faint drops of water dripping down the walls of the tunnel, which condensed into water under Xiaohua's feet and flowed quietly down the tunnel into the depths. What's wrong? Xiaohua looked at Little Silver, who was still in midair, and wondered why it wasn't moving forward. Who would have thought that Little Silver would actually squeak twice, then turn over and lie down in midair with its belly facing up? Its 4 little paws were curled up slightly, and only its little tail was stretched out as straight as a pencil. What are you doing? Xiaohua was quite puzzled, but after a while, Little Silver still didn't move, as if it had lost all signs of life. Xiaohua instantly understood. It turned out that Little Silver was saying that it was too dangerous up ahead, and it didn't dare go forward. Or Little Silver was reminding him that there was a life-threatening danger up ahead. Hee, I got it. Get up. As soon as Xiaohua's voice fell, Little Silver stood up with a whoosh. Damn it, when did you understand my voice? Xiaohua asked very strangely. Who would have thought that Little Silver would actually squeak again? And it really was answering Xiaohua's question. Hee, forget it. Take me to the place just now. Xiaohua didn't care what Little Silver was saying as he instructed. Squeak, squeak. Little Silver wagged its tail and easily drilled into the rock wall. Chapter 24:10. 2 hours later, Xiaohua returned, but Little Silver had already been put away in his space. Hee, I've gained something again. Xiaohua looked at the dark tunnel. His divine sense couldn't reach far, and the brilliance of the Minghua stone was only several zhang. He flew slowly and laughed in his heart, not to mention the water-type top-grade spirit stone. Just understanding that the size and weight of things that can be put into the space is related to the strength of the mind, this young master's trip was not in vain. It turned out that when Xiaohua was mining the spirit stones, he thought the puppets were too slow. So he urged the puppets to separate the spirit stone vein into large pieces and put them into the space with his mind. Who would have thought that spirit stones that were several zhang in size could be put into the space? If it was too big, it couldn't be put into the space. This was completely different from when he easily put the wishful staff and the heavy magic staff into the space. This made him understand that things that could be put into the space were not only related to the weight and size, but also the type of things. If his mind was strong enough, it would be normal for him to put the entire spirit stone vein into his space. He wouldn't have to work so hard to mine it bit by bit. Thinking about bringing the entire mineral vein into his own space, Xiaohua couldn't help but gulp down his saliva. What kind of almighty power was that, and what kind of refreshing feeling was that? All right, let's be careful. Xiaohua restrained his mind and tried his best to look at the tunnel several zhang away. He listened to the gurgling sound of water as he slowly flew forward. There's a mark here. As Xiaohua flew, he saw traces of magic power fluctuations on the left side of the tunnel and hurriedly went over. It should be right. This is the symbol of the Imperial Thunder Sect. Seeing that the symbol was a bolt of lightning, Xiaohua understood and looked behind him. The long tunnel led into the darkness, like a strange beast's mouth slightly open. There must be these symbols in the tunnel. The disciples of my Imperial Thunder Sect must have gone out from here to find help. Then Xiaohua clapped his hands and wanted to take out the cloud-suppressing seal. But then he remembered that it was almost broken in half by Feng booping and couldn't be used anymore. Now, the only magic weapons he could use were the Yang Leaf Fan and the Soaring Dragon Shears. As for the Soaring Dragon Shears, Xiaohua had already made up his mind that he couldn't use it in this battle, so he could only use the Yang Leaf Fan. However, the Yang Leaf Fan was an offensive magic tool, not a defensive magic tool. Even if Xiaohua held it in his hand, if something unexpected happened, he could still be caught off guard. What other magical treasures do you have? There were a lot of damaged magic weapons in Xiaohua's space, but he had never thought of repairing them. Now he was in a bit of a predicament. That Xiaodou looks like it can defend. Xiaohua poured out the sword pellet from the small bucket and held the small bucket in his hand. However, the small bucket that had already been refined by the Buddhist fire for so long was still that tattered, without the slightest trace of healing. Moreover, the restriction inside the small bucket was abnormally strong. Even with Xiaohua's current Buddhist sense and spiritual sense, he still couldn't penetrate it. Sigh, what a piece of junk. Xiaohua was helpless. He wanted to throw this thing into the space, but he couldn't bear to. After all, it had been refined in the Buddha fire for so long. Who knew if it would be useful in the future? After Xiaohua once again threw the small bucket into the Buddha fire, he once again stored the sword pellets inside. Only then did he take out the Yang Leaf Fan and hold it in his hand. Forget it, it's better than nothing. Xiaohua always felt that holding something in his hand was the only way to feel at ease. The tunnel was actually very long. Xiaohua didn't dare to fly too fast. He only used ordinary flying techniques to move forward. He saw more than 10 Imperial Thunder Sect symbols, but the tunnel still didn't have an end. What are sword cultivators doing? Why did they dig such a long tunnel for no reason at all? Why didn't they do a job with a bright future like mining? What are they doing here? Xiaohua was really somewhat baffled. Spiritual sense couldn't be used here, so sword cultivators naturally didn't know what was in front of them. Why did they dig such a long tunnel in the spirit stone vein? However, the pitch-black darkness was still the same, but the sound of flowing water was getting louder and louder. From the gurgling sound of a stream to the rumbling sound of a flood, there was actually a feeling of 100 rivers returning to the sea. Another 2 hours passed. Xiaohua didn't know how deep he had flown down the tunnel, but suddenly he felt a kind of enormous suction force in front of him that wanted to suck him in. Xiaohua didn't dare to be negligent. He hastily urged his magic power, and his whole body flashed with brilliance, holding his body back. Then he looked up again. The edge of the bright flower stone's brilliance was already misty, and the uneven surface of the tunnel could no longer be seen. This is the end of the tunnel. Xiaohua understood. Moreover, this end is still connected to another place. Xiaohua slightly turned his eyes. In a very conspicuous place on his left hand, there was another symbol of the Imperial Thunder Sect. Then, Xiaohua slowly flew to the edge of the tunnel, but he saw that the end of the tunnel was a huge abyss. In the abyss, there was a huge gale blowing down from the top. That enormous suction force was caused by the gale. Xiaohua stuck his head out to look at that pitch-black bottomless abyss. On the four walls of the abyss, there were countless small streams of water flowing out from the cracks, or from the tunnel. They poured onto the protruding rock walls and rolled towards the bottom of the abyss. The sound of the streams converging resounded throughout the entire abyss. Xiaohua threw his hand, and the bright flower stone drew an arc in the air, flashing brilliance, and fell into the abyss. Seeing that brilliance disappear like a meteor, Xiaohua frowned. This abyss seems to be very deep. The Golden Core Stage Master of the Imperial Thunder Sect is trapped below? Hey, are you okay? Xiaohua shouted at the top of his voice, but his voice was pulled down, and there was no echo. The gale in the abyss whistled down, and it was very strong. It tore apart the streams of water, and also tore apart Xiaohua's thoughts. Just this gale alone wasn't difficult for Xiaohua, but the key was that he couldn't use his divine sense, making Xiaohua feel uncertain about the bottom of the abyss. Forget it, since I'm here, and the Golden Core Stage Master can go down. This Xiao can naturally also go down. Xiaohua urged his magic power, and the protective brilliance around his body flickered. It was no different from the protective brilliance of a Golden Core Stage cultivator, and he jumped down. Sigh, how good would it be if I had a Phoenix Dharma body? Xiaohua's figure was swept down by the gale, and he thought of the Dharma body's wings again. When he stabilized his figure, he leaned against the side of the abyss's rock wall. Then he urged his magic power and slowly descended. Xiaohua was abnormally careful, but after descending for more than several hundred zhang, he didn't see anything strange. Everything was extremely normal. The more peaceful it was, the more Xiaohua's heart was apprehensive, and he clenched the sun leaf fan in his hand tightly. The wind blowing from above the abyss is increasingly stronger, and it's also a lot heavier. It's slowly going to exceed the limit of the defense. As Xiaohua fell into the abyss, he gradually discovered the abnormality. Moreover, the bottom of this abyss is even colder, and it's gradually approaching the extreme cold of the ice spring. Let's go down a bit more. If it exceeds the limit of the defense, I'm afraid I'll have to think of another way. Xiaohua didn't have any defensive magic treasures, and he was indeed somewhat stretched, so he thought to himself. Immediately after, he fell for more than several hundred zhang. Xiaohua felt the pressure around his body increase, and the protective brilliance around his body flickered. Just as he was about to urge his magic power again, suddenly, several dozen large tunnels appeared beside Xiaohua, and from those tunnels, a strong hurricane blew out. These hurricanes combined with the gale from above the abyss to form a powerful force. Moreover, this unforeseen event was especially sudden, and Xiaohua was caught off guard, and his entire body lost its balance. With a loud woo, he rushed down the abyss along with the hurricane. Pung, misfortune never comes alone, and Xiaohua rapidly fell for several hundred zhang. The pressure within the hurricane in the abyss suddenly increased, and the protective golden light could no longer hold on, and was quickly annihilated. Oh no! Xiaohua hurriedly urged his magic power again, and his body flickered with brilliance again with great difficulty. Xiaohua's strength was comparable to a late-stage gold core. But after all, he didn't have a gold core in his body, and most of the divine abilities of gold core cultivators were unable to be used. Of course, it was fortunate that his magic power was deep, and once the protective brilliance was annihilated, he urged it again, and he was still able to stabilize his body with great difficulty. Wang, just when Xiaohua felt that his body was stable, another hurricane appeared around the rock wall and joined the gale. This time, Xiaohua was truly unable to stabilize his body, and he did his best to urge his magic power to protect himself. Like a windmill, he spun rapidly and rushed to the bottom of the abyss. Can gold core cultivators still have other methods? Xiaohua's brain was spinning rapidly like his body. How did they enter this abyss? But at this moment, with a loud pop, water splashed everywhere, and Xiaohua fell solidly on the abnormally firm rock wall. And the defense that Xiaohua had just urged his magic power to was instantly destroyed. Damn it, this young master understands. Xiaohua's body was finally considered to have been tempered countless times, and now it was abnormally firm. Although his entire body was faintly sore, he could still clap his hands and force himself to stand up. This was a huge protrusion that extended from the rock wall, forming a so-called platform. It covered a small half of the abyss, and Xiaohua fell on it. Presumably, a gold core master also fell here, or else how could this abyss be the end? Xiaohua stood up, and his body was still resisting the howling gale. However, since there was a platform blocking the gale, the pressure on his body was greatly reduced. Xiaohua walked around the platform, but didn't see a place that could lead him to the depths of the rock wall. Unconsciously, he came to the edge of the platform and saw that on the opposite side of the platform, there was a faint brilliance. Although it was blurry, he could still see it clearly. Xiaohua stretched out his arm, and just as he touched the hurricane with a pung sound, Xiaohua's arm was immediately sucked back by the hurricane. There's nothing on the platform. Then I can only fly to the brilliance on the opposite side. Even if there is an entrance under this platform, I can still see it clearly when I reach the opposite side. This was why Xiaohua didn't use the lightning escape technique, and instead used the wind escape technique. Sure enough, his body became much more stable in the hurricane. Although the heavy pressure still couldn't be eliminated, it was enough for Xiaohua to easily fly from the platform to the place where the brilliance came from. Contrary to Xiaohua's expectations, there was actually a 10-zhong-long fissure on the opposite cliff. It split the entire cliff in half, and the brilliance was emitted from that fissure. However, the brilliance was still in the depths of the crack, and Xiaohua still couldn't see it clearly. Moreover, when Xiaohua's body fell into the crack, he discovered that there was no gale blowing in the crack, no matter if it was blowing in or out. Chapter 24:11. Phew, Xiaohua waved his hand, and the sun leaf fan that he had been holding in his hand flashed with brilliance. A thick fire dragon was born, and it flew towards Xiaohua several meters in front of him. This was Xiaohua's casual test. But what made Xiaohua even more shocked was that the fire dragon only flew a few feet before it immediately dimmed and was annihilated. This place is actually filled with water-type spiritual energy. Xiaohua hurriedly opened his Dharma eye. Sure enough, the light blue spiritual energy became increasingly dense. It should be this kind of water-type spiritual energy that extinguished the fire dragon of the yang leaf fan. Seeing that the yang leaf fan was useless, Xiaohua waved his hand and ignited the Samadhi True Fire. Looking at the pure Samadhi True Fire in his palm, Xiaohua had mixed feelings. Although the Samadhi True Fire was not extinguished, it was still terrifyingly weak. It swayed and flickered as if it could be blown out by the wind. This was the first time Xiaohua encountered such a situation. It's really a bit strange. The yin-yang twin spring mountain has yin and must also have yang. Even if the water-type spiritual energy is abundant, the fire-type spiritual energy should not be lacking. Xiaohua pondered and put away the yang leaf fan. The Samadhi True Fire was also extinguished. He raised his hand and took out the wishful staff. At the crucial moment, a magic tool not of the 5 elements is still useful. Xiaohua waved the staff in his hand. His courage came, but he still did not dare to fly. Instead, he slowly walked towards the crack. The crack was very wide and seemed to cross the entire rock wall. However, Xiaohua knew that the key was still in front. It was a blurry place with only a faint flash of brilliance. And the surroundings of the brilliance were still pitch black. Something's wrong. Suddenly, Xiaohua stopped. Previously, when Xiaohua walked in the tunnel, there were all kinds of sounds like flowing water and whistling wind. But here there was actually no sound. Only the sound of Xiaohua's footsteps and even the sound of his robe could be heard. All of a sudden, Xiaohua's hair stood on end. Xiaohua stopped. His eyes turned rapidly, and he even opened his Dharma eyes. Fortunately, other than the pitch-black darkness that he could see with his naked eyes, there was only the light blue that he could see in the court. There were no shadows of the ghosts in the Tianmen mountain. Xiaohua thought himself clever and imitated a bird's cry. The sound did not have an echo like in the open mountain, and it did not even seem to travel far. Is it the effect of the water-type heaven and earth spiritual energy again? Xiaohua scratched his head, somewhat enlightened. Soon after, he used the immortal body bestowment technique, and the water-type heaven and earth spiritual energy was actually absorbed into his body with great difficulty. When he refined it, his true essence actually had a slightly heavy feeling. However, the amount of true essence that could be refined by the spiritual qi was much more than usual. This is a good place to cultivate. Xiaohua sighed, but his footsteps didn't stop. In the time it took to eat a meal, Xiaohua could clearly see that there was a huge rock pillar in front of him. The emerald green brilliance was coming from the protrusions of the rock pillar. Oh, why don't I see anything strange about it? Looking at the huge rock pillar in the distance, Xiaohua was still worried about traps, but seeing that there wasn't any blood or corpses around, he turned his attention to the rock pillar. The rock pillar was probably several thousand zhang wide, blocking the front. Xiaohua's field of vision was also blocked by the 10-zhang crack. However, Xiaohua could already see that the crack had disappeared near the rock pillar. The rock pillar was inside a huge space. Shua! Suddenly, an intense green brilliance flashed from the 200-zhang tall rock pillar, attracting Xiaohua's attention. However, when Xiaohua raised his eyes to look at the green brilliance, the sword light around him suddenly flashed, like the reflection of sunlight on a mirror, dazzling Xiaohua's eyes. Not good, Xiaohua secretly shouted in his heart. Seeing that there were 4 flying swords around him, he hastily flew back. However, it was already too late. The scene around Xiaohua was completely distorted, and the rock pillar, the crack, and the light all disappeared. The 4 flying swords vibrated, and countless sword lights surrounded Xiaohua. In the blink of an eye, Xiaohua was completely surrounded by the sword lights. Following the appearance of the 4 flying swords, the rock wall around Xiaohua completely disappeared, revealing a huge space. In that space, there was an incomparably huge rock pillar standing in the center. It turned out that the sword formation formed by the 4 flying swords relied on the combination of the crack and the rock pillar. When one's attention was focused on the rock pillar, they would involuntarily fall into the sword formation. Even though Xiaohua was already extremely careful, he still fell into the sword cultivator's trap, and was not happy at all. Looking at the sword formation again, there were several corpses within the falling sword lights. Although these corpses were covered in sword wounds, and some of them even had their hearts and lungs pierced, these corpses were perfectly preserved and lifelike. One of them was a female cultivator with grizzled hair and an appearance of a middle-aged woman. Xiaohua only felt his vision blur, and countless sword lights pierced towards him from all directions. Everything in front of him disappeared, and the entire world was only filled with sword lights. High up in the sky, the sword lights were like a riot of falling flowers, each of them painful, each of them dazzling. In his left hand, the sword lights were like raindrops hitting banana leaves, each drop killing gods, each drop suffocating. In his right hand, the sword lights were like autumn leaves drifting, each of them melancholy, each of them sorrowful. Even under his own feet, there were countless whistling sword lights, like gushing flames of anger, piercing straight out. Xiaohua did not hesitate, and the wishful staff in his hand danced. The sky-piercing staff technique was really amazing, and it was really watertight. With a burst of crackling sounds, all the sword lights were shattered, and the spiritual power in Xiaohua's body was urged to fly in one direction. However, Xiaohua's spiritual power was not urged, and once it was urged, a powerful force of imprisonment immediately pressed down from all directions. It simply did not allow Xiaohua to struggle, and all of a sudden, it penetrated his body and imprisoned Xiaohua's true essence. Damn it, What kind of bullshit sword formation is this? Xiaohua was shocked because this force of imprisonment was really fierce. With the strength of late gold core stage, Xiaohua could not struggle. Needless to say, according to Xiaohua's estimation, even if Daoist Jing Ru and other nascent soul stage cultivators came, they would not be able to resist. Fortunately, Xiaohua's strength was not imprisoned by the formation. Waving the wishful staff, Xiaohua was still able to easily knock down all the flying swords. Since he could not fly, Xiaohua could not stop his feet. While waving the wishful staff, he retreated. He would rather fall into the abyss than be trapped in this sword formation. However, Xiaohua's calculations had long fallen into the calculations of the sword cultivator. Xiaohua walked for a while, but his figure did not leave the place for half a minute. Chapter 24:12. In the time it took to eat a meal, Xiaohua's staff shadows surged, tightly protecting his entire body. However, the sword lights seemed to be endless, swarming down like a swarm. They were simply like snowflakes fluttering in the sky. Moreover, with Xiaohua's resistance, the power of the sword light became stronger and stronger. Xiaohua's staff also gradually became heavier. Needless to say, if Xiaohua did not have any special means and only passively defended, even if his divine power was amazing, sooner or later he would be crushed by the increased power and be like the scattered corpses on the ground, pierced by thousands of swords. Xiaohua, who was in the middle of the situation, was naturally anxious. He was clear about the danger. Go! Xiaohua took the time to wave his hand and urged the dragon transformation art. He forcibly urged a trace of spiritual power and took out the Tung Jiao shears. The Tung Jiao shears flew out and cut towards the distance. Unfortunately, the golden light of the Tung Jiao shears cut through a large area of sword light. However, if it wanted to hit the flying swords and break the sword formation, it was still impossible. Just when Xiaohua was free to urge the dragon transformation art, the Tong Tian staff technique had a flaw. Two sword light passed through the gap between the staff shadows and stabbed towards Xiaohua's neck. Grandma, isn't this sword formation too powerful? Xiaohua was shocked. He knew that his skin was rough and his flesh was thick, but he did not dare to be intimate with the sword light. In a hurry, he threw out the Tung Jiao shears with his left hand and punched the sword light. Xiaohua's big dipper god fist was still powerful. It hit the back of the sword light. After a pung sound, it was followed by a kachet sound. The sword light actually broke like a real flying sword. As for the other sword light, Xiaohua used the ethereal steps and easily dodged it. After dodging the two sword lights, he saw that the Tung Jiao shears was like a clay ox entering the sea. Xiaohua waved his hand, and the Tung Jiao shears returned to the space. There was no longer a trace of spiritual power in his body. Sigh, Xiaohua bit his lip. His brain was spinning rapidly, but what could he do without spiritual power? After thinking for a moment, he waved the wishful steel staff in his right hand and tried to protect his body. With some effort, he opened the Dharma eye in his left hand to see if there were any flaws in the sword array. In his Dharma eye, 4 resplendent sword lights were suspended at the 4 corners of the sword formation. 4 different colored lights flew out from the sword lights and circled around the sword formation. They intertwined with each other and formed a mysterious trajectory as they flew towards Xiaohua. The 4 different colored lights then formed different colored lights, which looked very dazzling. There's someone else in the sword array? Just as Xiaohua was examining the flaws in the sword formation, he suddenly saw a ball of blue light flickering under the blue brilliance of the sword light. However, the brilliance was extremely faint. If Xiaohua hadn't carefully examined it, it would have already passed by. Could it be a gold core stage master of my Imperial Thunder sect? Xiaohua woke up, so he waved the wishful steel staff while walking towards the blue brilliance. It was strange to say that no matter how Xiaohua flew just now, he could only wander in the same place. Even if he walked, he could not leave half a step. He stared in one direction with his Dharma eye. Although he felt that his body was walking randomly in the sword array, he was getting closer and closer to the blue brilliance. When the blue brilliance was near, Xiaohua could clearly see that it was a fist-sized bead. It emitted a thin brilliance that covered an old woman with gray hair. The old woman's body was full of blood. Her shoulders, chest, and abdomen had deep cracks on her robe. Moreover, on top of this blue brilliance, the same sword light that attacked Xiaohua fell. Every time a sword light fell, the blue brilliance trembled and the brilliance dimmed a little. Looking at the brilliance, he was afraid that it would not last long. Senior. Xiaohua shouted anxiously. Oh, you. Although the inside of the sword formation was abnormally dangerous, it was extremely quiet. Numerous sword lights were emitting faint sounds. Xiaohua's voice immediately reached the cultivator's ears. The female cultivator forced herself to open her eyes. Her eyes were abnormally dim, and she looked like she was on the verge of death. However, when she saw Xiaohua's robe, her eyes unconsciously flashed with a strange light. She anxiously said, "You are a disciple of my Imperial Thunder sect?" "Yes, this junior is a disciple of Thunder Palace who participated in the Sword Cultivator War. My name is Xiaohua." Xiaohua replied while waving the wishful steel staff. "Senior, are you Martial Uncle Dui Miaoqing?" "Yes, this old woman is." Dui Miaoqing's eyes became more spirited. She squeezed out a smile on her face. "Could it be that you are the disciple sent by Palace Master Dui?" "This." Xiaohua hesitated slightly and shook his head. "Senior Dui, please know that the disciple you sent to send the message has died in the hands of the Huan country's beast cultivators. This junior was just passing by. However, I only killed those beast cultivators. All the senior brothers were killed." Sigh, Dui Miaoqing immediately understood. "You still haven't sent the communication talisman back to the Imperial Thunder sect?" "Yes, this disciple was in a hurry. The corpses of the senior brothers and sisters were all in the storage pouch. I didn't have time to organize them, so the communication talisman was naturally not sent out." Xiaohua's face revealed an apologetic expression. You are extremely good." Dui Miaoqing's face revealed a smile. "This old woman was still thinking that my corpse would be left behind in the foreign territory. Now that I have met Martial Nephew, I have someone to rely on. After this old woman dies, I ask Martial Nephew to bring this old woman's corpse back to Imperial Thunder Palace." "Martial Uncle, please don't say such disheartening words. This disciple still has to rely on Martial Uncle's divine ability to break the array," Xiaohua said anxiously. Dui Miaoqing looked at the injuries all over her body, then looked at the thin brilliance. She shook her head and said, "This old woman's injuries are very serious. Even pills can't heal them. The time has been delayed for too long. If not for my persistence, I would have died long ago. The magic power of this misty-tide bead is also about to be exhausted. In a few more moments, this old woman will be killed by the sword." Xiaohua quickly walked in front of Dui Miaoqing and silently chanted the word "grobe" in his heart. The wishful staff grew to about 3 feet. It danced in front of Dui Miaoqing to protect her, helping to block the sword light that fell in front of her. "Xiaohua, this magic staff of yours is actually a strange object," Dui Miaoqing said in a low voice. "This old woman fell into the sword array. Even after using many magic treasures, I still couldn't block it. In the end, I had to use the misty tide bead to barely block it. However, if I only rely on this magic staff to block the sword light, I won't be able to break the sword array. I'm afraid that in the end, I won't be able to escape." Xiaohua smiled bitterly and replied, "Junior knows. Junior is preparing to go under the flying sword that's setting up the formation and see if I can knock it down." "Oh, you can see the flying sword array?" Dui Miaoqing was a bit shocked. "This great array is really to restrict cultivators like me. All of my divine sense and magic power can't be used. I'm afraid that cultivators won't be able to break the array unless they have a sword array or other means. This junior has a secret technique that can see the flying sword array," Xiaohua said without hesitation. "Senior, please wait a moment. This junior will be back soon." Dui Miaoqing nodded slightly, a trace of hope appearing on her face. But at this moment, a sharp sword light streaked across the sword array, piercing through Dui Miaoqing's body defense and stabbing into her chest. "See," Dui Miaoqing felt pain and said anxiously, "Why did this sword light suddenly become sharp?" Xiaohua suddenly realized that it was because of his arrival that the sword array's power increased, right? But without waiting for him to speak, Dui Miaoqing hurriedly said, "Xiaohua, I'm afraid this old woman won't live for long. This time, I came to the Gale Snowfield to investigate the cause of death of my Dui Hui from Dui Lei Palace. This old woman found Dui Hui's message not far from the Gale Snowfield. It seemed that she was aware of some secret of sword cultivators, so she took the risk to come here. As soon as this old woman entered the tunnel of the mineral vein, I felt that something was amiss, so I first sent my disciples back to send a message. This old woman entered alone. But this old woman still fell into the sword cultivator's trap. You must break out of this sword array and send this news back to the Imperial Thunder Sect or the Sky Patrol City. Tell them that this place is related to the outcome of the battle between sword cultivators and that they must come here to investigate carefully. In addition, Xiaohua, your cultivation base is enough. Don't go any further. Ahead will definitely involve the great secret of sword cultivators, and the sword array will definitely be more powerful. Remember. At this point, Dui Miaoqing's face flushed red. It was obviously the final radiance of the setting sun. She pointed her finger at the tied bead above her head and smiled bitterly. This old woman is considered an anomaly in the Imperial Thunder Sect. I actually have a water attribute physique. If it weren't for the surname Dui, I would have been expelled from the sect long ago. Therefore, this old woman's magic weapons and cultivation methods are not passed down in the sect. Send this old woman's body back to the sect, and these cultivation methods and magic weapons and other things will be left to you. You can also find a fated person on the Xiaoyu continent to give them to. After speaking, Dui Miaoqing's face actually showed a trace of a smile, as if a heavy burden had been lifted off her shoulders. The tied bead above her head suddenly converged and fell on her chest. Senior, when he heard Dui Miaoqing say that she had a rare water attribute physique in the Imperial Thunder Sect, Xiaohua was slightly stunned. When he saw the smile on her face, Xiaohua's heart became miserable again. The Imperial Thunder Sect was full of thunder and fire attributes. A water attribute woman actually cultivated to the middle stage of Gold Core. The hardships she faced were obvious. Moreover, going to Huan country to investigate the cause of Dui Hui's death was such a difficult and dangerous task. Yet they sent a female cultivator instead of a male cultivator. This was probably a burden for Dui Miaoqing. At this time, she gave the heavy responsibility to Xiaohua. It was a kind of relief. Others might not understand Dui Miaoqing's difficulties, but Xiaohua felt the same way and felt endless sympathy in his heart. He had only just entered the Foundation establishment realm, yet he was being scolded like this. And this was because Dui Miaoqing didn't know that he had already converted to an earth attribute physique. If she knew, who knew what would happen, however, it was useless for Xiaohua to call out again. The tied bead was Dui Miaoqing's life source magic weapon. Dui Miaoqing's life force was already gone, so the tied bead lost its connection with her primordial spirit and fell from the sky. AI, she's also a pitiful person. Even though Xiaohua didn't know how difficult Dui Miaoqing's life as a gold core cultivator was, just based on the fact that all her inheritance was given to Xiaohua after her death, his heart was filled with sorrow. Chapter 24:13. Dui Miaoqing had fallen, but her corpse could be easily sent into the space. Xiaohua even received the tied bead, and then he waved the wishful steel staff and walked towards the closest flying sword. But when he reached the flying sword, Xiaohua was dumbfounded again. The flying sword was hanging high above. Even if he stretched the wishful steel staff to its maximum length, he still couldn't reach it. Now that he couldn't fly, how could he do it? Xiaohua thought a little and used the ethereal steps. The light body technique was now in effect. Although it was not high, it could still be barely reached in his eyes. Just as Xiaohua waved the wishful steel staff and took out the magic wand to hit the flying sword, the flying sword suddenly jumped up and then shook. A flying sword fell from the flying sword and stabbed straight at Xiaohua's forehead. "Grandma, this trick also won't work." Xiaohua cursed and casually hit the flying sword with the wishful steel staff. With a dang sound, the flying sword was not broken. It only shook slightly and broke into Xiaohua's body. Not good. Xiaohua's heart jumped. His right hand didn't have time to clench into a fist, so he had to open his mouth and release the execution dream. With a dang sound, it hit the tip of the flying sword. Sparks splashed and the flying sword was shocked into several pieces. However, these several pieces once again turned into several sword lights and continued to stab towards Xiaohua without mercy. Separate, Xiaohua hurriedly urged the flying sword, and the execution dream immediately turned into several, facing the several sword lights. Finally, all the sword lights were destroyed. "Grandma," Xiaohua breathed a sigh of relief, and his forehead was really sweating. "Oh, it's a little weird." Xiaohua suddenly realized something at this time. All the spiritual sense in the sword array was imprisoned, and he couldn't use any spells at all. But how could he use his spiritual sense to drive the flying sword? Didn't Martial Uncle Dui say that? Only the magical powers of sword cultivators can be used here. The magical powers of other cultivators are restricted. Thinking of this, Xiaohua's eyes lit up, and he finally thought of a way to escape. However, since he was confident, he opened his Dharma eyes slightly and walked out of the sword formation. He wanted to see if he could walk out of the sword formation. However, when he had only taken a few steps away from the flying sword, an incomparably sharp sword chi blocked his way. That sword chi was light blue in his Dharma eyes like a wall. Although Xiaohua had yet to approach, that sharp sword chi had already cut through his Taoist robe. Xiaohua had no doubt that if he were to force his way through, even if he had tempered his body for a long time, he would still be cut into pieces by this sword chi. Forget it. If that's the case, I can only use my sword formation to counter your sword formation. Xiaohua wasn't surprised. He slowly walked back to the center of the sword formation, and with a wave of his hand, the sword pouch flew out. Rise! Xiaohua pointed with his finger, and his primordial spirit used the sword pouch's method of using it. Kung kung! 7 consecutive sword cries rang out, and the flying swords of Ling Yunwu and the others flew out from the sword pouch. When the 7 flying swords flew out, they immediately flashed with 7 resplendent lights inside the sword formation, illuminating the area around Xiaohua. Within the light, the flying swords also fiercely trembled. Kung! They emitted faint sword cries, and these sword cries became increasingly deep and powerful. In the end, the 4 flying swords in the formation also emitted faint sword cries. Woo! The 7 flying swords fell into the sword formation, and very naturally, they arranged themselves according to the sword pouch's formation, forming the appearance of the 7 stars formation. A faintly discernible sword intent was emitted from the sword tip, covering Xiaohua from head to toe. Inside the 7 stars formation, all the sword lights fell into the boiling water like snowflakes and disappeared without a trace. What made Xiaohua even more happy was that the sword lights outside the 7 stars formation also stopped and no longer fell into the 7 stars formation. Great! Xiaohua let out a long breath and wiped the sweat from his forehead. Although the wishful staff didn't dance, it was still in his hand to deal with any accidents. After resting for a moment, Xiaohua walked out of the Great Array, and the 7 stars Great Array moved along with him. Fortunately, the incomparably sharp edges of the sword array were considered nothing within the 7 stars Great Array. Xiaohua very easily escaped from the sword array, surrounded by the 4 flying swords. When Xiaohua came out of the sword formation, the 4 flying swords began to slowly vibrate, and it seemed like they were going to hide in the stone wall. In the space of several dozen feet, the illusion of the stone wall appeared again. Oh, this is Martial Uncle Dui Hui. Xiaohua's gaze swept over and saw the lifelike corpse of the female cultivator. Her Taoist robe was similar to Dui Miaoqing's. Xiaohua drove the 7 stars formation and walked over, storing the several corpses into the space, and then he immediately activated the sword formation. In just a moment, everything returned to its original state. In front of Xiaohua's eyes was a huge dome. Below the dome was the 1,000-meter-tall rock pillar that he had seen before. The bottom of the rock pillar was extremely deep, like a huge spindle reaching into the depths of the rock abyss. Is there a big secret of sword cultivators here? Xiaohua looked around the rock pillar. It seemed that there were cracks all around, and those cracks had faintly disappeared just now. In other words, the rock pillar was surrounded by the sword formation laid out by the 4 flying swords. No matter which direction you came from, you had to pass through the sword formation in order to reach the rock pillar. If someone said that there was no big secret inside the rock pillar, even if you beat him to death, he wouldn't believe it. But what kind of secret was inside the rock pillar? Of course, Xiaohua wasn't in the mood to investigate at this time, because Dui Miaoqing had already said that this sword formation couldn't be resisted by a middle-stage golden core cultivator, so it must have been set up by a swordsman. Xiaohua boasted that he wasn't interested in a secret that could be valued by a swordsman. His task was to bring Dui Miaoqing's message and Dui Hui's suspicion back to Sky Patrol City. His task didn't include finding out the secret. That was something a nascent soul cultivator had to do. Xiaohua and Xiao Mao had to save them. As soon as he turned around, Xiaohua prepared to escape into the rock wall. He understood that this place was already deep under the lake, and the force inside the rock wall was very strong. As long as he didn't resist, he would definitely be sent to the surface. However, just as Xiaohua turned around, a feeling of reluctance came from the bottom of his heart. Oh! Xiaohua was stunned. Puzzled, he stopped and slowly turned around. When he faced the rock pillar, that indescribable feeling had already disappeared. When Xiaohua turned around again, that feeling didn't appear again. Strange. Xiaohua scratched his head. He really couldn't think of this so-called key secret of the Sword Cultivator War. What did it have to do with him? Could it be that he participated in the Sword Cultivator War with the mission to stop the swordsman's conspiracy? Was he born to end the Dao Cultivator War? Damn it, forget it. A group of Golden Core cultivators used the lives of many Foundation establishment cultivators and Qi refinement cultivators to train themselves. The illusory swordsmen also used the lives of a group of bright swordsmen and nurturing swordsmen to train themselves. Behind them are nascent soul cultivators and swordsmen. None of them are people that I can provoke. Thinking about the swordsmen of Chicken Crow Mountain, who split a large mountain with one sword. If I expose their secret, won't they chase me all over the Dawn Rain continent? It's already difficult for me to deal with Taoist Jing Si, let alone a few more swordsmen. Xiaohua had just seen Feng Buping's power and was very afraid of the swordsman. He turned around and was about to leave, but after taking 2 steps, another kind of understanding was born in his mind. I was wrong. Xiaohua stopped, his gaze somewhat deep. He used his hand to pinch his chin and turned to look at the stone pillar. I had a feeling of karma when I came to the great array of Quanjin Mountain. Originally, I thought I was going to send a message to the Imperial Thunder Sect's elders that I was safe. But after I met Li Zongbao, I thought I was going to send a message to Fairy Hong Xia that I was safe. But after I came to the Gale Snowfield, I thought I was going to save Xiao Mao. But after I arrived at the Yinyang Twin Springs Mountain Spirit Stone Vein, I thought I was going to save Dui Miaoqing. But now, I finally realized that I came here to expose this huge secret of the Sword Cultivators. All the karma is pushing me to stop the war and save the lives of thousands of cultivators. Since the hand of karma has such an arrangement, I will also fight with my life. The corner of Xiaohua's mouth raised a trace of a smile. It's not like I haven't been chased by a nascent soul cultivator before. So what if there are a few more swordsmen? If they have the ability, then catch up to me first. In an instant, Xiaohua's heroic spirit soared to the sky. That lofty ambition was like a torrential river, as if he could seize the moon in the sky and capture the dragon in the sea at any time. With a wave of his hand, he took out the wishful staff that he had stored in his space. Xiaohua steadily walked in front of the stone pillar and sized it up again. After looking for a long time, he didn't feel anything special, so Xiaohua opened his transcendence vision again. Hiss, seeing the situation of the stone pillar in his transcendence vision, Xiaohua couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. The whole stone pillar looked like a spindle, with 2 sharp ends and a bulge in the middle. And where the bulge was, there was a steady stream of light blue brilliance. This brilliance flew to 2 parts. One part rushed to the top of the spindle and gathered at the sharp end. The sharp end had a faint fiery red color, which seemed brilliant and obscure. The other part rushed to the bottom of the spindle and also gathered at the sharp end. But the sharp end had a faint emerald color, which was bright and obscure. Yinyang 2 Springs Mountain. Yinyang 2 Poles. Seeing these 2 different points in brilliance, he immediately thought of the 2 poles of magnetism that he had seen before in the dark secret ground. Isn't this spindle similar to the magnetism? This is the core of the 2 Springs Mountain. Xiaohua secretly nodded. I reckon that the sword cultivators were originally mining here, and then they dug a tunnel from the vein to this abyss. And through this abyss, the swordsman found the core of the 2 Springs Mountain. That crack might be the work of the swordsman. Chapter 24:14. But, what secret is there in this place? What is the key that will affect the sword battle? Xiaohua looked at the blue brilliance that was pouring down like a waterfall before his eyes. He searched everywhere he knew, but he couldn't find anything strange. I'm afraid I have to go in and take a look. Xiaohua closed his Dharma eyes, activated his flying technique, and flew towards the stone pillar. Who would have thought that just as his figure entered the abyss of the stone pillar, a kind of heavy pressure from all directions squeezed over. Hiss, Xiaohua didn't dare to be negligent. He activated the Dharma power in his meridians, and the brilliance around his body flashed repeatedly, trying to resist this mountain-like heavy pressure. However, the more he activated his Dharma power, the stronger the pressure became. Even when Xiaohua activated the immortal body bestowment technique, he absorbed the light blue spiritual energy of heaven and earth while using his Dharma power. The pressure also rose steadily. It can't be. Seeing that his Dharma power had reached the limit, the pressure was still increasing. Xiaohua was somewhat dumbfounded. According to this trend, in a few more breaths of time, he would be crushed into a meat patty by this pressure. Buzz! Xiaohua had no choice but to activate the dragon transformation art to the limit again, and the Dharma power that far surpassed the late gold core stage surged out. Impossible! Xiaohua himself didn't dare to believe that the pressure was pressing him to death, and the light around his body had already dimmed. Even if it is a swordsman who transformed into a sword, their Dharma power. Damn it, this young master misunderstood again. Xiaohua thought of the Dharma power of a swordsman and unconsciously realized something. He hurriedly reduced his Dharma power, and as expected, the pressure also decreased along with his Dharma power. Of course, the pressure didn't disappear because of the disappearance of Xiaohua's protective light. It even weakened to a certain extent, and then increased again. However, with the strength of Xiaohua's body, it was more than enough. Alas, there are many dangerous places in this world that test the body. Those Dharma power, divine sense, and so on are all limited. Xiaohua sighed in relief, and once again wiped the cold sweat on his head. He muttered to himself, but without Dharma power and divine sense, it is impossible to reach these dangerous places. The heavenly Tao is unpredictable. Following which, Xiaohua flew slowly. He tried to use as little magic power as possible and used more ethereal steps to slowly approach the stone pillar. Although the rock pillar looked very calm, when Xiaohua approached it, a powerful force pulled Xiaohua straight up, as if it was being pushed by a huge stream of water. Xiaohua had seen the light blue brilliance before, so he knew that it was because the brilliance was pouring down. Therefore, he retreated a bit and flew towards the center of the spindle. Sure enough, the tearing force gradually weakened. When Xiaohua arrived at the depths of the abyss, he was in the middle of the stone pillar. The enormous force was indeed in a kind of relative equilibrium. Xiaohua closed his eyes and carefully tasted the two different tearing forces as he gradually flew closer to the rock wall. Xiaohua's upper body gradually emitted a fluttering sound. His hair also straightened up. Xiaohua's lower body also emitted a fluttering sound, but his entire Taoist robe was facing down. As Xiaohua got closer, the two forces became increasingly stronger. Although they were balanced, they actually had a tendency to split Xiaohua into two. Fortunately, this young master has been diligently tempering his bones and refining his body for the past few decades, so I can withstand this kind of tearing force that is rarely seen in the world. Xiaohua said with a smile as he felt the faint pain in his flesh and bones. Of course, Xiaohua stopped when he was about 10 zhang away from the stone pillar and opened his transcendence vision again. What he saw with his transcendence vision was that the two different lights were strangely separated in the middle. Each of them formed a kind of arc, and the part in the middle was about the size of a fist and actually emitted a cyan color. A cyan color that was as bright as water. After looking for a long time, Xiaohua didn't gain anything. He slowly moved again, and while maintaining his balance, he circled around the stone pillar. This stone pillar was really big, at least 1,000 zhang. Xiaohua didn't dare to move too fast, so it took him more than 2 hours to reach the other side. And this was only half of the stone pillar. Here, it's here. When Xiaohua patiently saw a small fist-sized hole in the middle of the cyan color, he immediately came to a realization. This is so similar to that Chicken Crow Mountains. Innate gold essence. Could it be there's an innate gold essence inside? Xiaohua's eyes widened. Whenever a heavenly treasure appeared, he would be especially spirited. However, it's definitely not some innate gold essence. If it's some innate object, it should be. Yes, an innate jellyfish. Xiaohua immediately understood. Damn it! This is the thing that the 3 elders of the Blazing Fire Mountain have been looking for. It actually appeared here? Didn't that adept Blue Feather say that he had some clues? Could it be that he also knows about this place? However, if Adept Blue Feather knew about this place, he would have come here long ago. Why would he wait until today? Sword cultivators also tampered with the innate gold essence. They must be tempering their bullshit flying swords, right? That Tai Cyan light can temper flying swords, making them incomparably sharp. How can this innate water chi temper flying swords? What special effects do flying swords have? Hee, since there's a flying sword tempered by a sword cultivator right in front of me, how can this young master not take it? If it's taken into this young master's space, even if the heavenly emperor comes, this young master won't admit it. Xiao Hua's eyes twinkled with the brilliance of spirit stones. It's this fist-sized hole again. Xiao Hua's lips curled into a smile. Needless to say, this huge spindle must be condensed from innate water qi. No matter what kind of divine sense or sword qi, it won't be able to pass through. Only this one of the Dian number can pass through. However, aside from this young master's transformation technique, which cultivator can easily pass through this hole? According to this young master's thoughts, I'm afraid that even the nascent soul of a nascent soul cultivator wouldn't dare to enter, right? Xiao Hua laughed heartily. His body strangely twisted like a fried dough twist. Soon after, his body fell horizontally. However, the two forces from above and below actually stretched Xiao Hua horizontally. After several struggles, Xiao Hua finally charged into the fist-sized hole like a noodle. When Xiao Hua entered the several dozen zhong space, before his eyes was a boundless blue wave. This blue wave not only filled the heaven and earth, it also filled Xiao Hua. Moreover, within this blue wave, there were numerous seemingly large but not large, seemingly small but not small, seemingly omnipresent small bubbles continuously gushing out. Just as Xiao Hua's gaze came into contact with those bubbles, his eyes blurred, and he immediately lost his primordial spirit. Chapter 24:15. At the same time Xiao Hua was lost, the surrounding water bubbles rushed over and quickly wrapped around Xiao Hua. Those water bubbles began to collide with each other, and slowly a water bubble as big as Xiao Hua gradually formed. Needless to say, from the great shielding power of the water bubble, as long as this water bubble was formed, the inside of the bubble would become a sealed space. In this sealed space, divine sense could not penetrate, and the spiritual energy of heaven and earth could not penetrate. Perhaps Xiao Hua's fate was to become one with the innate water vapor. At this moment, a dragon's roar came from the middle of the blue water. The dragon's roar was both happy and sad, but at this time, it was more anxious. Little White. Xiao Hua's primordial spirit was lost somewhere, but when he heard this dragon's roar, it was so familiar. On that bloodthirsty night, on the night that changed Xiao Hua's fate and Shang Huaming's fate, Little White also cried out like this. This cry was deeply engraved in Xiao Hua's soul. In an instant, Xiao Hua's primordial spirit struggled, and the understanding of Tianmen Mountain's Huang Yi gave Xiao Hua endless help. The pain, the loneliness, the helplessness, and the bondage of time seemed to have given Xiao Hua's primordial spirit wings. His primordial spirit passed through many different illusions like a white horse and suddenly returned to his body. When Xiao Hua woke up and saw the situation around him, he could not help but break out in a cold sweat again. Innate true water, melting everything into water. Such a sentence appeared in Xiao Hua's mind. Xiao Hua took out the wishful steel rod without hesitation and waved it wildly. Sure enough, it was worthy of being an innate weapon that was not in the five elements. The seemingly unstoppable innate true water was actually beaten back by the wishful steel rod, forming a very small space in front of Xiao Hua. Little White, Xiao Hua shouted. He closed his eyes tightly and opened his Dharma eyes. In the deepest part of the vast ocean, there was a place that was as bright as a jade pearl. Below the jade pearl, there was a sword light that was like jade water. It was unusually dazzling. That's it. Although there were no more Little White's dragon roars, Xiao Hua already knew that the soul of the escaping Little White dragon was near the jade pearl. Strangely enough, Xiao Hua couldn't fly at all in this innate primordial water. He could only step on it step by step as he walked forward. Hua, the sound of waves could be heard as a boundless force pressed down from the front of Xiao Hua, forcing Xiao Hua to take a few steps back. On the contrary, when Xiao Hua was retreating, there was also a huge force blocking him. Only Xiao Hua could stand still and let the innate primordial water bubble up to him without any pressure. Humph, Xiao Hua's little white dragon hissed weakly. His heart had been anxious for a long time. Seeing the pressure of the innate primordial water, he was also angry. With a cold snort, he waved the wishful staff towards the pressure in front of him. Fight! Sure enough, the heavy pressure was actually defeated by him. Then, Xiao Hua quickly stepped forward. In this way, Xiao Hua brandished the wishful steel staff to block the innate real water, and at the same time, hit the pressure that was invisible to the naked eye, and approached the location of the jade pearl. Although Xiao Hua's eyes couldn't open, the scene of the jade pearl was deeply imprinted in his mind. He saw that there was a space of about 10 feet, and there was no innate primordial water in this space. In the center of this space, there was a bright spot the size of a thumb. This bright brilliance revolved around a blue light spot that was much smaller than a mung bean. The endless pure blue color was born from this blue light spot. This pure blue brilliance shot out about 5 feet, rushed into the innate primordial water, and each brilliance could produce a bubble. In this pure blue light spot, there were also strands of green brilliance shooting out. As soon as these green brilliance shot out, it was immediately absorbed by a flying sword a few feet below the blue brilliance. And under this flying sword, there was a rotating sword array, with a radius of a few feet. Through the countless palm-sized flying swords in the sword array, Xiao Hua saw a small white dragon that was only a few feet in size struggling in pain. Because at every moment, there was a small flying sword piercing into its body. Although no blood flowed out, the small white dragon would twitch a little, and the shadow on its body would dim a little. Moreover, there seemed to be a rotating vortex above the sword array, which was pointing at the flying sword. While the small white dragon was struggling in pain, it also had to resist the attractive force of the sword array. Tai-Wei green light? Xiao Hua's eyes swept over the green light, and his mind reacted very naturally. He knew that this Tai-Wei green light was the same as the Tai-E green light. They were both innate objects, but one was innate gold qi, and the other was innate water qi. However, his eyes only swept over the green light, and his gaze directly fell on the flying sword. The flying swords were very ordinary. Even the flying swords he saw didn't seem to be anything special. However, Xiao Hua knew that this thing was absolutely not ordinary. Even if it's not ordinary, so what? Even if it's used by a swordsman, so what? Xiao Hua did not hesitate to cover it with his hand, and the universe creator covered it, who knew that just as Xiao Hua's Taoist robe covered it, the flying sword shook slightly, and a brilliant blue sword light was born from the flying sword. With its schwaff sound, it was faster than lightning and stabbed at Xiao Hua's Taoist robe. Kacha! Xiao Hua's heaven and earth sleeve met the sword light with a metallic sound. A strong force that Xiao Hua could not describe, and a kind of sharpness that Xiao Hua's universe creator could not resist came from the sword light. Xiao Hua's Taoist robe was immediately pierced by the sword light, and Xiao Hua's arm was incomparably high. The broken sleeve was like a butterfly fluttering around, and these butterflies fell into a bubble not far away and disappeared in a flash. It was unknown whether it was the butterflies in other people's dreams. Hiss, Xiao Hua took a breath, gritted his teeth, and said angrily, "Don't say that you're a flying sword. Even if you're a swordsman today, I will still beat you until you vomit blood." With that said, Xiao Hua's bare arms picked up the wishful steel staff with both hands, and hit the flying sword with a ding-ding-dang-dang sound. The flying sword was also powerful. With a slight vibration, several sword lights flew out and blocked the wishful steel staff. The sword lights were so sharp and so powerful that every time Xiao Hua's wishful steel staff was swung away, causing Xiao Hua's qi and blood to surge. Hit! Xiao Hua had never been so overbearing. The heavenly staff technique was displayed, and the wishful steel staff was like a continuous raindrop, hitting the flying sword finally. The flying sword that no one commanded was hit by Xiao Hua's wishful steel staff. With a loud dang sound, a layer of blue brilliance rippled above the flying sword, and the whole flying sword was shocked by the wishful steel staff. Since there was a first time, there was a second time, and a third time. Xiao Hua was like a blacksmith, picking up the wishful steel staff and hitting the flying sword with a ding-dang-dang sound. However, contrary to Xiao Hua's expectations, he hit the flying sword dozens of times. His hands and feet were a little weak, but the flying sword was still rippling with blue brilliance, and there was no damage at all. Even the sword array below it did not change. Seeing the blue light fall on the flying sword again, Xiao Hua smiled bitterly. "Grandma, I thought that the sword array was not easy to break, so I had to start with the flying sword. I did not expect this flying sword to be so powerful. It is worthy of being a flying sword tempered by the blue light. I am afraid that this flying sword can only be used by a swordsman. Humph, in that case, I will also take drastic measures to deal with you." Xiao Hua gritted his teeth and released his mind. He was about to collect the innate jellyfish like the innate mother of gold, who knew that when his mind came in contact with the innate jellyfish, the endless water light overflowed in his mind, and there was an endless illusion that wanted to lead his mind into it. Xiaohua was shocked, and he was almost scared out of his wits. He hurriedly collected his mind, and his body was once again covered in cold sweat. No wonder the swordsman did not dare to accept this innate jellyfish. It is much more powerful than the innate mother of gold. Xiaohua thought with lingering fear. Roar! The little white dragon in the sword array seemed to be aware of Xiaohua's trembling. It also let out a sad roar, and its whole body curled up, and its head was tightly tucked into its body. It seemed to have given up resistance, and let Xiaohua escape. How can this be? Xiaohua's heart was filled with sorrow. Little White was his first playmate in the Xiaoyu continent, and Little White also gave him Longyu. It was really good to him. How could he watch as Little White's soul dissipated between heaven and earth? Moreover, the blue light sword obviously wanted to refine Little White into a sword spirit. This blue light sword must be used to kill a swordsman, and maybe Xiaohua himself would also suffer. I'm afraid. I can only use this method. If it doesn't work, this young master. Xiaohua sighed slightly. This young master said a few words, but he could not say anything more. In front of absolute power, all words were nothing. Pooh! Xiaohua opened his mouth slightly, and a stream of cold flame was spat out. However, the moment this cold flame touched the light blue brilliance, it was reflected blue, and then melted. It was still blue brilliance. Xiaohua wasn't surprised. He was just testing the waters. Soon after, he opened his mouth slightly, and the scarlet-red spiritual fire flew out like a thread, slowly shooting towards the blue light spot. See, the spirit fire's thread passed through the light blue brilliance, as if it had nothing to do with it. Although Xiaohua's eyes were closed, everything was reflected in his mind, and his heart was filled with slight expectation. As expected, the spirit fire did not disappoint him, and without any obstruction, it reached the side of the innate mother of gold. Rap! Xiaohua was overjoyed. He used the fire manipulation art, and the spirit fire nimbly wrapped the innate mother of gold. All the innate primordial water and the blue light were wrapped in the spirit fire. Wang, the flying sword, let out a sorrowful cry, as if it sensed something wrong. Chapter 24:16. Keep. Xiaohua didn't care how much it was. He released his mind and wrapped the spiritual fire, taking it along with the innate jellyfish into the space. The innate jellyfish that entered the space was the same as the innate gold jellyfish from before. They were all well behaved, without any abnormalities. Good. Xiaohua laughed heartily. The flying sword let out a mournful cry. Suddenly, a dazzling blue sword light flashed. The flying sword turned into a rainbow and rushed toward the fist-sized hole. The sword array under the flying sword also followed. Whitey's soul was caught in the sword array and was forced to fly out. "Wanna leave?" "No way!" Xiaohua shouted. He did so much and took such a big risk. Wasn't it just to save Little White's soul? With a wave of his hand, the heaven and earth sleeve was unleashed. The sword array that imprisoned Little White was under Xiaohua's hand. This time, Xiaohua urged all the magic power in his body. Sure enough, the flying sword rushed through Xiaohua's arm, and the sword array under the flying sword was grabbed by Xiaohua's bare arm, on the verge of collapse. Ka! A sword light flew out from the flying sword and slashed towards Xiaohua's arm. Xiaohua naturally didn't dare to be negligent. He waved the wishful staff and hit the sword light. Kacha! The sword light was smashed into thousands of fragments. However, the fragments fell on Xiaohua's arm. Shwa shwa shwa! The fragmented sword light fell like snowflakes, but every crystal sword light slashed across Xiaohua's arm, leaving a scar. This Tai Wei Cyan light sword was actually so powerful. Xiaohua's body, which had been tempered before, was still cut open by its broken sword light. Suddenly, a stream of blood flowed out from Xiaohua's arm, dripping down his arm. Hiss! Xiaohua's physical body hadn't been injured for a long time. He originally thought he could endure this simple sword wound, but when the sharp edge in his flesh seemed to pierce his soul, a numbing sensation that seemed to penetrate deep into his bone marrow transmitted over, he couldn't help but groan. Even his arm faintly trembled, and the magic power in his arm seemed to be on the verge of collapse. How could the supreme light sword be an ordinary flying sword? The wound caused by the sword light was faintly flashing with a light blue color. That blue color was gradually corroding Xiaohua's skin and flesh, gradually enlarging the wound. It even had a tendency to penetrate deep into Xiaohua's heart. Perhaps Xiaohua's only option now was to release the sword array, or perhaps Xiaohua's only option now was to quickly consume a pill to prevent the Supreme Light's invasion. But Xiaohua, can he let go? He will definitely not let go of Xiaohua. Even though the flying sword flew another few feet, the sword formation was still struggling in Xiaohua's hand. Ka! The flying sword vibrated again, and an even thicker sword gleam flashed out. This sword gleam was extremely ferocious, and the flying sword must have realized that it was about to fly into a rage out of humiliation. You! Where are you grabbing? Xiaohua knew that his arm was in trouble, but seeing that he was determined, he stretched out his wishful staff and blocked the sword light. At the same time, he struck out horizontally, wanting to borrow the strength of the sword light to send it flying. But at this moment, the sword light suddenly tilted and split into two. One pierced the sword array, and the other pierced Xiaohua's chest. "Grandma, is this still a flying sword?" Xiaohua was extremely shocked. At this time, he could only choose one, either use the wishful staff to break the flying sword that was piercing the sword array, or block the flying sword that was piercing himself. He had no third choice. For Xiaohua, he only had one choice. He waved his hand, and the wishful staff hit the flying sword that was piercing the sword array. But at this moment, a sudden change occurred. As early as when Xiaohua's arm was bleeding, the drops of blood fell into the sword array, and dripped on the soul of the little white dragon that had already dimmed to the extreme. Within the bright red drops of blood, the trace of gold gradually penetrated, and the soul of the little white dragon gradually emitted a faint brilliance. However, this brilliance was too weak, and Xiaohua, who was at the brink of life and death, did not notice it at all. Roar! With a dragon's roar, an extremely brilliant brilliance was born from the sword array. The little white dragon within the sword array suddenly roared and swam rapidly. As it swam, its body turned into a shadow and crashed into a part of the sword array. The flying sword that was piercing the sword array also stopped at this time, and it seemed that it could not find the trace of the little white dragon. Xiaohua was overjoyed when he saw this, and the wishful staff hurriedly pulled back. In a flash, it hit the sword light that was piercing his chest and smashed it into pieces. Immediately, Xiaohua waved the wishful staff again and hit another sword light, which also turned into a firefly falling down. At this time, the flying sword seemed to be hesitating. Fight! Xiaohua saw an opportunity and did not dare to neglect it. His figure flew, and he did not dare to relax the spiritual power in his hand. The wishful staff hit the flying sword. Dang, there was another loud sound, and a light blue brilliance rippled on the flying sword. A huge force was born from the flying sword, and Xiaohua's figure was somewhat unstable. Of course, the flying sword was not as good as Xiaohua. It swayed rapidly, as if the flying sword that had left the innate jellyfish had lost its support. Roar! Inside the sword array, there was a louder dragon roar, and the soul of the little white dragon suddenly soared, and soon it was more than a few feet. The sword array of the little white dragon was also expanding. Oh! Xiaohua was surprised, and was considering whether to withdraw his heaven and earth sleeve technique. Roar! The little white dragon seemed to know that this was his last chance to escape, and he was also desperate. A series of dragon roars were issued, and all of a sudden, it grew to a size of 10 feet, and the dragon's body was still growing. Paw! There was a soft sound, and in the sword array that the little white dragon had found a flaw, there was a crack between the two flying swords. This crack suddenly became the breakthrough point of the sword array's collapse, and the dragon head of the little white dragon suddenly came out of the sword array. Fight! Xiaohua was overjoyed, and the staff in his right hand was raised high again, and like a mountain, it hit the supreme light sword. In the face of the whistling wind above the wishful staff, the Tai-Wei green light sword flashed a burst of sword light, and then the sword array that imprisoned the little white dragon disappeared, and the Tai-Wei green light sword turned into a blue light, quickly rushed out of the rock pillar and disappeared into the hole. Good! Xiaohua breathed a long sigh of relief and turned to look at the little white dragon. Who would have thought that once the little white dragon escaped from the imprisonment of the sword array, it immediately shrank rapidly. Not only did it return to its previous snake-like appearance, its appearance became even dimmer. It was like the first light of dawn, faintly discernible. Little white, Xiaohua was shocked, and regardless of his injuries, he released his mind and put the little white dragon's soul into his space. However, suddenly Xiaohua thought of another thing, and he took back his mind, returned to the space, and called out Goldie. Chapter 24:17. Sure enough, the moment Goldie saw Whitey's soul, it immediately woke up. The yellow fur on its body suddenly stood up, and even its huge tail stood straight up. Xiaobai was also shocked. Roar, it struggled and swayed with difficulty. Sigh. Xiaohua didn't have time to say anything to Xiaohuang and hurriedly put it back into the space. Xiaohuang feeds on souls and cores. Xiaobai is also a soul. Naturally, we can't put them together. Xiaohua was in a difficult position, and in my space, I can't control it right now. What should I do? If I had a Dharma body before, I could try to send it in. Can the Buddha Sarira succeed? Xiaohua thought of his Buddha fire. Will the Buddha fire burn Xiaobai to death? Xiaohua hesitated again. Let's try it? However, when Xiaohua wrapped his mind around Xiaobai, there was another problem. His mind seemed to be completely unable to sense Xiaobai's soul. Oh, Xiaobai is a soul. It's not a tangible thing. My mind can't collect it. Right, don't I have soul strands? When Xiaohua saw that little white dragon's soul was about to dissipate, he didn't dare to think about it anymore. He quickly pulled out the soul thread from his heaven ring and wrapped it around Little White Dragon. Little White Dragon, who was bound by the soul thread, panicked. It didn't understand what was happening and struggled with all its strength. Seeing Little White struggle, Xiaohua originally didn't care about it. However, a strong force was transmitted from the soul strand, pulling his soul strand by a lot in an instant. Xiaohua didn't find it strange. The soul also has strength? However, Xiaohua couldn't communicate with Xiaobai. He could only tap his forehead and make some gestures with his hands. He didn't know if Xiaobai could understand. Moreover, Xiaohua released even more soul strands. Xiaobai didn't know if it saw Xiaohua's gestures or if it understood. It didn't have too many methods to struggle. After struggling for a while, it gave up and could only let Xiaohua ravage it. Xiaohua carefully pulled back the strand of soul force, but the strand of soul force was different from when he was using a soul armament. He could feel that Xiaobai's soul was extremely heavy, as if he was dragging a large object. Xiaohua somewhat understood. Duo cultivation techniques emphasize soul remembrance and soul power, but this technique of mine is half-baked, and I didn't really focus on it, so I didn't really understand it before. Now, he knew that even though the soul was invisible to the naked eye and spiritual will, it was still an incorporeal being. However, to the soul strands, they were tangible objects. Although Whitey's soul had already dimmed and was on the verge of collapse, it still had weight to the soul strands. My soul strands. And my own soul cultivation technique is only at the heaven-encompassing soul, which should be the beginning of soul cultivation. The soul power of my soul strands is also very weak. Or maybe my soul power is weak, so my soul strands don't have much strength. However, in any case, Xiaohua still had soul strands and had some soul power. As he moved bit by bit, Little White Dragon's soul actually passed through the magic eye imprint and slowly entered that mysterious place. Seeing Xiaohua's enormous mysterious dark cloud and the faint rumbling of thunder within the dark cloud, Little White Dragon was extremely alarmed. However, smelling the sweet smell of black silk wood in that mysterious place, Little White Dragon was a bit excited and opened its dragon mouth, opening and closing it. Oh! Seeing this, Xiaohua retracted his soul strands into the heaven-encompassing soul and took out the black silk wood. Little White Dragon was happy and slowly swam around the black silk wood as if it was extremely enjoying it. So this black silk wood is not only useful for soul cultivation techniques, it's also useful for Whitey's soul. Xiaohua thought to himself, and then retracted the black silk wood back into the heaven-encompassing soul. Seeing the black silk wood move into the dark cloud, Little White's soul also chased under the dark cloud. But seeing the enormous dark cloud, it was abnormally afraid. You come in too. Xiaohua's soul strands reached out again and wrapped around Little White Dragon's soul. However, Little White Dragon was still afraid and used all its strength to struggle, as if the dark cloud was a dragon's pool and tiger's den. Once it entered, its life would be in danger. You come in. Xiaohua was a bit anxious. His soul strands tightly wrapped around Little White, and Little White was indeed exhausted and didn't struggle anymore. In the end, it was pulled into the heaven-encompassing soul by Xiaohua. Xiaohua actually didn't know the danger of this action. Not only for Little White Dragon, but even for himself, it was also extremely inappropriate. The soul has always been a cultivator's vital point. Even if the body enters the cycle of reincarnation, the soul is also the last thing one can rely on. Xiaohua actually allowed Little White Dragon's soul to enter his own soul. On one hand, Little White's life and death is already under his control. His soul can transform Little White's soul into his own soul with a thought. On the other hand, if Little White's soul is stronger than Xiaohua's soul, it will inevitably cause harm to Xiaohua's soul. Even if the two of them coexist peacefully, Xiaohua's soul will still cause harm to Little White's soul. Xiaohua was ignorant and didn't know. Although Little White knew, it was no match for Xiaohua's fierceness and could only feel wronged. Since ancient times, there were no better people than this who did bad things with good intentions. However, fortunately, when Little White's soul arrived at the heaven of surrounding aura, the entire heaven of surrounding aura was filled with the rich black silkwood qi, and Xiaohua's primordial spirit slowly swam inside, slowly emitting fluctuations. Little White Dragon immediately understood. "Thank you." A timid, extremely tired, and extremely small voice was transmitted to Xiaohua's mind. "Little White? Is that you?" Xiaohua was already familiar with Little White's voice transmission and replied very naturally. Little White, I." That voice was a little happy and a little confused. Damn, that's right. Xiaohua was greatly embarrassed. Little White was just his own wishful thinking. Little White still didn't know. I'm called Little White, you. What's your name?" "I'm called Xiaohua, I gave you the name Little White. If you don't like it, then forget it. You, what's your name?" Xiaohua said very apologetically. "My name." At this point, Little White was a little heavy and seemed to be even more hesitant. Just call me Little White." Xiaohua, you must not devour." "Little White." "Don't worry, Little White, I won't." Xiaohua simply didn't know what devouring was and immediately comforted it. "You should first recuperate here. When your soul condenses, I will let you out." I'm tired." Little White's voice became even smaller. "Thank you, Xiaohua." Xiaohua was just about to reply when he saw Little White close its eyes. Its soul also slightly danced in the heaven ring of qi, and the surrounding black silk wood's aura also swarmed over. "All right, let it recover." Xiaohua's heart was greatly relieved and slowly retreated from the heaven ring of qi. At this time, within the stone pillar, there was already no dazzling blue brilliance, only rich innate true water. However, around Xiaohua, there were still some gaps that the innate true water had not flooded. Of course, this gap was also slowly shrinking. Only now did Xiaohua have the heart to look at the injury on his left arm. He saw that the place where the blue light lingered previously had already been devoured by the golden threads in Xiaohua's blood. Not only did the blood not flow, the sword scar also showed signs of recovery. And body cultivators really have an advantage in healing injuries. Perhaps those beast cultivators chose to cultivate with spirit beasts because of their strong self-healing ability? Thinking about this, Xiaohua took out the wishful staff and was about to rush out of the innate true water, preparing to leave through the hole in the stone pillar. However, Xiaohua's eyes lit up when he saw the boundless primordial water. With a wave of his hand, he took out the mist pearl that Dui Miaoqing had given him. After that, he gave Dui Miaoqing's storage pouch a simple look and took out the jade slip for refining the mist pearl. Xiaohua immersed his divine sense in it and looked for a moment. He knew that the refining of the tide bead was similar to that of the blue water bead, and the corner of his mouth revealed a trace of a smile. He did not need to completely refine the tide bead, he only needed to slightly control it. Immediately, Xiaohua did not delay. He urged his magic power and cast a few refining spells on it. In just a moment, the tide bead emitted a faint blue light again. "Go." Xiaohua did not hesitate. He pointed his finger, and the misty tide pearl rushed into the Xiantian primordial water. Instantly, a tiny whirlpool appeared above the misty tide pearl, and the Xiantian primordial water poured into the misty tide pearl like a swarm of bees. Hee, Xiaohua laughed sinisterly. There was so much innate true water in the stone pillar. If he did not take it now, he did not know who would benefit from it in the future. After absorbing the innate true water, the tide bead's brilliance became more and more brilliant. It grew bigger and bigger until it was more than a foot long. The blue brilliance was dazzling, and there was a layer of blue halo around it. It was really hazy like the tide. However, at this time, the innate true water in the stone pillar's space had only decreased by 30%. The quality of this tide bead is also not good. Xiaohua smacked his lips. He was really regretful in his heart. Immediately, Xiaohua took out the magic tool that could hold liquid that Sun Shu gave him. That magic tool also contained snake venom, which was also very precious. Xiaohua had no choice but to put it into the space. Seeing that he did not have such a magic tool, Xiaohua looked at Dui Miaoqing's storage pouch. However, when Xiaohua was looking for the jade slips earlier, there were a few magic tools inside, but they did not look like they could hold liquid. Xiaohua could only look for the storage pouches left behind by Dui Hui and the others. Great! When Xiaohua took out a 1-foot-long cyan jade bottle from the storage pouch of a bald cultivator with great difficulty, he could not help but smile brilliantly. This jade bottle was thin and long, and there was a grain-sized gap at the mouth of the bottle. Moreover, there were some cracks on the body of the jade bottle. It was unknown whether the jade bottle itself was different or the jade bottle was damaged. However, when Xiaohua took out the jade slips from the cultivator's storage pouch, he was somewhat dumbstruck. This was because in addition to the jade slips, there were also a few golden leaves inside the storage pouch. They were exactly the same as the golden centipede that Kunlun Sec's Hanju gave him. Chapter 24:18. Could this cultivator be a Buddhist disciple? Xiaohua hadn't heard any news about the Buddhist sect for a long time. When he suddenly saw it here, he was shocked. That bastard Hanju gave me a small golden Buddha and told me to use my Buddhist sense to examine it when I'm in the late foundation establishment stage. He wants to take me to the ruins of the Buddhist sect. Damn, this young master is doing well in the Tao sect. Why would I go to the ruins of the Buddhist sect? Forget it, let's not talk about him. Let's see how to use this magic tool first. Xiaohua placed several golden puppets into the Buddha Saraira and looked through them one by one. When he saw one of the golden pages, he suddenly stopped. After waiting for another incense stick's worth of time, Xiaohua opened his eyes and put the golden puppets into his space. He glanced at the jade bottle and said with a smile, "So this is a Buddhist magic tool called the clear water bottle. It's said to be able to hold the water of 100 rivers. Come, let this young master see if this clear water bottle meets this young master's wishes." While speaking, Xiaohua took out the Buddha Saraira and saw a faint golden light sprinkle all over. Xiaohua then threw the clear water bottle in front of the Buddha Saraira. The Buddha Saraira put its palms together, one hand pointing to the sky and the other pointing to the ground. Its face was full of compassion. Lin, the Buddha Saraira lightly chanted, and a Sanskrit incantation flew out and landed on the clear water bottle. Soon after, a hazy and indistinct figure flew out from the clear water bottle and landed in front of the Buddha Saraira. After slightly cupping its hands, it turned into a light smoke and disappeared. Soon after, Xiaohua's Buddhist sense was on the clear water bottle. According to the method described in the golden puppet, he refined the clear water bottle bit by bit. The refining method of this Buddhist magic tool seems to be somewhat similar to the island guarding token of Sunset Island. Xiaohua thought to himself when he saw the Buddhist light on the clear water bottle disappear in a flash. Behind the golden puppet, there were naturally many golden puppet records regarding the use of the clear water bottle. However, Xiaohua was impatient and didn't dare to stay any longer. He only wanted to see how to refine and activate the clear water bottle to collect true water. The method of controlling this Buddhist artifact is different from that of a magic artifact. It requires the use of Buddhist seals to drive psychokinesis. Xiaohua only cultivated the Buddha Saraira in a daze. How could he know what psychokinesis is? Helpless, Xiaohua tossed the water bottle into the air like a basic magic tool of the Tao sect. First, he habitually pointed at it with his hand as if he was urging his magic power. Then, he suddenly realized something and hurriedly formed a Buddhist seal with his hand. The Buddhist seal was somewhat similar to a spell, so it wasn't too difficult for Xiaohua. However, the Buddhist seal was formed, but what about the power of thought? Who the hell knows where it is? However, the strange thing was that as the pure water bottle tilted slightly, a very gentle suction force was produced from the pure water bottle. It was even softer than the wind as it slowly floated towards the innate primordial water. Although the suction force was gentle, as soon as it came into contact with the innate primordial water, all the bubbles and other things were sucked into the pure water bottle. It was even more efficient than the tidal beads. The Buddha's heart is merciful and emphasizes on helping those who are fated. This Buddhist artifact is also the same. It doesn't have any smoke or fire. Although it's extremely gentle, it also can't be resisted. Xiaohua seemed to have understood something, but he was also extremely confused. But I didn't control this pure water bottle. How could this primordial water? Forget it. Isn't it good to be able to collect it? Let's talk about it later. That Buddhist artifact pure water bottle was indeed powerful. In less than 2 hours, more than 90% of the innate primordial water in the stone pillar had been absorbed. Okay. Don't absorb anymore. Leave some for the Yin-Yang Twin Springs Mountain. Xiaohua was grinning from ear to ear. This Buddhist artifact was really to his liking. Seeing that this several thousand feet wide area was empty, the remaining innate primordial water was divided into 2 parts and gathered on both sides of the stone pillar. It slowly turned into a light blue brilliance and seeped out of the stone pillar. Xiaohua hurriedly used his Buddhist consciousness to control the pure water bottle and collected it. Let's go. Xiaohua was perfectly satisfied. He clapped his hands and once again drilled out of the fist-sized hole. Ouch, however, Xiaohua was indeed a little too pleased with himself. When he flew out, he forgot to maintain his balance. In a moment of carelessness, he was sucked in by the powerful force outside the stone pillar. His body involuntarily flew towards the top of the spindle. Oh, forget it. Xiaohua just wanted to resist, but when he saw the cliff above the abyss, he laughed. Isn't it the same as going out? Let's go from here. This was practically the feeling of falling from the top of a waterfall. In the beginning, it was still somewhat slow, but as he fell and the water flow became stronger, his speed became faster and faster. However, at this moment, Xiaohua was sliding down from the middle of the stone pillar. This kind of feeling really gave Xiaohua a kind of illusion, a kind of strange feeling. Hung! A loud and clear sound rang out. Like 100 rivers returning to the sea, countless light blue rays of light rushed into the rock wall. Xiaohua, who had already used the earth escape technique, also entered the rock wall. Ouch, something's wrong. Just as Xiaohua's body sank into the rock wall, a wave of scorching heat rushed into Xiaohua's body from the rock wall. This heat not only attacked Xiaohua's meridians, but also rushed into his blood vessels and bones. Xiaohua's body could be said to have been tempered thousands of times. In an instant, it was somewhat difficult for him to endure. The primordial spirit inside the bone thread immediately increased the speed of the bone tempering technique. A faint orange brilliance slowly emerged. While resisting the scorching heat, it protected Xiaohua's body. Xiaohua's entire body was in endless pain. That scorching heat was simply like millions of black iron needles piercing into Xiaohua's body. It was as if Xiaohua was sent to the 9th heaven and was being baked under the sun. Even though Xiaohua had practiced the fire escape technique, even though Xiaohua had been tempered by the origin of fire, this kind of yang qi between heaven and earth still made Xiaohua want to die. Xiaohua didn't know how much time had passed, and he didn't know how far he had been swept away by the torrent. Suddenly, Xiaohua felt a cool breeze coming from his feet. Although this cool breeze was faint, it was like a sweet rain from the 9 heavens. It made him feel like he had just escaped from prison. Great! I've finally endured it. Xiaohua was very happy. However, just as this joy was born, that cool breeze enveloped his entire body and actually turned into a powerful suction force. Ah, where am I going? Xiaohua stared blankly. Very habitually, he swept out his divine sense and couldn't help but be shocked. He saw that he was still inside the rock wall, but about 10 zhang away from the rock wall, a huge red-skinned gourd was precisely aimed at him. That cool and suction force was emitted from the mouth of that gourd. You're courting death. Xiaohua was furious. He didn't have time to look elsewhere. With a flick of his right hand, the universe in the sleeve was used from his still intact Taoist robe. In an instant, that red-skinned gourd was covered, and without hesitation, he easily sucked it into his own space. Who? An extremely shocked voice came from above. Chapter 24:19. At this time, Xiaohua had rushed out of the rock wall. He was much faster than a flying sword as he rushed into the air. Haha, of course it's this young master. Xiaohua's figure flipped a few times in the air. His divine sense swept through the entire space, and he laughed loudly. This was an underground space that was several times larger than the space of the rock pillars. There was a faint brilliance on the surrounding rock walls. The place where Xiaohua had rushed out from was a place that looked like a spout. There were countless places like this in the entire space. 3 illusory swordsmen were standing around the mouth of the fountain. These illusory swordsmen were all baffled. Their faces were filled with disbelief. How could a Tao sect disciple suddenly rush out of this place? Moreover, It was a Foundation establishment disciple of the Imperial Thunder sect. Even their red-skinned gourd had suddenly disappeared. Xiaohua had a complacent smile on his face. His divine sense swept through these illusory swordsmen. However, when his gaze fell on the 7 corpses of Dao sect disciples lying crookedly around the spout, his face unconsciously turned cold. Fortunately, although 2 of these 7 Dao sect disciples were from the Xuanyan school, Xiao Mao was not among them. These illusory swordsmen were not bystanders. They were the illusory swordsmen who had come to the Yinyang Twin Springs Mountain after attacking the Xuanyan school's Spirit Stone mine. Except for Liao Chengkong of the Flying Feather sect, whom Xiaohua had previously used his Buddhist consciousness to peek at in the Gale snowfield, he did not recognize the other 2. They were Zhong Haoshuan and Bai Jie of the Bright Sword sect. They had come to the Yinyang Twin Springs Mountain for no other reason than the Yinyang sword spirit that they had promised to the Black Phoenix sword sect's LV Ruochang 5 years ago. Back then, Zhong Haoshuan had already gotten a clue about the 2 Yin and Yang sword spirits, and he had successfully nurtured the 2 sword spirits a year later. But these 2 sword spirits were too weak, and the Clear Sword sect didn't have 2 disciples with excellent physiques to nurture these 2 sword spirits. Thus, Zhong Haoshuan had set his sights on Yinyang Twin Springs Mountain. However, at that time, the Spirit Stone Mine formation had become more and more intense. Ling Yunwu and the others had died in an accident, causing the various sects to panic. Even the Clear Sword sect had their own missions and didn't dare to send extra people to Yinyang Twin Springs Mountain. Moreover, if they didn't have suitable sword cultivator disciples to nurture the sword spirits, they would need suitable blood essence. The Clear Sword sect wasn't willing to lose their own disciples, so they set their sights on the Dao sect disciples. Searching for these disciples took several years until recently, when Guan Peng invited the Clear Sword sect disciples to attack Xuanyan School's Spirit Stone mine. One of Zhong Haoshuan's conditions was to find suitable disciples with suitable physiques to use as blood sacrifices. But what surprised Zhong Haoshuan was that the Yang sword spirit had already undergone the blood sacrifice, and the sword spirit within the sword gourd had clearly been nurtured, absorbing the Yang qi underground. Suddenly, the sword gourd disappeared. Moreover, a Thunder Control sect disciple had inexplicably rushed out. How could he not fly into a rage? Kill! What else did Zhong Haoshuan need to say? If Xiaohua hadn't appeared, he really wouldn't have known the whereabouts of the sword gourd. But Xiaohua had already flown out. Even if his Daoist robe was somewhat shabby, with one sleeve missing and revealing his bare arms, who could say that a sleeveless hand couldn't conveniently steal melons? But following Zhong Haoshuan's furious roar, a flying sword that was like a scorching sun flew out from under his feet. This scorching sun sword was exceptionally ferocious within this Yang qi, illuminating the entire space. A whistling sword wind, a trace of sword light that could pierce into Xiaohua's body, and a kind of earth-shattering confinement force that tightly suppressed Xiaohua's body in midair, all came from that scorching sun. Zhong Haoshuan's first move was the scorching sun sword. He didn't want to repeat Ling Yunwu's mistakes, even though he didn't know who killed Ling Yunwu. Ouch! Seeing such a powerful flying sword, Xiaohua's face turned pale with fright. He hurriedly urged his flying technique with all his might, wanting to escape from the confinement of the scorching sun sword. However, no matter how he urged his magic power, he could only fly about a foot away from the sword intent, and was immediately enveloped by the scorching sun sword. Humph! Seeing that Xiaohua actually had magic power to struggle, Zhong Haoshuan's face revealed a trace of a smile. He was only an early-stage Foundation establishment cultivator, so what if he could struggle? If he couldn't struggle, Zhong Haoshuan would be a little surprised. The scorching sun sword was extremely fast, and in the blink of an eye, it pierced Xiaohua's chest. Seeing that the brilliance in the air was converging in one place, and was about to sink into Xiaohua's chest, Zhong Haoshuan's face finally relaxed a little. At this moment, Xiaohua suddenly waved his hand, and a 2-foot-long wishful staff appeared. His figure flashed, and hit the scorching sun sword with incomparable speed. The huge force on the sword light caused Xiaohua's figure to stagger, and he really flew to Liao Chengkong's side. Liao Chengkong's face showed a trace of surprise, but his hands were still tucked in the sword armor, and he looked indifferent. Haha! Hit! Xiaohua's back was facing Liao Chengkong. When he was about 2 feet away, he suddenly turned around and raised his wishful staff. With a loud shout, he hit Liao Chengkong's forehead. Seeing that Xiaohua's wishful staff was stirring up the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, Liao Chenkong laughed. At the same time, his feet leaped, and his figure flew into the air. He laughed and said, "I was waiting for you to launch a sneak attack. I didn't expect you to really come." It turned out that Liao Chenkong had already seen through Xiaohua's sneak attack plan. Oh, not good. When Xiaohua saw Liao Chenkong fly out, his arms were exposed from the sword armor. His silver-white arms were obviously different from those of other sword cultivators. He couldn't help but turn pale with fright. His figure wanted to escape and attack another disciple of the Clear Sword sect. "Since you want to attack this old man, don't leave." Liao Chenkong smiled proudly, and a huge fist rushed towards Xiaohua. Seeing that Liao Chenkong was only a few feet away from Xiaohua, and that the fist was also close to Xiaohua, Xiaohua suddenly laughed. "This young master also doesn't plan to leave?" As he spoke, the somewhat crooked wishful staff suddenly became thick, and with a whoop sound, it smashed towards Liao Chenkong's arm. Seeing Xiaohua's smile, Liao Chenkong also sneered. The wishful staff gave him a feeling of surging wind and clouds, but he believed in his fist more. Besides, the scorching sun sword was already behind Xiaohua. As long as he blocked Xiaohua's staff, the scorching sun sword would be able to pierce Xiaohua's back. Dang! With a loud sound, a heart-wrenching pain came from his fist. It was a pain that he had never experienced since he mastered the technique. After the pain, his arm was numb, and he couldn't feel anything at all. This numbness not only numbed his arm, but also his whole body in an instant. Looking at Xiaohua again, he slightly waved the wishful staff in his hand. The head of the staff that hit Liao Chenkong's fist immediately turned into the tail of the staff. The tail of the staff became the head of the staff, and it smashed towards Liao Chenkong's forehead like a bolt of lightning. "Liao Jianyu, dodge!" Zhong Haoshuan shouted in the distance. "Run!" This shout really woke Liao Chenkong up. Sword light flashed on his body, and his figure quickly escaped. "Ha ha! Do you think you can escape?" Xiaohua's figure was even faster. In just a flash, he stuck to Liao Chenkong's body, and the wishful staff hit Liao Chenkong's forehead with a poof sound. Needless to say, Liao Chenkong's fist was shattered by the wishful staff. As for his forehead, there was no need to mention it. Hiss! Zhong Haoshuan sucked in a breath of cold air. His eyes were wide open as he watched Liao Chenkong's headless corpse fall. He was shocked. Feng Duan, you. What is your relationship with Feng Buping? Are you out of your mind? Xiaohua's figure spread out. He didn't avoid the scorching sun sword at all. Instead, he flew a few feet closer. The wishful staff in his hand once again struck out like a thunderbolt. With a crisp sound, the brilliance of the scorching sun sword splashed in all directions. "Bai Jie, come and help me." Zhong Haoshuan was shocked. He really didn't expect it to be a blow that didn't move forward. Moreover, the power of the wishful staff was actually something that the scorching sun sword couldn't resist. Bai Jie was a grade 1 illusory swordsman. Seeing that Liao Chenkong was easily killed by Xiaohua, and that Zhong Haoshuan's flying sword was also damaged in the blink of an eye, his heart was already trembling with fear. When he heard Zhong Haoshuan calling for him, he immediately urged the flying sword under his feet to rush over. Chi-la-la! A lightning-like flying sword flew out from Bai Jie's feet and attacked Xiaohua. "Ha ha!" Xiaohua laughed. If it was any other flying sword, Xiaohua would still have to think for a moment, but this was the lightning sword, so he didn't have any burden at all. Attack! Xiaohua's left hand pulled the wishful staff. While attacking Zhong Haoshuan, his right hand was empty, and he urged his spiritual power to cast the thunder palm. Moreover, what was even more insidious was that after the thunder palm, Xiaohua's spiritual power didn't stop at all. He urged it again, and the heaven and earth sleeve technique came out one after another. Kacha, a lightning much thicker than the lightning sword, emerged from Xiaohua's hand and blocked the lightning sword. "Ah, you are the terrifying phoenix of the Imperial Thunder sect?" Seeing the thick lightning, Bai Jie suddenly thought of something and was extremely horrified. Terrifying? Terrifying phoenix? His voice didn't matter, but Zhong Haoshuan was also shocked. After all, his thoughts were the same as Feng Buping's. The reputation of this terrifying phoenix was really quite resounding. It didn't matter if Zhong Haoshuan was shocked, but Bai Jie was dumbfounded. Just as he roared out, he felt a shackling force that he was almost unable to resist enveloping him. He lost his head out of fear, disregarding the thunder light sword that was blocked by Xiaohua's thunder palm, and tried his best to break free. In fact, he was a first-grade illusory swordsman. Xiaohua's heaven and earth sleeve could certainly imprison him. As long as he used the lightning sword, he could also break this imprisonment force. However, when he struggled, the sword spirit in his mouth spurted out. It was not easy to break free from the heaven and earth sleeve. Moreover, when he just broke free from the imprisonment force, he suddenly felt a tingling pain in his Naiwan palace. The sword spirit was also not flowing smoothly. His figure stagnated and fell from midair. However, this was not the worst-case scenario. Just when he wanted to resist, the most frightening thing happened. A stronger wind than the imprisonment force just now pressed down from the top of his head. The wind was full of killing intent and sharpness. Chapter 24:20. Bai Jie was shocked. Just as he raised his head slightly, he saw that Xiaohua's staff, which was originally aimed at Zhong Haoshuan, was now only 3 feet away from his head. The 5 Elements Wishful Heaven Cudgel was an ancient weapon that did not belong to the 5 Elements Wishful Heaven Cudgel. Although Xiaohua's Wishful Heaven Cudgel was far less powerful than the 5 Elements Wishful Heaven Cudgel, he was facing a Grade 1 illusory swordsman like Bai Jie. Moreover, under a series of calculations such as the world in the sleeve and soul stab, the distance of 3 feet was covered in a flash. Bai Jie screamed as the Wishful Heaven Cudgel hit his forehead. With the same muffled sound, Bai Jie's head was broken like a gourd. Ha ha, Xiaohua laughed. His figure did not stop at all. He turned his head and used Wind Escape to force Zhong Haoshuan. Hiss, Zhong Haoshuan took a breath, his eyes narrowed tightly. He gritted his teeth, and his whole body flashed with a strong brilliance, like a hedgehog with a long brilliance. Terrifying Phoenix, this old man did not expect to meet you here. Since you have appeared, Ling Yunwu and the others must have died. They can't keep you, then, let this old man keep you. Zhong Haoshuan enunciated each word clearly. The Scorching Sun sword also suddenly released a sword beam that soared into the sky. Zhong Haoshuan opened his mouth and spat out his sword essence. It fell into the Scorching Sun sword, and Zhong Haoshuan's figure flashed extremely quickly, transforming into a flying sword. Kill! Zhong Haoshuan said the last word of his life. His entire body landed on the flying sword. The brilliance of the flying sword that was already soaring into the sky became even more dazzling. It was truly like a rising sun. Moreover, a tragic feeling of mutual destruction blossomed from the sun. That blossoming death aura was like the rain lotus that Xiaohua saw on the ice lake that day. It was extremely dazzling, and it blossomed petal by petal. Ha ha, Xiaohua laughed. With a wave of his hands, Zhong Haoshuan, who had turned into a sword, suddenly felt a burning sensation all around him, Samadhi true fire. Zhong Haoshuan's gradually blurred consciousness was shocked, but he saw a circle of pure purple Samadhi true fire burning around the Scorching Sun flying sword. In fact, the surrounding masculine energy was also ignited, and more fireballs than Zhong Haoshuan formed around him. Break! Zhong Haoshuan's heart was like dead ashes. He absolutely didn't expect Xiaohua to actually know the true Samadhi fire. He absolutely didn't expect Xiaohua to have such an exquisite fire control technique. He also absolutely didn't expect Xiaohua to add fuel to the fire at this time, drawing out the secret technique he originally wanted to activate ahead of time. Boom! With a loud sound, the entire space shook. Sword light overflowed in all directions, and sparks shot in all directions. However, this explosion wasn't aimed at Xiaohua. It only exploded on the spot. The damage it dealt to Xiaohua, Sai, could be ignored. When the flame gradually disappeared, Xiaohua flew over from an extremely far place. The instant of the explosion was enough for Xiaohua to fly extremely far away. Alas! Xiaohua looked at the mess on the ground, shook his head and said, "It's really a pity, an illusory swordsman transformed into a flying sword." Then, Xiaohua landed on the ground and looked at the 7 Dao sect disciples who were killed earlier. Their corpses had been scattered by Zhong Haoshuan's explosion, but Bai Jie and Liao Qingkong's corpses were still intact. Xiaohua reached out and took the 2 people's storage bags. After searching for a moment, he found a sword bamboo slip. He immersed his divine sense in it for a moment and sneered, "They deserved to die. They actually sacrificed the lives of my Dao sect disciples to the sword spirit. This kind of sword spirit is also extremely tyrannical. How can it be used? I'm afraid the Dao of the sword has been defeated again, right? However, I still want to go and see whether Xiao Mao is still alive in this world." Even if he's dead, I will avenge him. Xiaohua laughed sinisterly. His figure flew up using the wind escape technique and rushed out quickly along the route drawn in the sword bamboo slip. This was an underground space that was thousands of feet in size, similar to the space where Zhong Haoshuan and the others sacrificed the red-skinned gourd sword spirit. However, the scene within was completely different. On the top of the rock wall that was tens of thousands of feet tall, countless six-petal crystals were connected to each other. Faint blue light faintly flowed over them. As this light flickered between the 6 petals of the crystal, an incomparably cold aura was emitted. The threads of aura passed through the crystal and disappeared into the rock wall. Not a trace of it could be seen. Moreover, between these countless 6-petaled crystals, there were circular crystal pillars that were a few feet or 10 feet in size. They were directly inserted into the rock wall, and their whereabouts were unknown. Looking at the entire space, the faint blue light was like a gem that was constantly blooming, filling the entire space. This blue light was extremely cold, and there were fine rays of light that were born from all over the space. These fine rays of light did not fall to the ground, but instead rushed into the rock wall at the top of the space with the brilliance and turned into little crystals. The extremely cold, faint blue light came from under the space, from the sharp tips of the rock spikes that rose from the ground. These rock spikes were extremely similar to the stone bells that were usually hung upside down in caves. They were milky white in color, and on the sharp rock spikes, thumb-sized fluorescent lights flashed brightly, similar to the stone stalactites that dripped from the top of the stone bells. However, when the stone stalactites dripped to the ground, the thumb-sized fluorescent light blue light pierced into the air, spreading throughout the entire space. In a corner of this strange and cold space, a green-skinned bottle gourd was faintly emitting a green-blue light. It was even vibrating rhythmically. The mouth of the gourd was facing down, facing a huge rock spike. A faint blue light that could be seen with the naked eye covered the tip of the rock spike, and the blue light from the fluorescent lights mixed into the green light and was absorbed by the green gourd. Looking at the surroundings of the huge rock spike, there were 7 Dao sect cultivators lying on the ground. 5 of them had already died. The faces of these 5 corpses were all bruised, and their faces were twisted with pain. This ferocious expression was frozen on their faces, as if their bodies had been frozen by some kind of coldness. Beside the 5 corpses, there were still 2 cultivators. One was a white-haired female cultivator, and the other was Xiao Mao, whose face was slightly weathered, and whose eyes were filled with viciousness. The 2 of them sat cross-legged on the ground. Their bodies flickered with a faint protective light. On the surface of the protective light, there was a thin layer of icy blue. Within the icy blue, crystalline light could be vaguely seen. If it weren't for this protective light, Xiao Mao and the female cultivator would have been frozen into popsicles like the corpses of the other 5 cultivators. However, Xiao Mao and the female cultivator couldn't move at all. Within the cold blue, there were several sword lights that moved like poisonous snakes and firmly restrained the 2 of them. Above Xiao Mao's head, next to the green gourd, stood 3 sword cultivators. One of them was someone Xiaohua had seen on the Gale Snow Plains. It was the bird cultivator from the Quilted Mountain sect, Yu Ming, who had appeared with Feng Buping. The other 2 were the female cultivators of the Clear Sword sect, Zhong Mingtian and Feng Qing. At this time, Yu Ming was standing high up with his hands crossed. There was no light around him to resist the extreme cold. There was a hint of arrogance in his eyes as he coldly looked at the actions of the 2 female cultivators, who were only grade 1 illusory sword cultivators. Zhong Mingtian and Feng Qing both had their eyes closed. Their sword robes were a bit messy at this time, and their exposed skin showed a green luster. This luster reflected the white hair on their heads, giving them a different kind of charm. However, the expressions on their faces were not relaxed at all. The corners of their eyes twitched slightly as if they were suppressing something. The 2 of them each stood on a flying sword. One of the sword lights was snow green, while the other was sky blue. The sword lights flashed and rushed into their bodies from time to time. Every time the sword lights flashed, their expressions became a bit better. At this time, the green gourd suddenly swelled. Not only did it emit a bright light, but an inexplicable fluctuation also spread out. Junior Sister Feng, it's time. Let's prepare for the 6th blood sacrifice. Zhong Mingtian's face showed a kind of excitement. He suddenly opened his eyes and said to Feng Qing. Feng Qing also showed a touch of blush on her face. She nodded and said, I will listen to Senior Sister's orders. Senior Yu. Zhong Mingtian raised his head and bowed to Yu Ming and said, Senior, please protect us. His tone was unusually respectful. He was not rude because Yu Ming was only grade 2 illusory sword cultivator. I know. You all can cast the spell. Yu Ming nodded proudly. Yes. Zhong Mingtian clapped his hand, and a blood-red talisman appeared in his hand. This talisman was very strange. It did not look like a yellow talisman. It was shaped like a skeleton, but it was the size of a palm. The talisman on it was also strange. It faintly emitted a dark green light, and it was somewhat similar to the green seal script. Go! Zhong Mingtian threw the talisman into the air and formed a sword seal with his hand. A snow-green sword light flashed under his feet, and a snowflake-like brilliance landed on the talisman. With a "C" sound, the brilliance actually ignited the talisman. The dark green flame burned the talisman into a ball of fire the size of a wicker basket. The talisman symbols in the ball of fire spun rapidly, and a burst of ghostly wails and howls could be heard from the ball of fire. Junior sister Feng, Zhong Mingtian saw the ball of fire rising and said anxiously, The soul talisman has been activated. Quickly capture the Taoist sect cultivators. Yes. On the other side, Feng Qing was already prepared. With a grab of her hand, the white-haired female cultivator was sent flying into the air. She couldn't move at all. Kill! A trace of ruthlessness flashed in Feng Qing's eyes. The flying sword under her feet suddenly flew out and turned into a foot-long ice needle. It quickly pierced into the female cultivator's forehead. The flying sword was abnormally sharp. It sank into the female cultivator's forehead the moment it touched it. A drop of dirty blood flowed out from the wound on her forehead. Quick, senior sister Zhong. Feng Qing quickly formed a sword seal. Suddenly, the flying sword on the female cultivator's forehead turned into a sword light and retreated. Quick, Zhong Mingtian was also fast. He pointed with his finger, and the ball of fire also rushed toward the blood on the female cultivator's forehead at an extremely fast speed. It rushed into the female cultivator's forehead before Feng Qing's flying sword left, and the arrow of blood spurted out. Chapter 24-21. Who, seeing the dark green fireball enter the female cultivator's forehead, the female cultivator's face immediately showed extreme pain. Her facial features were all twisted, and even a dark green color appeared. Feng Qing's eyes flashed with lingering fear, followed by a flash of red. She knew in her heart that the soul talisman was refining the female cultivator's soul in her mind. That kind of pain was definitely not something a living person could experience. Once her soul was extracted by the soul talisman, this female cultivator's life would come to an end. There would be no reincarnation, no future. Ha! Ha! Suddenly, the female cultivator stretched out her 4 limbs, and a great power was born from her body. The sword light that was binding her broke apart inch by inch, and the light blue brilliance also turned into fluorescent light that scattered in all directions. Senior Yu. Seeing this, Zhong Mingtian's face was shocked, but his eyes flashed with joy. He knew that this was because the soul talisman had stimulated the female cultivator's water attribute potential at the end of the refinement process. This potential was exactly what was needed to refine the green gourd sword spirit. Yu Ming didn't care at all. His arms suddenly shook, and 2 10-feet-long wings grew out from his back. That pale blue light mixed with white fluorescent light came from the feathers of his wings. Caw! Yu Ming's voice turned into a bird's cry. His wings also flapped a few times, and that light flew out from between his wings. The light flew in the air like thorns, and the pale blue light became more and more intense. When it flew in front of the female cultivator, who was violently twisting her 4 limbs, it had become an inch-long thorn. Pu-piu, almost at the same time, all the thorns pierced into the female cultivator's body at the same time. The female cultivator immediately became still, as if she was frozen in midair. Junior Feng. Zhong Mingtian ordered again. Feng Qing's flying sword once again shot out an ice thorn, and this time it directly pierced into the female cultivator's heart. Rise! Zhong Mingtian's face became serious. He formed a sword sign, and that dark green fireball actually came out of the female cultivator's head. At this time, the fireball was a kind of blood red, and its shape was constantly changing. The female cultivator's soul inside seemed to be tearing and trying to escape. Go! Zhong Mingtian pointed his finger, and his body also slowly flew. That fireball obediently rushed toward the green calabash that was constantly vibrating. Seeing that the fireball was about to be sucked into the green-skinned gourd, Zhong Mingtian's face showed a trace of relief. But at this moment, a sudden change occurred. He heard a slight poof from the fireball, like a bubble bursting, and a blood-red shadow came out from the fireball. "Senior Yu, help me." Zhong Mingtian's face was shocked, and a red flush rushed to his eyes, and he hurriedly shouted. "Jie!" Yu Ming was already prepared. Just as Zhong Mingtian shouted, he flapped his wings and flew close to the green calabash. The blue and white light between his wings suddenly extended, and it pierced toward the blood-red shadow that came out of the fireball. Ah! A heart-wrenching scream sounded. The blood-red shadow was confined to the edge of the fireball by the blue light, and it couldn't fly out. At this time, the green calabash's suction force was generated, and the fireball and the blood-red shadow were both sucked in. The blood-red shadow's scream became longer and longer, as if it was falling into a bottomless abyss. The green calabash suddenly became still again, and it no longer vibrated. The fluctuations also disappeared, but the suction force from the calabash increased greatly, and a large amount of light blue light rushed into it. "Thank you, Senior Yu." Zhong Mingtian's panic had not disappeared, and he bowed to salute. "Haha, it's no problem. You are only at the first grade of the illusory sword realm, and the blood sacrifice is a little difficult for these cultivators. Anyway, there is still this last one. Rest a little more." Yu Ming nodded slightly, turned around, and flew up again. "Yes, I understand." Zhong Mingtian smiled bitterly and looked at Feng Qing. The two returned to their original position and closed their eyes to rest. Zhong Mingtian didn't want to do this, but at this time, the sword cultivators were fighting fiercely with the Dao sect, and there weren't many disciples who could be transferred. Moreover, the flying swords that they practiced were of the cold attribute, and there were even fewer of them. It would be best if there was a second-grade illusory sword realm disciple here, but there was no other way. They could only rely on her and Feng Qing now. However, fortunately, there was Senior Yu Ming here, whose cultivation was unfathomable. Although he looked like he was only at the second grade of the illusory sword realm, she had been warned by Zhong Haoshuan that this person was a bird cultivator with a background, and his strength was far from what she could detect. Senior Zhong and the others should be here by now, right? Zhong Mingtian knew that the two of them were a little stretched. The blood sacrifice took too long, and Zhong Haoshuan and the others must have finished much faster. They should have finished by now. They should be on their way here. Another hour passed, and there were no signs of Zhong Haoshuan and the others. The green skin gourd began to vibrate for the last time. Seeing the green skin gourd's light ripple, Zhong Mingtian opened her eyes with a bitter smile. Her sword companions were still abundant, but the soul talisman didn't rely solely on her sword companions. There was also a secret technique of the clear sword sect. She had used this secret technique 6 times today, and even she herself felt a little tired in the depths of her soul. It was as if she had gone through several cycles of reincarnation, and her soul was almost unable to move. This is the last time, Zhong Mingtian thought to herself. She gritted her teeth, looked at Feng Qing, and said with a smile, "Junior Feng, this is the last time. We will be able to complete the task immediately." Yes, it's all thanks to senior sister's strength. Feng Qing was also a little happy. She knew that this time, she had done a great service, and the Clear Sword sect would definitely reward her greatly. After Zhong Mingtian bowed to Yu Ming frowned and said, "Little friend Zhong, do you want to rest for a while more?" "I won't hide it from Senior Yu." Zhong Mingtian didn't hide it. Resting for a while more is no different from resting for half a day, unless this junior can rest for 7 days. Hee, Yu Ming nodded, then looked at a small hole in the distance and said curiously, "Zhong Haoshuan and the others should be here by now. Perhaps Senior Zhong is waiting for us to meet up." Feng Qing smiled. After all, this place isn't suitable for the 3 senior brothers' flying swords. And perhaps, Yu Ming had a subtle feeling in his heart. Then, Zhong Mingtian took out the soul talisman again. When the soul talisman fireball appeared, Zhong Mingtian's body shook slightly, and even a layer of bruise flashed across his face. "Junior Feng," Zhong Mingtian shouted, and Feng Qing understood. She grabbed her hand, and Xiao Mao's body was lifted into the air. Just as Feng Qing was about to activate the flying sword under her feet, she suddenly heard Yu Ming shout, "Who is it?" Feng Qing was stunned and turned to look at Yu Ming. She saw that Yu Ming's eyes were looking at the hole, and there was a strange expression in his eyes. However, when Feng Qing looked at the hole again, it was still calm, and there was no movement at all. At this moment, Xiao Mao, who had been listless all this time, suddenly flashed with a violent brilliance, and the sword light that was binding him also broke inch by inch. Humph, Yu Ming snorted coldly, and with a sway of his body, he appeared in front of Xiao Mao. His wings flapped, and countless rays of light shot out and surrounded Xiao Mao. The force of the rays of light trapped Xiao Mao, and no matter how Xiao Mao struggled, it was useless. Junior Feng, Zhong Mingtian's roar had a trace of anger in it. Yes, Feng Qing didn't dare to be distracted, and with a shake of her feet, a slender flying sword that looked like an icicle appeared, and it directly pierced between Xiao Mao's angry eyes, however. Just as the flying sword was about to pierce through, something strange happened. A strong force of imprisonment descended from the sky, and in an instant, the flying sword was frozen in place. Who are you? Feng Qing was puzzled, and she wanted to activate the sword again, but she heard Yu Ming angrily looking at her back from afar. Feng Qing was shocked, and her body involuntarily flew away, and at the same time, she looked around. This glance didn't matter, but she saw a young cultivator in the robes of the Imperial Thunder sect, who appeared less than 10 feet behind her. His slender eyes were slanted upward, and an indescribable murderous aura was emitted from his eyes. Moreover, just as Feng Qing turned her head, that cultivator rubbed his hands together, and a thick lightning bolt appeared out of nowhere and struck her forehead. Suddenly, a rumor uncontrollably grew in her mind. Terror. Terror Phoenix? Yes, the 3 characteristics of the Terror Phoenix. The first was its huge phoenix celestial body. The second was its slanted phoenix eyes, and the third was its proficiency in controlling lightning. This was something she had never seen before in the other Imperial Thunder sect disciples. Now, although the Imperial Thunder sect cultivator in front of her didn't show his phoenix celestial body, Feng Qing still shouted with lingering fear. Terror Phoenix? Yu Ming was also shocked and immediately thought of Ling Yunwu, but Xiao Hua ignored him, as if he didn't know Xiao Mao, and didn't want to look at Xiao Mao. The thunder palm, which was several times thicker than an ordinary cultivator's, struck one toward Feng Qing, and the other toward Zhong Mingtian. Poor Zhong Mingtian, who was trying her best to support the soul talisman, saw the huge lightning bolt coming, and hurriedly wanted to activate the flying sword to meet the enemy. But the incomparable exhaustion in her soul rushed to her heart, and the smooth sword essence became sluggish, and the sky-blue sword light that flew out like a snow bamboo slowed down a little. With just this slight delay, the lightning bolt hit her, and this was the result of Zhong Mingtian's dodging, and the thunder palm only hit her back. But what was the difference between hitting the back and hitting the forehead? The sky-blue sword light around Zhong Mingtian flashed, and was immediately annihilated, and a bloody hole the size of a bowl appeared on her back. Ah! Zhong Mingtian screamed and fell from midair. She fell from midair, but the soul talisman's fireball went out of control again. It suddenly swelled up and even let out a strange sound like a ghost wailing and a wolf howling. That sound resounded in the entire space, and it was probably the souls of many people. Run! Seeing Zhong Mingtian die in just one move, Feng Qing was even more frightened, and the flying sword suddenly flew out, turning into thousands of ice spikes, and rushed toward Xiao Hua's thunder palm. Unfortunately, although these ice spikes were powerful, Xiao Hua's thunder palm was even more turbulent, and that lightning bolt poured down like a waterfall, and the thousands of ice spikes were like little grass in the water floating. Chapter 24-22. What was even more inconceivable to Feng Qing was that Xiao Hua's figure swayed in the lightning, almost blinding her eyes. Feng Qing knew that Xiao Hua was going to attack her, but her Naiwan palace suddenly felt an incomparable stabbing pain. That pain was like her own ice thorn flying sword piercing her forehead. Immediately after, a stick as thick as a bowl landed on her forehead. She could only hear a "piu" sound in her ears, and everything in this world stopped. Seeing Xiao Hua smoothly kill the 2 illusionary sword disciples of the Bright Sword sect, Yu Ming sucked in a breath of cold air. When Xiao Hua's gaze fell on the green calabash and looked at him again, he suddenly flapped his wings, and a completely blue and white light suddenly flew out. However, the direction of the light was not Xiao Hua, nor was it the imprisoned Xiao Mao. It was the soul talisman fireball that was getting bigger and bigger. Puff! The fireball suddenly exploded, turning into dozens of pieces that flew into the air, separating Xiao Hua from himself. Then, his figure flew towards the direction of the cave entrance. Yu Ming, This bird cultivator, who could stand shoulder to shoulder with Feng Buping, actually wanted to escape. Where do you think you're going? Xiaohua clapped his hands, and the tidal bead flashed a light blue brilliance and flew out. The blue innate true water gushed out from the tidal bead, firmly blocking the entrance of the cave. Moreover, what made Feng Buping even more surprised was that the soul talisman fireball that exploded into dozens of pieces actually automatically flew to his left and surrounded him. What's going on? Yu Ming turned pale with fright. However, his figure was still not slow. With a flap of his wings, he suddenly flew away from Xiaohua. Give me your life. Xiaohua used the wind escape technique, and the wishful staff was also raised. The soul talisman fireball was urged by his soul silk to block in front of Yu Ming. Yu Ming's wings shone brightly, and with a pshwaf sound, they all shot towards Xiaohua. At the same time, he also blocked most of the soul talisman fireballs. However, in his haste, he did not pay attention to a small fireball on top of his head that was smaller than a little finger, and all of a sudden, it sank into the back of his head. However, the protective brilliance on his body didn't have any effect at all. Seeing the thousands of fine rays shooting towards him, the power of imprisonment and the sharp force cutting through the air, Xiaohua did not dare to be negligent and hurriedly waved the wishful steel staff to protect himself. Yu Ming had already flown to a part of the rock wall by the time all the fine lights were shot down. Kill. Xiaohua was a little anxious. He didn't know why Yu Ming flew over, but since he flew over, there must be a purpose. He tried his best to urge the wind escape, and in the blink of an eye, he caught up behind Yu Ming. At the same time, a palm of thunder struck out, and the wishful staff also hit his back. At this moment, Yu Ming let out an angry roar and turned around. His face was abnormally ferocious. A large bird that looked like a rain sparrow appeared from his body. The wings of the rain sparrow were over 100 feet wide. Blue and white light violently surged between the feathers. The water-type heaven and earth spirit energy that was already surging in the air was swept up like a hurricane. Woo-woo, within the hurricane, fist-sized crystals had already formed. These crystals contained an enormous amount of power. Xiaohua knew that this Yu Ming could be together with Feng Buping, and his means were not ordinary. He was already prepared in his heart, but seeing the crystal grains within 100 feet, he was even more shocked. He could use the wind escape and other magical powers to deal with Feng Buping, but against Yu Ming, what good means did he have? Apart from the spiritual fire, he was afraid that there was only the flying sword. If the wishful staff could stretch 100 feet, it would naturally be effective, but it was a pity that the staff was now only 3 feet. It's a little strange. Xiaohua was thinking about how to break through the 100 feet of crystal grains to kill Yu Ming, but he saw that Yu Ming's magic did not seem to be targeted at him. The crystal grains sat cross-legged in the hurricane. Although it was powerful, it did not hit him. Instead, there was a faint tendency to hit Yu Ming himself. Looking at Yu Ming's expression again, it was extremely ferocious and also extremely painful. His body was tumbling in midair, and the light of his feathers was blindly scattered. That's the fire of the soul talisman. Xiaohua suddenly woke up. He was originally hiding at the entrance of the cave, wanting to kill Yu Ming first, and then capture Feng Qing and Zhong Mingtian. However, he did not expect that Zhong Mingtian would make a move on Xiao Mao, and when he activated his spiritual power while hiding, it attracted Yu Ming's attention. Therefore, Xiaohua killed Zhong Mingtian and Feng Qing first. What Xiaohua did not expect was that Yu Ming would actually detonate the fire of the soul talisman and escape himself. Xiaohua had already read the content of the blood sacrifice on the way here. Although it was rough, he also knew that this was a soul cultivator's talisman. His soul should be useful. He took it and tested it, and it was true. The fire of the soul talisman was turned around to deal with Yu Ming. That little bit of fire of the soul talisman was not Xiaohua's doing. It was the result of a coincidence. Looking at Yu Ming's pain and struggling appearance, he should be fighting with the soul talisman. Feng Buping can dodge the soul stab. This Yu Ming must also have some tricks. This soul talisman only entered his brain a little bit, not necessarily. Just when Xiaohua was pondering, Yu Ming's face suddenly relaxed. Ha ha ha, terrifying phoenix. Ha ha, terrifying phoenix. How can you be this old man's opponent? While speaking, the brilliance on the wings increased again. Almost double the size of the crystal beads covered Xiaohua. Xiaohua frowned. His figure swayed. Using the hurricane between the crystal beads, he used the wind escape technique to rush towards Yuming from the gaps between the crystal beads. Rumble, a burst of earth-shattering noise was continuous. All the crystal beads exploded in an instant. This old bird doesn't want to live anymore? Xiaohua hurriedly retreated. The explosion of the crystal beads produced a strong tearing force around him at the same time. Not only did it break his protective brilliance, it also tore the Taoist robe he just changed into. He was in an even more sorry state than before when he was bare-armed. Fortunately, Xiaohua's wind escape technique was considered powerful. When he revealed his figure, he was already 100 zhang away. Although his face was pale gold and there were some bloodstains on the corner of his mouth, other than his body being almost naked, there weren't too many wounds. Ha ha, terrifying phoenix, how can you be this old man's opponent? Yuming shouted almost crazily. There were also faint bloodstains on the corner of his mouth. However, Yuming's following action made Xiaohua even more puzzled. This old bird actually used his divine ability on a huge spike not far away. He blasted off the tip of the spike. Moreover, his mouth was still shouting, "Terrifying phoenix, how can you be this old man's opponent?" This guy. Xiaohua saw Yuming's almost scattered eyes. He suddenly realized, this guy is crazy. No, he's not crazy. It's the soul talisman that made his soul. At the same time when Xiaohua realized, Yuming suddenly rushed straight towards the high-altitude rock wall. His mouth was still shouting, "Terrifying phoenix, how can you be this old man's opponent?" Wang. A huge rumbling sound rang out, and Yuming quickly rushed into the rock wall. The rock wall emitted a faint ripple, and Yuming's figure disappeared. It can't be. Could it be that this old bird is playing tricks? Xiaohua was shocked. He hurriedly flew in front of the rock wall, where Yuming disappeared. However, he saw that there was a huge crystal pillar on the rock wall. Where could Yuming's figure be seen? And beside the crystal pillar, the various colors of the 6-petaled crystals were still shining. Go! Xiaohua hurriedly used the earth escape technique and rushed towards that crystal pillar. Dang! A sound rang out. Xiaohua's head collided with it. It almost gave birth to a big bump. Damn it! Xiaohua woke up. This was definitely not a rock pillar. However, after Xiaohua took out both the fire escape technique and the wood escape technique to test, he was disappointed. He was afraid that he wouldn't be able to catch up to Yuming no matter what. I'm really unlucky, Xiaohua secretly said. This young master is already 1,000 times more careful, but I still let a bird cultivator escape. This young master's name, Sai. I'm afraid that Senior Feng Booping will know. Perhaps this is why there is no such thing as an impermeable wall in this world. Xiaohua sighed and landed. Seeing that there were no more abnormalities nearby, he flew over and grabbed with his hand. Crack! Bang! Bang! The restrictions that Yuming placed on Xiao Mao's body earlier were all broken by Xiaohua. And because Xiao Mao's figure landed, it was precisely between the spikes. He did not receive any damage from Yuming's crystal. Big brother, Xiao Mao had already seen Xiaohua. Seeing Xiaohua use his divine ability, his eyes were filled with gratitude. However, he saw that Xiaohua did not look at him. He knew that he was afraid of attracting the attention of Yuming and the others. Thus, he did not dare to struggle. Only at this moment did he jump up. He bowed down and shouted, "Big brother saved this little brother's life again. Get up!" Xiaohua's voice was not angry but mighty. A man's knees can bow to heaven and earth, can bow to his parents. Others do not need to bow, even if it is a brother. Yes, this little brother understands. Hearing Xiaohua call himself brother, Xiao Mao was overjoyed. He immediately jumped up from the ground and looked at Xiaohua with a smile. Damn it, you've seen all of me. Xiaohua chuckled as he formed hand seals. He immediately disappeared and reappeared in a moment. He had already changed into a new Taoist robe. Xiao Mao's eyes flashed with a strange color. He looked at Xiaohua with admiration. Sai, you've finally grown up. Xiaohua looked at the wind and frost on Xiao Mao's face and the slightly white hair on his temples. He sighed and said, "When this Xiao saw you, you were practically still a drooping child." He, on the other hand, Big brother's appearance is still the same. This little brother is truly envious. Xiao Mao actually did not mind. His cultivation was difficult and dangerous. The hardships he suffered were not known to ordinary cultivators. He had long been accustomed to it. TCH, what's so good about it? As Xiaohua spoke, he clapped his hand and took out a face-retaining pill and threw it to Xiao Mao. You'll know what's bad about it after taking it. Yes. Xiao Mao received the face-retaining pill without hesitation. He opened his mouth and swallowed it. Sweat, you're not going to ask what kind of pill it is? Xiaohua was also slightly stunned. Chapter 24-23. Xiao Mao honestly replied, "Since Big Brother bestowed it to me, Little Brother would never dare to refuse. That's why I didn't ask." Ha ha ha, good boy, good job. Xiaohua was very happy in his heart. During this period of time, he had saved Cui Hongshan countless times and was even contradicted by that guy. How could he compare to Xiao Mao's understanding? Brothers are brothers. When the ageless pill's medicinal power was produced, Xiao Mao felt faint lightning flickering in his meridians. He was somewhat puzzled. Xiaohua ignored him and looked at the azure-skinned gourd on top of the huge spike. That violent vibration had already come to an end. The brilliance was also somewhat dim. Xiaohua then looked at the majority of the remaining yellow talisman fireball in the air. His eyes turned and he had an idea. "Get up." Xiaohua grabbed with his hand, and Zhong Mingtian's body flew up from the ground. "Go." Xiaohua pointed his hand, and the soul strand drove the fireball into Zhong Mingtian's forehead. Zhong Mingtian was only at the brink of death after being struck by Xiaohua's lightning palm. When the yellow talisman fireball entered her body, it really rejected her soul that was about to disappear. Zhong Mingtian's expression immediately became sinister. Her already drowned consciousness also suddenly woke up. The pain she previously inflicted on the 6 Dao sect cultivators was also tasted one by one before she died. Rise, Zhong Mingtian was heavily injured. Even if the potential in her body was completely stimulated, how powerful could she be? Seeing her like a dying light, Xiaohua pointed his hand, and the soul talisman fireball came out from the top of Zhong Mingtian's head. Zhong Mingtian's entire body was covered in bruises. With a plop, she fell to the ground and was piled up together with the female cultivator from Xuanyan's school. At this moment, the two could no longer distinguish between friend and foe. Go, Xiaohua's face was similarly grave. His soul strand carefully pulled the soul-sucking fireball. Although Zhong Mingtian's soul struggled with all its might inside the fireball, it seemed to be unable to break free from Xiaohua's control. Wu, the azure-skinned gourd seemed to have some kind of intelligence. Without waiting for the soul talisman fireball to reach its head, it immediately emitted a green brilliance. The suction force at the mouth of the gourd greatly increased, and the fluctuations also rapidly shook. However, when the blood ball entered the green gourd, the entire gourd suddenly became still like before. It no longer vibrated, and the fluctuations disappeared. However, the suction force from the head of the gourd increased greatly, and a huge amount of light blue light rushed into it. Xiao Mao looked at all of this with his mouth agape. He didn't know how Xiaohua could understand all of this. Yes, it will be done in an hour. Xiaohua clapped his hands as he spoke. In his heart, he was also somewhat apprehensive. That supreme light azure sword had flown out for a long time. The sword transformation swordsman would probably rush over soon. However, calculating the time at Chicken Cry Mountain, this half an hour should be enough to wait. "Big brother, what are you doing?" Xiao Mao finally asked in a low voice. "Heh, this is the yin-yang sword spirit of a sword cultivator. It seems like it's meant to be used against my Dao sect cultivators. I'm only an hour away from refining it." Xiaohua didn't try to hide anything. As he spoke, he pointed at the tidal bead guarding the entrance of the cave. A wave of sparkling, innate primordial water was sucked into the bead and landed on his hand. "I see." Xiao Mao's heart trembled as he looked at the many corpses under the spikes. "How should we deal with these? Is that female cultivator a disciple of your Xuanyan school?" Xiaohua pointed and said, "If you want to take her corpse away, put it in your storage pouch. As for the other cultivators you don't know, take them out of here and bury them outside." "Yes." Xiao Mao nodded. He put away the cultivator's corpse, then looked at the 2 sword cultivators. "What about these 2? AI, bury them together." Xiaohua sighed. In the great battle of the Tao of the Sword, both swordsmen and cultivators are helpless. "Yes, little brother understands." A trace of warmth flashed through Xiao Mao's eyes. "Oh, take all the storage pouches." Xiaohua still didn't forget to say. 2 hours later, in a corner of Yin-Yang Twin Springs Mountain, in a rather large pit, the corpses of close to 20 swordsmen and cultivators were neatly placed there. Ashes to ashes, dust to dust. Fellow Taoists and the swordsmen of Huan country, you were enemies when you were alive. Now that you've all become ghosts, don't fight anymore and become ghost cultivators. Fellow sword cultivators, don't blame this young master. The heavenly Tao is dissatisfied with the cycle of karma. Everything is decided by the heavens. Rest in peace. Xiaohua didn't know if what he said was true or false. After saying a few words, he waved his hand, and a large amount of snow mixed with soil piled on top of everyone's corpses, slowly burying them. Xiao Mao watched from the side with curiosity. The sword cultivators that he had killed had all been burned or casually thrown away, but he had never been so serious about it. He waited until he flew up into the air with Xiaohua before he carefully asked, "Big brother, since you are so kind, why don't you just leave the corpses of these sword cultivators underground and wait for the sword cultivators to come and find them and bring them back to their respective sects? Why do you have to go through so much trouble?" Hee, Xiaohua laughed as he flew. Kindness is something that must be done, whether it's towards sword cultivators or cultivators. But Big Brother definitely won't do something that brings trouble to himself. If we leave their corpses where they are, when the swordsmen come, they will definitely investigate their injuries. In this way, won't they know everything about Big Brother's methods? The next time we meet the sword cultivators of Huan country, won't Big Brother be at a disadvantage? So that's how it is. Xiao Mao clapped his hands and laughed. Big Brother really isn't a stickler for formalities. Ayo. As he spoke, Xiao Mao's gaze casually swept across the frozen lake below them. They were very close to the surface of the ice, and their appearances were reflected on the surface of the ice like a real mirror. He was very shocked by his own appearance. Then Xiao Mao stretched out his hand and waved it in front of his eyes. A circular mirror appeared in front of him. Looking at his dark sideburns and white and tender face in the mirror, Xiao Mao was stunned. After a moment, he looked at Xiaohua and said in surprise, "Big brother, is this a rejuvenation pill?" "Who knows?" Xiaohua shrugged. "I got it from someone else's storage bag. It looks similar to the rejuvenation pill that was auctioned in Sky Patrol City last time. Big brother has no use for it, so I'm just giving it to you to try." Xiao Mao's eyes turned slightly, and he said somewhat embarrassedly, "Is there more in the storage bag?" Xiaohua was even more stunned, but then he nodded and said, "There's one more. If you want two, that won't do." "That's great, just one will do," Xiao Mao said anxiously. "Who is it for?" Xiaohua asked with a smile. Xiao Mao's white and tender face was now slightly red, and he said in a low voice, "It's for the sect." Hearing Xiao Mao's voice that was as soft as a mosquito's, Xiaohua laughed. He clapped his hands and took out another face-retaining pill, and said, "Forget it, we'll talk about it when we meet." "Okay," Xiao Mao was relieved and explained. "She's not in Sky Patrol City now. When there's a chance, I'll definitely let her come and meet Big Brother." But just as Xiao Mao reached out to take the jade bottle, Xiaohua withdrew his hand and asked thoughtfully, "Could it be that you don't even want Big Brother to know her name?" Xiao Mao smacked his lips and said embarrassedly, "Her name is Qin Jian." "What Qin Jian?" Xiaohua was stunned. There were many people with the same name in this world. She might have the same name as the illusory swordsman of Huan country, Qin Jian. This disciple of Xuanyan school was a little unlucky. "It's not the sword from Flying Sword." Xiao Mao naturally knew Xiaohua's surprise and hurriedly explained, "It's the Jian from Healthy. I didn't want to say it just now because of this." Ha. Xiaohua stuffed the jade bottle into his hand and laughed. "Who cares if her name is the same or not? Even if it's the same, so what? When Big Brother kills Qin Jian, won't Xiaoyu continent only have Qin Jian from Xuanyan school left?" Big Brother wants to kill Qin Jian? Xiao Mao's face showed envy. "Why? You're interested too?" Xiaohua looked at Xiao Mao and asked. "Yes," Xiao Mao replied, but he was a little regretful. "Unfortunately, my cultivation is too low and can't help Big Brother much. You're already in the middle stage of foundation establishment. You're even stronger than Big Brother. Why can't you help?" Xiaohua smiled. Xiao Mao naturally knew that Xiaohua hid his cultivation, but he didn't point it out. He smiled apologetically. "Even if I'm in the middle stage of foundation establishment, killing Qin Jian is still difficult. Also, I just broke through to the middle stage of foundation establishment. It's nothing." "Oh, you just broke through? Why didn't you return to Xuanyan school?" Xiaohua asked curiously. Xiao Mao shook his head and said, "Master said that the battlefield is the best opportunity to raise one's cultivation. He won't let me return to Xuanyan school until the battle ends. Motherfucker, there's still this kind of master. Immediately, Xiaohua felt that his extremely harsh master was helpless and close to him. Xiao Mao smiled. This is also because master is good to me. I entered the middle stage of foundation establishment on the battlefield. If I was in Xuanyan school, I might not be able to succeed even after a few more years. Furthermore, my cultivation has improved a lot during this period of time. Xiaohua nodded and asked again, have you been practicing that secret technique? Yes. Xiao Mao always wanted to say, but he knew that it was Xiaohua's secret. If Xiaohua didn't mention it, he also didn't dare to rashly mention it. Thanks to Big Brother's secret technique, not only did I benefit a lot in my cultivation, I also used that secret technique to escape with my life many times. Do you have any questions? Xiaohua asked again. Yes. Xiao Mao answered without hesitation, his face filled with joy. Good, say it. Xiaohua nodded. Big Brother will give you a few pointers. Great. I've been looking forward to this day for a long time. Xiao Mao almost jumped up. Then, Xiao Mao spoke of the many questions that were engraved in his mind one by one. Xiaohua patiently explained them one by one, and also talked about the slightly more profound dragon transformation art. Xiao Mao was so excited that he scratched his ears and cheeks. Seeing that Xiao Mao was so eager to learn, Xiaohua simply didn't sleep or rest, flying and talking at the same time. The next evening, Xiaohua was answering Xiao Mao's questions with a smile when suddenly a kind of palpitation surged in his heart. Xiaohua quivered and immediately felt that something was wrong. He grabbed Xiao Mao's hand and said anxiously, quickly fly back. No. Fly to the left. Just as the two of them flew a few hundred feet, a powerful divine sense swept over from the direction of Sky Patrol City. Chapter 24-24. Seeing Xiaohua suddenly change the direction of his flight, first returning to the Yin-Yang Dual Perfection Mountain and then changing directions, Xiao Mao was originally in a daze. He still hadn't broken free from his comprehension of the dragonization art and could only instinctively follow Xiaohua. However, when he saw Xiaohua in such a state of panic and wanted to ask him about it, an angry divine sense swept over like an avalanche. Transform. Transform into a swordsman. Although Xiao Mao hadn't become a swordsman, the flying sword-like divine sense of a swordsman was clearly different from a cultivator. How could Xiao Mao not know that a swordsman had come when his divine sense swept over? That divine sense swept past Xiaohua and Xiao Mao and immediately locked onto them. Immediately after, a rainbow-like sword light slowly rose from the distant horizon, and a sword hum that sounded like a gurgling stream seemed to resound in the horizon, but also seemed to be ringing in their ears. Xiaohua and Xiao Mao's expressions changed greatly. Even if they used their heels to think, they knew that the arrival of a swordsman was related to the Yin-Yang Dual Perfection Mountain. Run! Xiao Mao was indeed panicking at this time. After an idea emerged in his mind, he hurriedly said, Big Brother, your cultivation is high. Run first, don't wait for me. However, seeing that Xiaohua was also panicking and was even flying slower than him, Xiao Mao was puzzled again. Naturally, this kind of puzzlement disappeared when he saw Xiaohua wink at him. He knew that Xiaohua was concealing his cultivation and was also unwilling to abandon him. The gurgling stream grew louder and louder, almost turning into a torrential river and a surging tide. It enveloped the space of several hundred feet around the two of them. Almost all the spiritual energy of heaven and earth seemed to have solidified. Don't fly! Xiaohua shouted loudly and then stood respectfully in the air. Hearing this, Xiao Mao also hurriedly stopped and stood there respectfully, as if he was greeting a nascent soul master. Wang, a sound like waves beating against the shore sounded. That dark green sword light flowed across the horizon and landed in front of the two of them. Greetings to Senior transforming into a swordsman. Xiaohua and Xiao Mao bowed respectfully. Humph, that dark green sword light didn't dissipate at all. A metallic sound flashed from the blue waves and scattered the true essence in the two of them. Senior, please spare my life. Xiao Mao hurriedly cried out as he fell. Sure enough, right after falling for around 30 meters, Xiao Mao suddenly felt that his true essence could be condensed again, and he hurriedly circulated his magic power and barely managed to stabilize his body. Xiaohua, who was beside Xiao Mao, seemed to be in an even more miserable state. He directly fell for over 30 meters before barely standing up, and his little face had long since become ghastly pale. The sword hummed again, and the dark green sword light didn't stop there. It swept up the surrounding spiritual energy, and with a gale, it rushed into the distance. That place was where the Yin-Yang Twin Springs Mountain was located. Xiao Mao didn't dare to move. After waiting for the time it took to smoke a cigarette, he finally heard Xiao Hua's smiling voice. "Let's go." "Yes, big brother." Xiao Mao was drenched in sweat. He rejoiced in his heart. Fortunately, this swordsman still had some of the demeanor of a senior and did not make things difficult for him. If he really used soul-searching or other methods, he was afraid that it would be difficult for him to escape with his life. When he looked at Xiao Hua again, he also had a look of relief on his face. Xiao Hua was very clear about what he had done. To be able to escape this calamity so easily, Xiao Hua unconsciously touched his auspicious jade talisman. After transforming into a sword and leaving, Xiao Hua and Xiao Mao pretended to fly for an hour. Immediately after, they turned towards the Gale snowfield. Xiao Mao tidied up his mood and asked for guidance again. On this day, after Xiao Mao finished listening to Xiao Hua's teachings, he carefully pondered, but his gaze fell on the mountain range below his feet. "Ayo, big brother, isn't that my Xuanyan school's spiritual stone vein in front?" Xiao Mao said anxiously. Could it be that my Xuanyan school's spiritual stone vein hasn't been occupied by sword cultivators? In these few days, Xiao Hua only explained the dragon transformation art, but didn't tell Xiao Mao why he was looking for him. Your Xuanyan school's spiritual stone vein has long been occupied by sword cultivators. Otherwise, how would Big Brother know your whereabouts? Xiao Hua replied carelessly. Big Brother, did you specially look for me? Xiao Mao looked at Xiao Hua in disbelief. Little brother thought that Big Brother was just lucky. Hee, everything was just a coincidence. Don't mention it. Xiao Hua waved his hand and said, Big Brother came to the Gale snowfield with someone else. We even agreed to meet in the vicinity. Yes. Xiao Mao was even more grateful and didn't ask any more questions. Xiao Hua looked around. It wasn't too far from Xuanyan School's spiritual stone vein, and it wasn't too far from the place where he parted ways with Li Zongbao. He took out his command medallion. Then he immersed his divine sense in it. After looking at it for a moment, he pointed at the command medallion. A faint light flew out from the command medallion and rushed into the blue sky, flying in a certain direction. Let's go. Xiao Hua waved his hand and chased after that light. After flying for 2 hours, 2 cultivators flew over from the distant sky. One was Li Zongbao, and the other was a golden core cultivator dressed in Xuanyan School's Taoist robes. This is my Xuanyan School's Gao Qingyuan, martial uncle Gao. Xiao Mao naturally recognized that golden core cultivator and said in a low voice, Xiao Hua nodded and led Xiao Mao over. He bowed and said, Junior Xiao Hua of the Imperial Thunder Sect greets martial uncle Gao. Xiao Mao also bowed and greeted at the same time. So you're Xiao Hua. Gao Qingyuan, whose hair was white but whose smile was amiable, waved his hand and blocked Xiao Hua's greeting. However, he ignored Xiao Mao and said to Xiao Hua, I've been waiting here for you for several days. I finally get to see you. Xiao Hua was shocked and hurriedly asked, Senior, why are you looking for me? I don't know. I've made you wait for a long time. It's nothing. Gao Qingyuan waved his hand and said, You saved several hundred disciples of my Xuanyan school. With such a great favor, it's only right for me to wait several years. I don't dare. Xiao Hua suddenly understood and smiled apologetically. I just used a little trick. I didn't expect that a brainless sword cultivator would actually fall for it. Hearing Xiao Hua vaguely say a little trick, Gao Qingyuan knew that Xiao Hua didn't want to say more. He also smiled and said, I don't care what method you used. As long as you can save my Xuanyan school disciples, I'll be grateful. I don't dare. I don't deserve Senior's gratitude. Xiao Hua hurriedly waved his hand. A golden core cultivator naturally wouldn't greet a foundation establishment cultivator. Seeing Xiao Hua decline, Gao Qingyuan took the opportunity and said, I've already sent a message to Sky Patrol City regarding little friend Zhao's contribution. Moreover, I've left a mark on Li Zongbao's captain token. When Li Zongbao hands over the captain token to Sky Patrol City's assembly hall, little friend Zhao's contribution will naturally be rewarded. Xiao Hua was overjoyed and bowed. Many thanks, Senior Gao. In addition, tonight, several golden core cultivators of my Xuanyan school, as well as several fellow Taoists from friendly sects, will act together to take back my Xuanyan school's spirit stone mine. I wonder if little friend Xiao is interested? That's another great merit. Gao Chengyuan said with a grin. Xiaohua was very hesitant. He knew very well that he had taken away a lot of the supreme-grade spirit stones stored in the Xuanyan school's spirit stone mine. Even if the Xuanyan school's disciples took back the spirit stone mine, he was afraid that they would suffer heavy losses. It couldn't be considered a great merit. Xiaohua looked at Li Zongbao. Li Zongbao's face was still expressionless. Xiaohua's heart moved, and he smiled apologetically. Is Qin Jian in this spirit stone mine? Qin Jian? Gao Chengyuan was stunned, and a trace of a smile appeared on his face. He turned to look at Li Zongbao and said, Little friendly, Xiaohua is indeed as you said. This old man can be considered to have lost to you. He. Li Zongbao smiled and didn't answer. When Xiaohua heard, his heart was also clear. He knew that Li Zongbao didn't agree to Gao Chengyuan's matter. As far as this old man knows, Qin Jian isn't in this Gale snowfield. As for where he is, this old man also doesn't know. Gao Chengyuan said. Actually, this old man is also looking for this bastard. However, this bastard is too cunning. It's really hard to find him. If you all can kill that bastard Qin Jian, this old man will also be happy. It's a pity that my Xuanyan school's disciples. Martial Uncle Gao. Xiao Mao took the opportunity to bow. This disciple is willing to follow senior brother Li and Xiao. Senior brother Xiao to kill Qin Jian, and also spread the fame of my Xuanyan school's disciples. Whose disciple are you? At this moment, Gao Chengyuan asked Xiao Mao. This disciple is Xiao Mao, a disciple of Qinglong Mountain's Yuan Jiming. Xiao Mao respectfully replied. Oh, so it's senior brother Yuan's disciple. Yuan Xiaohua. Gao Chengyuan was somewhat pensive. Xiao Mao was still respectful. Good, martial uncle knows. This junior has only met Xiaohua and senior brother Xiao when we were young. We don't have any blood relations. Oh, so it's like that. Gao Chengyuan nodded. He then looked at Li Zongbao and smiled. However, your cultivation is only at the middle stage of foundation establishment. I'm afraid that you'll be a burden to him? Xiaohua didn't expect Xiao Mao to want to follow him. However, since Xiao Mao had spoken, Xiaohua naturally wouldn't reject his intentions. He said, Junior hasn't reached the middle stage of foundation establishment yet? Since junior brother Xiao wants to kill Qin Jian, then lend us a hand. And that's fine too. Li Zongbao took out the team leader token and said, If martial uncle Gao agrees, then junior will bring Xiao Mao along. Haha, well said. Why would Gao Chengyuan care about a disciple who had just reached the middle stage of foundation establishment? He casually took out his own token and left a mark on Li Zongbao's token. Li Zongbao also left a mark on Xiao Mao's token. This way, Xiao Mao officially joined Li Zongbao's special team in the discussion hall. After Xiaohua and the others respectfully bid farewell to Gao Chengyuan, the three of them flew into the sky. Only then did Xiaohua introduce Xiao Mao to Li Zongbao. Li Zongbao nodded slightly. He didn't think that Xiao Mao had the qualifications to join his team. However, since Xiaohua had spoken, how could Li Zongbao, a cultivator who had been good at socializing since young, not agree? Moreover, Li Zongbao was extremely curious. How did Xiaohua save Xiao Mao? Where did he find Xiao Mao? However, Xiao Mao was different. He had also heard of Li Zongbao's reputation since young. Now that he saw Li Zongbao standing in front of him and was about to fight alongside him, the excitement in his heart was self-evident. Chapter 24-25. Senior brotherly, my respect for you, has been there since I was a child. Xiao Mao stammered as he bowed to Li Zongbao. Before he started practicing the parting love treasure mirror, Li Zongbao would have nodded with a smile. He would have responded warmly and said a few words of encouragement, showing the demeanor of a teacher. But now Li Zongbao nodded slightly but didn't say much. He only said, well, you're not bad either. Xiaohua has talked about you before. Tisk, Xiaohua laughed. Big brother has saved you several times, but I don't see you being so respectful. Haha, big brother is big brother, senior brotherly is senior brotherly. I grew up listening to senior brother Li's name. Xiao Mao knew that Xiaohua didn't care about it. He smiled and replied, and when I was practicing, I set a goal for myself and wanted to use senior brotherly as my standard. Xiao Mao's eyes showed a trace of gloominess, but Xiao Hua and Li Zongbao didn't see it. Seeing that Li Zongbao didn't want to talk to him, Xiao Hua smiled. Among the young cultivators in the Three Kingdoms, senior brother Li's reputation is the highest. Who doesn't see him as their idol? Everyone talks about him like that when they see him. I'm afraid he's tired of hearing it. Haha, that's for sure. Xiao Mao nodded. I've heard from some cultivators in the Utopia faction that senior brother Li is the #1 cultivator under the Golden Core stage in the Three Kingdoms. You can imagine how much praise he has. That was in the past. I'm afraid I'll have to give way in the future. Li Zongbao suddenly said. Oh, why? Xiao Mao was stunned. Could it be? Immediately, Xiao Mao came to a realization. He shook his head disapprovingly and said, Fairy Hong Xia and Yun Jichong of the Huanhua sect. Although their reputations are resounding, from what I know, they don't live up to their reputations. Yun Jichong is only in the middle stage of the foundation establishment stage, and has yet to enter the late stage of the foundation establishment stage. Fairy Hong Xia has just entered the late stage of the foundation establishment stage. Oh? Fairy Hong Xia is in the late stage of the foundation establishment stage. Xiao Hua heard that Xiao Mao compared Fairy Hong Xia and Yun Jichong to Li Zongbao, and didn't know whether to laugh or cry. When he heard the news about Fairy Hong Xia, he was even more overjoyed. What? Big brother knows Fairy Hong Xia? Xiao Mao was slightly taken aback. Then he slapped his own head. Io, that rumored disciple of the Imperial Thunder sect. Could it be Big Brother? What? Big Brother, this pretty boy is not worthy of Fairy Hong Xia? Xiao Hua touched his chin and asked in dissatisfaction. Of course. If it wasn't for Big Brother, which cultivator in this world would be worthy of? At this point, Xiao Mao realized that there was a flaw in his words and looked at Li Zongbao rather awkwardly. When he looked at Li Zongbao again, the corners of his mouth were slightly twitching. Clearly, Xiao Mao's words had triggered his thoughts. Seeing this, Xiao Mao felt a little uneasy. He didn't know what he had said wrong. He looked at Xiao Hua for help. Xiao Hua sighed in his heart. Now that Kai Zhuoxia had died, Li Zongbao. What should Xiao Hua say? Oh, that's right. How come Yun Guichong is about to reach the late stage of the foundation establishment realm? Xiao Hua could only change the topic. Xiao Mao hurriedly said, yes, otherwise how could Yun Guichong's reputation catch up to senior brother Li's? Ever since he reached the foundation establishment realm, his cultivation has advanced by leaps and bounds. In just a few decades, he rushed into the middle stage of the foundation establishment realm. The news I heard was more than 10 years ago. Now, who knows if he has already reached the late stage of the foundation establishment realm. No matter how powerful he is definitely not my opponent. Not to mention Xiao Hua's opponent. Li Zongbao's face regained its calm as he said in a low voice. Yes. When Xiao Mao heard this, he suddenly realized that Li Zongbao's earlier words also meant this. However, he didn't compare Xiao Hua to Li Zongbao, because in his eyes, Xiao Hua killed 3 illusory swordsmen with a raise of his hand. And there were also 3 illusory swordsmen that he didn't see. Xiao Hua's cultivation had long surpassed the Gold Core realm. How could Li Zongbao compare to Xiao Hua? In his words, he had included Xiao Hua as well. Indeed. Xiao Mao hurriedly rubbed his hands and said with a smile, Big Brother's cultivation is really powerful. It is comparable to senior brother Li's. At this point, Xiao Mao suddenly remembered that when he met Xiao Hua that year, Xiao Hua was indeed much older than him, but his cultivation was much lower than his. When they met for the second time, Xiao Hua's cultivation was still inferior to his. But now? Don't flatter him. Even if he rode a dragon, he wouldn't be able to catch up. He only treated Xiao Hua as his family, and only felt that his cultivation should be higher than his. However, he never thought that Xiao Hua's progress would be so shocking. I'm afraid that secret technique is the secret to Big Brother's cultivation, right? Xiao Mao thought again, his heart full of gratitude. Seeing that Li Zongbao pointed out his cultivation, Xiao Hua simply became a taciturn gourd. He didn't mention this matter and asked in return, Senior Brotherly, let's not talk about this anymore. Where are we going now? If Qin Jian isn't in the Gale Snowfield, where is he? This time, we failed to ambush Qin Jian and fell into the sword cultivator's trap. Li Zongbao said, our Taoist sect cultivators suffered heavy losses. However, those cultivators seemed to be somewhat unwilling. They listened to Gao Chengyuan's instigation and prepared to work for Xuanyan School. Tonight, they will attack Xuanyan School's spiritual stone mine. As for those Xuanyan School disciples, they were sent back to Sky Patrol City by Gao Qingyuan. Why did Uncle Master Gao Qingyuan suddenly come to the Gale snowfield? Xiao Mao felt a little strange and said regretfully, if only they had come a few days earlier. Oof, they were just passing by. If they hadn't met your Xuanyan School disciples who were rescued by Xiao Hua, they wouldn't have thought of the spiritual stone mine. Li Zongbao sneered. He didn't seem to like Gao Qingyuan and the others. Then, Li Zongbao said to Xiao Hua, since Qin Jian isn't in the Gale snowfield and Gao Qingyuan and the others don't know, we naturally have to return to Sky Patrol City and wait for news of Qin Jian before we come out. Oh, Xiao Hua nodded. That's good too. I'm afraid the disciples of the first team of the thunder-controlling sect will also be going back. I can go back and send them off. Not necessarily. Li Zongbao said again, if we receive any news on the way, we won't return to Sky Patrol City. Okay. Xiao Hua nodded and did not object. Xiao Mao was not stressed at all. He understood that no matter how powerful Qin Jian was, he was just an illusory swordsman. Zhong Haoshuan and the others who captured him were also illusory swordsmen and were not inferior to Qin Jian. Xiao Hua could kill Zhong Haoshuan alone, so he could naturally kill Qin Jian. He could only take credit for himself and also receive guidance from Xiao Hua. What was wrong with that? The three of them flew for a long time. When Xiao Hua saw that Li Zongbao was no longer talking about Xiao Mao, he turned his head and said, Senior Brother Li, do you remember the disciples of the thunder-controlling sect that we met before we entered the Gale snowfield? Yes, of course. Li Zongbao replied faintly. Could it be that you have some new clues? That's right. Xiao Hua nodded and said, this time when I went to rescue Xiao Mao, I happened to meet the deceased teacher of the thunder-controlling sect. Then Xiao Hua was about to tell him what happened, but Li Zongbao waved his hand and said, you can give me a brief account of what happened. I'm also curious. Why did the sword cultivator capture Xiao Mao? However, if it involves the secrets of the thunder-controlling sect or the Xuanyan School, it's fine if I don't tell you. Seeing that Li Zongbao's character was so noble, Xiao Hua was full of admiration. To tell the truth, if he were in Li Zongbao's shoes, he would rather Li Zongbao tell him everything in detail, including where the spirit stones were and where the treasures were. Everyone is different. Xiao Hua sighed and roughly told the whole story. Of course, he would never tell Li Zongbao about the spiritual stones, innate pure water, and innate jellyfish. The teacher of the thunder-controlling sect discovered the secret of the sword cultivator. It should be related to the war, so he was killed by the sword cultivator. Xiao Hua finally said, whether it's Senior Brother Li or me, this news can be reported to the conference hall. Moreover, the sword cultivator went from the direction of the Sky Patrol City to the Yinyang Twin Spring Mountain. If the news is not true, why would the sword cultivator care? No need. Li Zongbao waved his hand and said, let's go to the conference hall now. It's better for you to report to the conference hall. After all, your teacher of the thunder-controlling sect exchanged his life for this. It's just that. Xiao Hua was still hesitant. He was afraid that the golden core cultivators in the conference hall would get to the bottom of the matter and his benefits would be discovered. Li Zongbao obviously understood Xiao Hua's thoughts and said coldly, don't pay attention to them. Don't say anything if you don't want to. Your things are your things. If others want them, they have to get your permission. If you feel that it's inappropriate, you can push all the blame to me. Yes, I know. Xiao Hua was delighted. Actually, what secrets, what schemes in the face of absolute strength, they are all in vain. Li Zongbao said proudly, I don't believe that a sword cultivator can control the outcome of a battle between Dao cultivators with a flying sword. Xiao Hua heard and felt that it was reasonable. Even he himself might not be afraid of the supreme light sword, let alone a nascent soul cultivator. But what about those sword formations? Xiao Hua reminded, sword cultivators have sword formations. My Dao sect naturally also has formations. Li Zongbao said indifferently, although the Dao of formations has declined, it's more than enough to deal with sword formations. Don't worry, this matter is not up to you and me. We only need to remind them of this matter. Okay, I understand. Xiao Hua nodded. Then the three of them hurried on with their journey. Another 10 days passed. During this time, Xiao Mao was really studious. While Xiao Hua was steering the flying boat, he sat cross-legged beside Xiao Hua. If he had any questions, he would immediately send a voice transmission to Xiaohua. Xiaohua would also immediately answer him. His tireless appearance was not inferior to that of a strict teacher. On this day, they were passing through a vast expanse of white snow. In order to avoid suspicion, Li Zongbao stood in front of the flowing cloud-flying boat with his hands folded. He heard the rumbling of magic treasures in front of him. Li Zongbao scanned with his divine sense and shouted, "Don't hurt my Dao sect disciple." While speaking, Li Zongbao waved his hand and took out the immortal piercing whip from his storage bag. His figure flashed and flew out of the flowing cloud-flying boat, charging into the battle ahead. Chapter 24-26. Senior Brotherly, my respect for you has been there since I was a child. Xiao Mao stammered as he bowed to Li Zongbao. Before he started practicing the parting love treasure mirror, Li Zongbao would have nodded with a smile. He would have responded warmly and said a few words of encouragement, showing the demeanor of a teacher. But now Li Zongbao nodded slightly but didn't say much. He only said, "Well, you're not bad either. Xiaohua has talked about you before." Tisk, Xiaohua laughed. "Big brother has saved you several times, but I don't see you being so respectful." "Haha, big brother is big brother, senior brotherly is senior brotherly. I grew up listening to senior brother Li's name." Xiao Mao knew that Xiaohua didn't care about it. He smiled and replied, "And when I was practicing, I set a goal for myself and wanted to use senior brother Li as my standard." Xiao Mao's eyes showed a trace of gloominess, but Xiaohua and Li Zongbao didn't see it. Seeing that Li Zongbao didn't want to talk to him, Xiaohua smiled. Among the young cultivators in the Three Kingdoms, senior brother Li's reputation is the highest. Who doesn't see him as their idol? Everyone talks about him like that when they see him. I'm afraid he's tired of hearing it. Haha, that's for sure. Xiao Mao nodded. I've heard from some cultivators in the Utopia faction that senior brother Li is the #1 cultivator under the Golden Core stage in the Three Kingdoms. You can imagine how much praise he has. That was in the past. I'm afraid I'll have to give way in the future. Li Zongbao suddenly said. Oh, why? Xiao Mao was stunned. Could it be? Immediately, Xiao Mao came to a realization. He shook his head disapprovingly and said, Fairy Hong Xia and Yun Jichong of the Huanhua sect. Although their reputations are resounding, from what I know, they don't live up to their reputations. Yun Jichong is only in the middle stage of the foundation establishment stage, and has yet to enter the late stage of the foundation establishment stage. Fairy Hong Xia has just entered the late stage of the foundation establishment stage. Oh? Fairy Hong Xia is in the late stage of the foundation establishment stage? Xiaohua heard that Xiao Mao compared Fairy Hong Xia and Yun Jichong to Li Zongbao, and didn't know whether to laugh or cry. When he heard the news about Fairy Hong Xia, he was even more overjoyed. What? Big brother knows Fairy Hong Xia? Xiao Mao was slightly taken aback. Then he slapped his own head. Io, that rumored disciple of the Imperial Thunder sect. Could it be Big Brother? What? Big Brother, this pretty boy is not worthy of Fairy Hong Xia? Xiaohua touched his chin and asked in dissatisfaction. Haha, of course. If it wasn't for Big Brother, which cultivator in this world would be worthy of? At this point, Xiao Mao realized that there was a flaw in his words and looked at Li Zongbao rather awkwardly. When he looked at Li Zongbao again, the corners of his mouth were slightly twitching. Clearly, Xiao Mao's words had triggered his thoughts. Seeing this, Xiao Mao felt a little uneasy. He didn't know what he had said wrong. He looked at Xiaohua for help. Xiaohua sighed in his heart. Now that Kai Zhuoxia had died, Li Zongbao. What should Xiaohua say? Oh, that's right. How come Yun Guichong is about to reach the late stage of foundation establishment? Xiaohua had no choice but to change the topic. Xiao Mao hurriedly said, that's right. Otherwise, how could Yun Guichong's reputation catch up to senior brother Li's? Ever since he reached foundation establishment, his cultivation has advanced by leaps and bounds. In just a few decades, he reached the middle stage of foundation establishment. The news I heard was more than 10 years ago. Now, who knows if he has already reached the late stage of foundation establishment. No matter how powerful he is definitely not my opponent. Not to mention Xiaohua's opponent. Li Zongbao's face regained its calmness and said in a low voice. Yes. When Xiao Mao heard this, he suddenly realized that Li Zongbao's earlier words also meant this. But he didn't compare Xiaohua to Li Zongbao, because in his eyes, Xiaohua killed 3 illusory swordsmen with a raise of his hand. And there were also 3 illusory swordsmen that he hadn't seen. Xiaohua's cultivation had long surpassed gold core. How could Li Zongbao compare to Xiaohua? In his words, he had included Xiaohua as well. Indeed, indeed. Xiao Mao hurriedly rubbed his hands and said with a smile, Big Brother's cultivation is really powerful. It is comparable to senior brother Li's. At this point, Xiao Mao suddenly remembered that when he met Xiaohua was much older than him, but his cultivation was much lower than his. When they met for the second time, Xiaohua's cultivation was still inferior to his. But now? Don't flatter him. Even if he rode a dragon, he wouldn't be able to catch up. He only treated Xiaohua as his family. He only thought that Xiaohua's cultivation should be higher than his, but he never thought that Xiaohua's progress would be so shocking. I'm afraid that secret technique is the secret to Big Brother's cultivation, right? Xiao Mao thought again, his heart full of gratitude. Seeing that Li Zongbao pointed out his cultivation, Xiaohua simply became a taciturn gourd. He didn't mention this matter and asked in return, Senior Brother Li, let's not talk about this anymore. Where are we going now? If Qin Jian isn't in the Gale snowfield, where is he? This time we failed to ambush Qin Jian. Instead, we fell into the sword cultivator's trap. Li Zongbao said, our Taoist sect cultivators suffered heavy losses. However, those cultivators seemed to be a little unwilling. They listened to Gao Chengyuan's instigation and prepared to work for Xuanyan School. Tonight, they will attack Xuanyan School's spiritual stone mine. As for those Xuanyan School disciples, they were sent back to Sky Patrol City by Gao Chengyuan. Why did Uncle Gao Chengyuan suddenly come to the Gale snowfield? Xiao Mao was a little puzzled and said regretfully, if only they had come a few days earlier. Humph, they were just passing by. If they hadn't met your Xuanyan School disciples who were rescued by Xiaohua, they wouldn't have thought of the spiritual stone mine. Li Zongbao sneered. He didn't like Gao Chengyuan and the others. Then Li Zongbao said to Xiaohua, since Qin Jian isn't in the Gale snowfield, and Gao Chengyuan and the others don't know, we naturally have to return to Sky Patrol City and wait for news of Qin Jian before we come out. Oh, Xiaohua nodded. That's good too. I'm afraid the disciples of the first team of the thunder-controlling sect will also be going back. I can go back and send them off. Not necessarily. Li Zongbao said again. If we receive any news on the way, we won't return to Sky Patrol City. Okay. Xiaohua nodded and didn't object. Xiao Mao didn't feel any pressure at all. He understood that no matter how powerful Qin Jian was, he was merely an illusory swordsman. Zhong Haoshuan and the others who captured him were also illusory swordsmen and weren't inferior to Qin Jian. If Xiaohua could kill Zhong Haoshuan by himself, he would naturally be able to kill Qin Jian as well. If Xiao Mao followed Xiaohua, he would only be able to obtain merits. In addition, he would also be able to receive guidance from Xiaohua. The three of them flew for a long time. When Xiaohua saw that Li Zongbao didn't mention anything about Xiao Mao, he turned his head and said, Senior Brother Li, do you remember the disciples of the thunder-controlling sect that we met before we entered the Gale snowfield? Yes, of course. Li Zongbao replied indifferently. Could it be that you have some new clues? That's right. Xiaohua nodded and said, this time when I went to rescue Xiao Mao, I happened to meet the deceased teacher of the thunder-controlling sect. Then, Xiaohua was about to tell him what happened, but Li Zongbao waved his hand and said, you can give me a brief account of what happened. I'm also curious. Why did the sword cultivator capture Xiao Mao? However, if it's related to the secrets of the thunder-controlling sect or the Xuanyan School, I won't say it. Seeing that Li Zongbao's character was so noble, Xiaohua was full of admiration. To tell the truth, if he were in Li Zongbao's shoes, he would rather Li Zongbao tell him everything in detail, including where the spirit stones were and where the treasures were. Everyone is different. Xiaohua sighed and roughly told the whole story. Of course, he wouldn't tell Li Zongbao about the spiritual stones, innate pure water, and innate jellyfish. The teacher of the thunder-controlling sect discovered the secret of the sword cultivator. It should be related to the war, so he was killed by the sword cultivator. Xiaohua finally said, whether it's Senior Brother Li or me, this news can be reported to the conference hall. Moreover, the sword cultivator went from the direction of the Sky Patrol City to the Yinyang Twin Spring Mountain. If the news wasn't true, why would the sword cultivator care? No need. Li Zongbao waved his hand and said, Let's go to the conference hall now. It's better for you to report to the conference hall. After all, your teacher of the thunder-controlling sect exchanged his life for this. It's just that. Xiaohua was still hesitant. He was afraid that the golden core cultivators in the conference hall would get to the bottom of the matter and his benefits would be discovered. Li Zongbao obviously understood Xiaohua's thoughts and said coldly, "Don't pay attention to them. Don't talk about anything that you don't want to talk about. Your things are your things. If others want them, they have to get your permission. If you think it's inappropriate, you can push all the blame to me." "Yes, I know." Xiaohua was delighted. Actually, what secrets, what schemes, in the face of absolute strength, they are all in vain. Li Zongbao said proudly, "I don't believe that a sword cultivator can control the outcome of a battle between Dao cultivators with a flying sword." Xiaohua heard and felt that it was reasonable. Even he himself might not be afraid of the supreme light sword, let alone a nascent soul cultivator. But what about those sword formations? Xiaohua reminded, "Sword cultivators have sword formations. My Dao sect naturally also has formations." Li Zongbao said indifferently, "Although the Dao of formations has declined, it's still more than enough to deal with sword formations. Don't worry, and this matter isn't up to you and me. We just need to remind them." "Okay, I understand." Xiaohua nodded. Then the three of them hurried on with their journey. Another 10 days passed. During this time, Xiao Mao was really eager to learn. While Xiaohua was steering the flying boat, he sat cross-legged beside Xiaohua. If he had any questions, he would immediately send a voice transmission to Xiaohua. Xiaohua would also immediately answer him. His tireless appearance was not inferior to a strict teacher. On this day, they were passing through a vast expanse of white snow. In order to avoid suspicion, Li Zongbao stood in front of the flowing cloud-flying boat with his hands folded. He heard the sound of a treasure rumbling in front of him. Li Zongbao scanned with his divine sense and shouted, "Don't hurt my Dao sect disciple." Chapter 24-27. Zhang Qingxiao took it and looked at it with her divine sense. She sneered, "Prajna Parmitha Heart Sutra? Is this the Buddhist Heart Sutra you cultivate?" "Hee, I knew it. Buddhism is the nemesis of demonic arts. Demonic arts can also peek at Buddhist Heart Sutra." Xiaohua did not answer directly. He waved his hand and said, "Let Zhang Luer take a look at this Heart Sutra. If he can cultivate it, he can cultivate the Buddhist Heart Sutra. When I have time, I will give him some pointers." "Is there a difference between Buddhism and demonic cultivators?" Zhang Qingxiao disdainfully put away the golden puppet and said coldly, "Buddhism has long been extinct, but my demonic cultivators are going to prosper." Immediately, Zhang Qingxiao patted her storage bag again and took out a jade pendant and handed it to Xiaohua. "This is what junior sister asked me to bring to you." "What is this?" Xiaohua was a little strange. Junior sister found it in the ancestral hall. Zhang Qingxiao said, "It seems to be a cultivation technique of mine, Shang Huaming. It leans towards body cultivation. She said that you are my Shang Huaming's disciple and the only one suitable to cultivate it. So she entrusted me to bring it to you." Xiaohua did not care and put it into the space. He smiled and said, "If I don't give you the golden puppet, you will forget about this matter? Who knows?" Zhang Qingxiao spread her hands. "You gave me the golden puppet, and I will also give you the cultivation method." "Okay." Xiaohua was helpless and asked worriedly, "When will the demonic cultivators from Meng Mountain arrive? How can I help you?" You can help me?" Zhang Qingxiao smiled bitterly. "You should take care of yourself first." Xiaohua waved his hand, and the wishful staff appeared in his hand. His body moved like a ghost, and the sound of the wind on the wishful staff immediately rang in Zhang Qingxiao's ears. Zhang Qingxiao's face changed greatly. It was too late to bring out the bright scenery bell. He immediately pointed his finger, and a faint demonic qi flew out from his hand and blocked the wishful staff. Contrary to Zhang Qingxiao's expectations, the wishful steel staff looked at his devil qi as if it was nothing. It directly blocked the devil qi and struck in front of him. Hiss! Zhang Qingxiao was shocked and wanted to move. But at this time, Xiaohua's hand stopped. The wishful steel rod was firmly placed in front of him. He smiled and said, "Can I help you? Your staff is the 5 elements wishful heaven staff you were talking about? What kind of refining method is it?" Understanding Xiaohua's intentions, Zhang Qingxiao was overjoyed. "It's not that simple." Xiaohua put away the wishful steel rod and sighed. "It's just a prototype. I'm not afraid of the devil chi. If you want, this thing can help you, right? Oh. Yes, yes, of course it can. Zhang Qingxiao hurriedly nodded. If even my devil chi can't resist it, then the devil chi of others also can't resist it. Then Zhang Qingxiao thought for a moment and said, how about this? You wait for my message. If I introduce you to someone who calls you the deputy sect leader of the heavenly demon sect, you can kill him with a blow of your stick. Oh. Of course, Xiaohua said proudly. Killing a few devil dwellers was not a burden to Xiaohua. Alas, it's really at the end of the road. There's always a glimmer of hope. Zhang Qingxiao sighed. I didn't think that there would be a day when I could use junior brother. Well, why say more? Xiaohua looked into the distance and smiled. If you and I talk too much, others will be suspicious. Well, okay. Zhang Qingxiao nodded, but then shouted, by the way, the rejuvenation pill in the Sky Patrol City was refined by you, right? Oh, how do you know? Xiaohua asked curiously. Humph, junior sister and Zhang Yutong's faces changed. How can I not know? Zhang Qingxiao said snappily. Ha ha, so you want to give the face-retaining pill to Zhang Yutong. Xiaohua laughed. Hey, if I don't give it to her, who should I give it to? Zhang Qingxiao proudly said. For me, she sold the Shenzhen sect to me. What's the big deal about giving her a pill? Well, I really didn't mean it. Maybe this is the legendary big boobs, but no brain. Xiaohua nodded with a lewd smile. Zhang Qingxiao sneered. The big boobs are mine, the small boobs are mine, I'm happy. Don't be complacent too early. Xiaohua said, then took out a storage bag and stuffed it to Zhang Qingxiao. The rice seeds from last time must have been distributed. Take these and continue. Are you kidding me? Zhang Qingxiao almost jumped up. You haven't found the spiritual herbs I want yet. How can you get so many rice seeds? Don't you think I'm such an unkind person? Xiaohua couldn't help but laugh. You still think you're kind? Zhang Qingxiao's divine sense swept, and was also slightly moved. The spiritual herbs recorded in the jade slip she gave Xiaohua last time were all in the storage bag. I exchanged these for you in the Sky Patrol City. Xiaohua smiled. Don't be ungrateful. I know. Zhang Qingxiao waved her hand. Although she didn't care about it, her heart was warm. She asked casually, what do you need? Qianli pill and Lingli pill. Xiaohua did not hesitate. If there is a brilliant gold attribute Jindan practice method, I will accept it. Humph. Gold attribute Jindan practice method. Forget it. I don't have it, and what do you want it for? Zhang Qingxiao's face was bitter. However, there are some Qianli pill and Lingli pill here. Enough for you. Saying that, Zhang Qingxiao took out a few jade bottles and threw them to Xiaohua. I didn't expect you to just prepare to condense Jindan. Zhang Qingxiao didn't forget to ask. Then why is your spiritual power so strong? Why should I tell you? Xiaohua's divine sense swept the 2 jade bottles and saw 4 or 5 elixirs in them. He threw them into the space and said, these are not enough. Help me find some more, or give me the prescriptions of these 2 elixirs. What? These are not enough? Zhang Qingxiao was shocked. These are Qianli pill and Lingli pill. Do you think they are green beans? Besides, what do you want the prescriptions of these 2 elixirs? Can't Huayuan pill of the Baichao sect also condense Jindan? Besides, the prescriptions of Qianli pill and Lingli pill are regarded as secrets by all sections. Although our heavenly devil sect has some strength, but if we covet the practitioners above Jindan realm, I'm afraid it won't work. Speaking of this, Zhang Qingxiao pondered a little and asked, you can also bid in the Sentry City. Oh, how many do you want? Zhang Qingxiao obviously thought of something. The more the better. Although Xiaohua had the prescriptions of Lingli pill and Qianli pill, he didn't guarantee that he could refine them. Besides, he didn't have time to refine Huayuan pill. How could it be more convenient than the ready-made elixirs? However, Xiaohua wanted to keep his mouth shut. However, his decision to keep his mouth shut came too late. Zhang Qingxiao naturally knew a lot from it. Well, then I'll take my disciples to other big cities and auction places. Zhang Qingxiao knew that Qianli pill and Lingli pill were related to Xiaohua's condensing Jindan. He didn't dare to be careless and nodded. Well, if you find it, you can send me a message, or let your disciples go to the station of the Thunder sect in the Sentry City to find me. Xiaohua was not polite and looked around. Can your magic matrix block their vision? Of course. Zhang Qingxiao said proudly. Well, in this case, I'm leaving. If there's anything, I'll send you a message again. Xiaohua cupped his hands and said, okay. Zhang Qingxiao also nodded. When you leave, I'll take my disciples to deal with this matter. Well, you send Zhang Yutong back. If there's really something. Alas, forget it, I'd better not show up. Xiaohua suddenly thought of something and smiled bitterly. If there's any fighting or killing, you can call me. Ha ha ha. It seems that junior fellow apprentice has killed a lot of sword practitioners. Zhang Qingxiao laughed. Xiaohua was angry and said coldly, Isn't this all because of you? Ha ha ha. Zhang Qingxiao still laughed wildly. He waved his hand and said, Even if I did it, so what? You and I will fight sooner or later. Since you have a task, let's do it according to the old agreement. Xiaohua sneered. He turned around and flew toward Li Zongbao and Xiao Mao in the distance. Chapter 24-28. As he spoke, he took out the immortal piercing whip from his storage pouch. With a sway of his body, he flew out of the flowing cloud-flying ship and charged into the battle ahead. Xiaohua had heard Li Zongbao's words more than 10 times in the past 10 days. He did not care and did not release his divine force. He turned his head and said with a smile, Xiao Mao, your senior brother Li has already made his move. Don't you want to move around a bit? Haha, since Big Brother has given the order, I will naturally make my move. Xiao Mao opened his eyes and said, However, don't let Big Brother save you in the end like 3 days ago. Go. Xiaohua said with a smile, Your master is right. You and senior brother Li are the same. Both of you need to increase your cultivation through fighting. Don't worry about anything. Big Brother will watch over you. Yes, little brother understands. As he spoke, Xiao Mao patted his storage pouch and held the universe ring in his hand. He activated his dermic powers and it turned into a foot long. It emitted a brilliant light and flew into the battle ahead. Seeing that the two of them had flown away, Xiaohua also put away the flowing cloud-flying ship and used the wind escape to follow behind them. Seeing that Li Zongbao's immortal piercing whip had already flown into the battle, Xiaohua scanned with his divine force. It turned out that there were 4 people who were enchanted. Their opponents were 6,000 Leaf Ridge disciples. When Li Zongbao killed his way into the battle, there was still one cultivator who was struggling to hold on. Damn it! Fight! Although Li Zongbao could not determine whether the 4 enchanted people were sword cultivators, he recognized the Taoist robes of the 1,000 Leaf Ridge disciples like Xiaohua. How could he not help the 1,000 Leaf Ridge disciples? With a wave of his hand, the earth-shattering whip shadows wrapped around the 4 bewildered cultivators. Haha, there are meddlesome cultivators who want to die. A slightly hoarse voice came from one of the enchanted people. Then he attacked the 1,000 Leaf Ridge disciple's dermic artifact. He abandoned the 1,000 Leaf Ridge disciple and stood in front of the 4 people. The dermic artifact was long and flat. It looked like a drum or a stick. Its surface emitted a faint black mist. Xiaohua frowned slightly. Poof! A series of muffled sounds could be heard. It was as if the divine piercing whip had hit a quagmire. Although the black mist was completely dispersed, his divine piercing whip had also stopped. At this moment, one of the people next to him waved his hand, and a round Dharma artifact that looked like a bell flew into the air. It shook above the 1,000 Leaf Ridge disciple's head twice, and a strange red mist flew out of the bell Dharma artifact, killing the 1,000 Leaf Ridge disciple in midair. Hiss! Li Zongbao narrowed his eyes slightly. This 1,000 Leaf Ridge disciple was at the peak of the early-stage Foundation establishment realm, but he could not resist this person at all. If it was not because the difference in cultivation was too great, then there was something wrong with this person's ritual implement. Suddenly, Li Zongbao seemed to have thought of something. He held the immortal piercing whip in his hand and urged his magic power. The runes on the immortal piercing whip slightly appeared and slowly rotated on the surface of the whip. At this moment, the other person who had not made a move all this time clapped his hand, and a bell appeared in his hand. Sigh! Xiaohua had been puzzled for a long time. When he saw the bright scenic bell, he sighed. He urged his magic power to fly to the front and whispered to Li Zongbao, Senior Brother Li, wait a moment. Oh! Li Zongbao was stunned. However, he did not withdraw his magic power. Instead, he held the immortal piercing whip and watched Xiaohua's actions quietly. Haha, another one who wants to die. The person who was holding the bell Dharma artifact laughed. Just as he was about to take out his ritual implement, he heard the other person say coldly, All of you, back off. Yes, young master. The person was stunned and quickly put away his bell. The other person also put away his ritual implement, and the two of them retreated more than 3 meters. You really didn't die. A hoarse voice sounded. Hee, are you happy that I'm dead? Xiaohua sneered. That's right. You can't die. If you die, won't I be lonely? Who in this world can be my opponent? Although the hoarse voice did not have a tone, it was obviously very hostile. The battle between you and me, the time is not right yet. What do you want to do? Xiaohua was also very hostile. What do I want to do? What do you think? The person said again, with the two people behind you, you might be able to escape. But them? Not necessarily. Xiaohua was also disdainful. How do you know if you don't try? Xiaomao roared behind him. Shut up. The person coldly berated. You're a middle-stage foundation establishment cultivator. This is not the place for you to speak. Don't speak first. Xiaohua waved his hand and said to Li Zongbao, Senior Brother Li, this is my former opponent. I have some agreement with him. Senior Brother Li and Junior Brother Xiao, are you? Yes, I understand. You be more careful. Li Zongbao suddenly understood. He waved his hand, and the immortal piercing whip was still in his hand. He flew back. Xiaomao looked at Xiaohua and was somewhat worried. However, he also flew over with Li Zongbao. You two also retreat. The person waved his hand and said, Yes. The two bewildered people who had already retreated 10 feet back immediately moved their bodies backward again until they could no longer see what was in front of them. However, the other lost soul stood quietly in midair and ignored him. Xiaohua saw this and frowned slightly. Yu Tong, this is a disciple of the Imperial Thunder sect that I befriended. He's very powerful. In the future, if you have any important matters, try to find him as much as possible. As he spoke, the person lifted the lid. Who else could it be other than the head of the heavenly demon sect, Zhang Qingxiao? Yu Tong. Xiaohua was slightly stunned and looked at the person. Xiaohua? You're the Qi refinement disciple of the Imperial Thunder sect, Xiaohua? The person lifted the lid. Wasn't it Zhang Yutong, whom the sword cultivator had been looking for? What? Yutong, you know Xiaohua? Zhang Qingxiao was also shocked. He never dreamed that Zhang Yutong would know Xiaohua. Of course I know him, Zhang Yutong said with emotion. Before I was captured by my husband, I saw Xiaohua at the Taiqing sect's Feather Immortal Assembly. Haha. That's right, your husband neglected this matter. This Xiaoyu continent is still too small. Zhang Qingxiao rubbed his nose and smiled bitterly. Zhang Yutong. Where's your sister Zhang Yuha? Xiaohua's face was not relaxed. He knew that Zhang Yutong and Zhang Yuha were the cause of this sword battle. Zhang Yutong was here, so she was naturally captured by Zhang Qingxiao. However, where was Zhang Yuha? I don't know where she went. Zhang Yutong shook her head. I heard from my husband that he didn't capture my sister. Husband? Xiaohua said coldly. Zhang Qingxiao, when did you marry a sword cultivator? What does it have to do with you who I marry? Zhang Qingxiao curled his lips and replied. I don't care who you marry. When Xiaohua saw that Zhang Qingxiao was with Zhang Yutong, and that Zhang Yutong mentioned that she was captured by Zhang Qingxiao, he immediately understood everything. Knowing that this sword battle was instigated by the heavenly demon sect, he couldn't help but feel angry. After all, he had personally witnessed the deaths of many cultivators and swordsmen. This could be said to be Zhang Qingxiao's fault. His tone was already unkind. I just want to know. Xiaohua was about to ask, but he felt that it was inconvenient with Zhang Yutong beside him. So he shut his mouth. Husband, Zhang Yutong pursed her lips and smiled. What's your relationship with Xiaohua? When were you going to fight to the death? He's only at the middle stage of foundation establishment. How can he be your opponent? Besides, you have a grudge with him. How can you entrust me to him? Tisk, Zhang Qingxiao said disdainfully. Don't be fooled by his appearance of being at the middle stage of foundation establishment. This guy is the best at deceiving people. Not to mention that you're not his opponent with your cultivation at the first stage of illusory sword stage. Even I don't have the confidence to kill him. If he's really at the middle stage of foundation establishment, then I'm really just a small fry in the heavenly demon sect. Xiaohua frowned when he heard this. He had a good impression of Zhang Yutong, but it didn't reach the level of trust. Moreover, although Zhang Yutong was Zhang Qingxiao's wife, Zhang Qingxiao wouldn't talk about trust for no reason. Sure enough, he heard Zhang Qingxiao say again, however, although this guy is a cultivator of the Dao sect and doesn't get along with my heavenly demon sect, he has a noble character. When I wasn't in charge of the heavenly demon sect, he was a close friend. Otherwise, how could I introduce you to him? Husband, you're a bit strange. Zhang Yutong's charming face slightly raised and said with a smile, with the strength of the heavenly demon sect, why do you need to rely on others? Husband, are you? Zhang Yutong also looked at Xiao Hua with vigilance. How do you women know about the matters between men? Zhang Qingshao casually waved his hand. Wife, please avoid him for a moment. This husband will tell him about your duel. Yes, this concubine understands. Zhang Yutong bowed obediently and also turned to leave. With a wave of her hand, Zhang Qingshao set up a layer of restriction without anyone noticing. Zhang Qingshao, Xiaohua was confused, but for the sake of righteousness, he was still cold. The cultivators of the Dao sect have been fighting with the swordsmen of the Sword Cultivator sect for nearly 10 years. Do you know how many people have died? You kidnapped Zhang Yutong. Even if it was for her beauty, you could have just come to propose marriage. Why did you start a war between cultivators? What's your motive? Ha 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 ha. Zhang Qingshao looked up to the sky and laughed loudly. His eyes were about to shed tears of ridicule. He pointed at Xiao Hua and said, Little junior brother, oh little junior brother, everyone in the world can scold me like this, but you absolutely can't. Oh. Xiao Hua frowned and vaguely realized something in his heart. Although Zhang Yutong is a beauty, I'm also fond of her now and am willing to grow old with her. But if it was only for this reason, do you think I would kidnap her? Without waiting for Xiao Hua to speak again, Zhang Qingshao said angrily, I kidnapped her to start a war between cultivators of the Tao of the Sword. I want the war between sword cultivators that hasn't been heard from for many years to rise again. Only in this way will the nascent soul cultivator, who killed my master, have the chance to be killed by a sword cultivator on the battlefield. Only in this way will the sect that destroyed me, Shang Huaming, be exposed on the battlefield. Chapter 24-29. No, he must be back. Li Zongbao shook his head and said, although this senior is not in charge of the secret teleportation array, it must lead directly to Sky Patrol City. That's strange. Xiao Hua scratched his head, and the golden core cultivator had a strange expression on his face. However, this expression disappeared in a flash, and the golden core cultivator asked, Are you going back to Sky Patrol City? Do you have a token? When Li Zongbao took out the token, the golden core cultivator checked the token and sent Xiao Hua and the other two into the transmission array. Only then did the golden core cultivator look at the gradually disappearing transmission array, and a smile appeared at the corner of his mouth as he muttered to himself, Hee, the Imperial Thunder Sect. However, the golden core cultivator's smile disappeared again. He reached out his hand and took out a disc-shaped array device. He frowned and said, Which cultivator's spiritual sense was it? How could it be so powerful? Or was it a sword cultivator? No matter who it is, my teleportation array is going to change location again. Xiao Hua and the others came out of the teleportation array. Although they had used the teleportation talisman, they were still not used to it. As soon as Li Zongbao and Xiao Mao came out of the teleportation array, they sat cross-legged in the empty space in the distance and closed their eyes to adjust their breathing. Xiao Hua naturally followed. Just as Xiao Hua was pretending, the teleportation array flashed and 3 late-stage golden core cultivators appeared in the array. Isn't this fellow Taoist Qingbai? The golden core cultivator in charge of the teleportation array saw them from afar and hurried over. He cupped his hands and greeted the graceful female cultivator in front of him. Hee, so it's fellow Taoist Bingyu. I haven't seen you for many years, but you're still as charming as ever. The female cultivator looked at the middle-stage golden core cultivator and smiled. I wouldn't dare. How can I be compared to fellow Taoist Qingbai's beauty and youth? Bingyu hurriedly waved his hands modestly and said, Besides, Ai's cultivation hasn't improved after so many years. On the other hand, fellow Taoist Qingbai has obtained an opportunity and soared to the sky. You're about to conceive a baby. I'm really envious. No matter how beautiful I am, I can't compare to the rejuvenation pill of your Sky Patrol City. Qingbai covered her mouth and giggled. It was obvious that she enjoyed it. However, she still said, I came here today to ask for a rejuvenation pill from fellow Taoist one. When Bingyu heard this, her face was extremely unnatural. She smiled apologetically and said, If it's something else, I can still do my best, but that thing. Cough cough, fellow Taoist Qingbai said it in vain. Why don't you just tell Tu Hong directly when you see him? He's now the mayor's favorite. Fellow Taoist Frostfeather, why are you only exchanging pleasantries with fellow Taoist Qingbai? Do you think we're nothing? A white-haired golden core cultivator next to him teased. Could it be that you have the same thoughts as fellow Taoist too? Bah! Qingbai spat lightly, but she wasn't angry. No, no, no. Bingyu hurriedly bowed and said, I greet fellow Taoist Yunchen and fellow Taoist Ji Fan. However, fellow Taoist Qingbai walked in front of me, so I just said a few words. Hee, greetings fellow Taoist Frostfeather. Although Yunchen and Ji Fan's cultivation levels were higher, they still bowed and talked to each other as if they were peers. As they spoke, several teleportation arrays flashed, and a dozen foundation establishment and Qi refinement disciples of various sects came out of the teleportation arrays. When they saw the golden core cultivators here, they all bowed respectfully. However, because they had just come out of the teleportation arrays, they all felt dizzy and uncomfortable. Forget it, we'd better hurry up and leave. Qingbai said with a smile. We're really delaying fellow Taoist Frostfeather's task. Okay. Bingyu nodded and said, Today is fellow Taoist Tu's happy occasion. So many fellow Taoists have come to congratulate him. I will wait here. When I'm not busy, I will go to Tu Hong's residence to exchange pleasantries with all of you. Then, Bingyu raised her head and shouted, Guards, take the 3 division masters there. Hee, there's no need for that. Yunchen waved his hand and said, It's not like we haven't been to Tu Hong's residence before. Why bother? Well, all right. You're old friends of Patrol City and Tu Hong's close friends. You're not outsiders, so I won't be polite. Well said, well said. Qingbai and the other 2 division masters cupped their hands and walked out quickly. What's Tu Hong's happy occasion? Xiao Hua, who was next to him, heard it clearly. Although he did not open his eyes, he had some doubts in his heart. Tu Hong had ambushed the disciples of the first team of the thunder-controlling sect in the abandoned mineral vein. Although they were not sent out to fight the enemy, they were completely trapped in the formation and had no chance of survival. If it were not for Xiao Hua, who was lucky to have the protection of the Phoenix celestial body, the 7 of them would have been killed. Xiao Hua did not know Tu Hong's purpose, but did he need to know? If others did not offend him, he would not offend them. If others offended him, he would kill them. In Xiao Hua's eyes, Tu Hong was already a dead man. Xiao Hua did not want to participate in the battle of the spiritual stone vein. On one hand, he did not want to reveal his strength. On the other hand, he wanted to return to Patrol City and see if there was a chance to kill Tu Hong. To be honest, in the entire Patrol City, among the hundreds of thousands of cultivators, Xiao Hua was only afraid of the Shuiyu sage. He wanted to see if there was a chance to kill Tu Hong without the Shuiyu sage knowing. However, he did not expect to hear about Tu Hong's good news, just as he came out of the teleportation formation. How could he not pay attention to it? What good news? Xiao Hua muttered. Could it be that he has entered the middle stage of the Golden Core Realm? Or the late stage of the Golden Core Realm? So what? I'll kill them all. Junior brother Xiao, how's your rest? Li Zongbao's voice came. Well, I'm good. Xiao Hua and Xiao Mao's voices came at the same time. Xiao Hua heard it and smiled. He opened his eyes and said, Senior brother Li, you don't have to be polite in the future. Just call me by my name. Well, Li Zongbao nodded, stood up and said, In that case, we'll go to the meeting hall. But at this moment, the nearest teleportation formation flashed with black and white brilliance. A middle-stage foundation establishment, disciple of the Xuanyan school, appeared from the teleportation formation, covered in blood. Beside him was a Patrol City disciple supporting him. However, just as the 2 figures appeared, the Xuanyan school disciple staggered and spat out a mouthful of dirty blood. He fainted on the Patrol City disciple. What happened? Bingyu saw it and did not dare to be negligent. She hurriedly flew over and shouted. Reporting to Marshal Aunt Bingyu. The Patrol City disciple hurriedly shouted. This Xuanyan school disciple came from the Gale snowfield. He said that Xuanyan school attacked the spiritual stone vein occupied by the sword cultivators. In the end, they were ambushed. Qin Jian and the other illusory sword cultivators had already set up a trap. All the golden core cultivators were killed. Chapter 2430. Little junior brother, you have to know that those are 3 nascent soul cultivators. No matter how much you and I cultivate, they're still improving. You're a nascent soul cultivator while they're distracted. You're distracted while they're at the void refinement realm. You're at the void refinement realm, and they're at the unity realm. How can you possibly catch up to them? How can you avenge master and eldest senior brother? If it weren't for the Sword Dao War, how could they have died? Even if you catch up to them, don't forget that they have the power of the entire sect. Can you join forces with the thunder-controlling sect to attack another sect? If I don't start the Sword Dao War, when can I, Shang Huaming, get my revenge? But the moment you start the war, before the nascent soul cultivators join in, there are already thousands, hundreds of thousands of cultivators and swordsmen who have died. Xiaohua also roared. Ha, thousands? Tens of thousands? 100,000? 1,000,000? Zhang Qingxiao laughed wildly. What does that have to do with me? I'm the sect master of the Heavenly Devil sect. The more they die, the happier I am. Xiaohua gritted his teeth. I've already told you that master, eldest senior brother, and junior sister are the closest people to me in this world. I definitely won't let them get hurt. No matter who. As long as they dare to hurt them. Even if I go to the 9 heavens, the 9 underworlds, even if I fall into the devil Dao or the ghost Dao, I won't spare them. It's only 100,000 lives, it's really nothing. If it's possible, I can sacrifice the entire Dawn Rain continent. Zhang Qingxiao said with a sinister smile. Sigh, Xiaohua's heart ached when he heard that. This was already the 3rd time Zhang Qingxiao mentioned it in front of him. He also deeply understood Zhang Qingxiao's heart. It was simply impossible to kill 3 nascent soul cultivators with the power of one person. Don't worry, little junior brother, if you're killed one day, I'll still help you avenge my heavenly devil sect. Zhang Qingxiao said when she saw that Xiaohua was somewhat calm. TCH, Xiaohua sneered. Even if you die, I won't die. But when he said that, he felt that something was wrong and asked, why did you suddenly come here? Could it be that you deliberately entrusted Zhang Yutong to me? Do you have something to say? Let's not talk about this for now. Zhang Qingxiao waved her hand impatiently and said, the moment we met, you poured the dirty water of starting a war between Dao cultivators onto me. I'm not done with you. Haha, you're still in high spirits. Xiaohua sneered. If you didn't kidnap Zhang Yutong, where would the sword cultivators' excuse come from? Then, if I send Zhang Yutong back, do you think the sword cultivators will stop fighting? Zhang Qingxiao said coldly. Ah, you sent Zhang Yutong back to Huan country? Xiaohua was surprised. Isn't she your wife? I won't get together with you. When Zhang Qingxiao heard this, he became even more furious. I'm telling you, even if I send Zhang Yutong back to the Huan country, the sword cultivators will definitely not stop fighting. Because this battle is what they want to fight, and not me who started it. I've been holding Zhang Yutong hostage for almost 10 years, so why haven't they come out to fight? I'm telling you, what they want are spirit stones, spirit herbs, and things for cultivation. Seeing Zhang Qingxiao angry, Xiaohua laughed. Haha, I naturally know this, but you kidnapping Zhang Yutong gave them an excuse. Even if I didn't kidnap Zhang Yutong, they also have an excuse. Since when do you need a reason to snatch a spirit stone mine? Zhang Qingxiao took a deep breath, calmed her emotions, and said coldly. And this? I also know. Xiaohua laughed softly. But you really haven't seen Zhang Yuhe? I intentionally let Zhang Yuhe go. Zhang Qingxiao nodded. If she didn't escape, who would know that Zhang Yutong fell into the hands of cultivators? As for where she went and what happened, I don't know. I'm still puzzled. Such a good opportunity was wasted just like that. All right, now that the war is over and countless people have died, this is all your sin. It has nothing to do with me. Xiaohua waved his hand and said, why did you suddenly think of sending Zhang Yutong back to Huan country? That's my sin, I'll naturally bear it. I'm not afraid. What are you afraid of? It's none of your business. Zhang Qingxiao was disdainful, but when Zhang Yutong was mentioned, a touch of warmth flashed across her face. She thought for a moment and said with a smile, I originally didn't plan to do anything with this little girl. I only approached her to inquire about Huan country's sword sect. But I didn't expect. You didn't expect to be trapped in it? Involuntarily? Xiaohua said with a smile, but in his heart, he was happy for Zhang Qingxiao. What's with all these polite words? Zhang Qingxiao said coldly, this is the pleasure of dual cultivation. How could you possibly know this? Damn it, I naturally know. Xiaohua muttered in his heart, not only is my physical body comfortable, even my Dharma body is comfortable. But I won't tell you. But. Then Zhang Qingxiao looked around again as if worried and whispered, I haven't told her my true identity. But. I recently encountered a difficult matter. If there's a mishap, I might lose my life, so I had no choice but to send her back to Huan country and tell her my identity. Io, second senior brother, what's the matter? Xiaohua was a little anxious. However, Zhang Qingxiao ignored him and only said with a smile, "How would I know? This little girl is very cunning. She already knew my identity. When she saw me telling her the truth, she was even more considerate. She also said that my revenge is her revenge. She will definitely add oil to the fire and let the sword cultivators kill more nascent soul cultivators of the Dao sect. If I had known earlier, why would I go through so much trouble? No way. How could this be?" When Xiaohua heard this, he was also shocked. Isn't Zhang Yutong's elbow a little too big? Who knows? As the saying goes, a married daughter is spilled water. This woman is really hard for men to understand. Zhang Qingxiao sighed with emotion. Shui? Xiaohua immediately thought of Shui's abnormality. However, senior brother does have something to trouble you with. Zhang Qingxiao said shamelessly, "How's the Qiu Yinlu that you helped senior brother refine?" "There's no progress yet." Xiaohua clapped his hand and took out the Qiu Yinlu. "If second senior brother needs it, take it away now." Zhang Qingxiao took the Qiu Yinlu and looked at it again and again. His face was gloomy, and he handed it back to Xiaohua, saying, "This thing is useless with senior brother now. You better take it yourself. If you have the chance, quickly refine this thing. This thing concerns senior brother's life." "What's going on?" Xiaohua took the Qiu Yinlu and asked again. "Alas, it's like this," Zhang Qingxiao said with a crying face as she recounted the whole story. It turned out that the vice sect leader of the heavenly demon sect, Yin Meng, failed to find Xiaohua, but he brought a piece of news to Zhang Qingxiao that made him collapse. On the other side of the Meng Mountains, there was a cultivator with profound devil arts coming over, and from what Yin Meng said, that devil cultivator's situation was similar to Zhang Qingxiao's. He was also possessed, and his devil arts were far superior to Yin Meng. Didn't you say that devil cultivators need to use the Deqianquan teleportation token to come to the Dawn Rain continent? Xiaohua was somewhat puzzled. This thing is in this little brother's storage bag. Damn it, who knows what kind of method they used again? Zhang Qingxiao cursed. My devil cultivator lineage has many strange methods. It's nothing too strange. To be able to find a way outside of the Deqianquan teleportation token. It's nothing. Actually, I already knew that this day would come sooner or later, but I didn't expect it to come so quickly. Xiaohua nodded. He didn't ask why Zhang Qingxiao was not tolerated by the other devil cultivators. He knew that even if he asked, this guy would definitely not say. "So, I have to lay my cards on the table with Zhang Yutong," Zhang Qingxiao said helplessly, "and send her back to Huan country." "Oh right, I said that if she wants to find you for anything, as long as it doesn't endanger me, Shang Huaming, you have to spare no effort." I know what to do." Seeing Zhang Qingxiao reiterate again, Xiaohua could only nod and agree. Zhang Qingxiao seemed to be relieved and said, "When I received the news of your death, I knew that it was unlikely that you would die in the hands of the illusory sword, but I still went to the Spirit Stone mine at Mount Quanjin to take a look. That large array is indeed powerful. Even a nascent soul cultivator is helpless against it. That's why I was a little worried. But I didn't expect to actually see you here." "You didn't tell senior sister, right?" Xiaohua whispered. "No, I'm not that stupid." Hearing Xiaohua mention Xiao Xinrui, Zhang Qingxiao curled her lips and replied. But then she thought of something and said, "Junior sister has been worried about Zhang Luer these few years." "What's wrong with Zhang Luer?" Xiaohua was curious. "Alas, Zhang Luer, he seems to be unable to cultivate." Zhang Qingxiao sighed. "I also helped him take a look, and indeed I didn't find anything strange. Zhang Luer is talented and intelligent. He can understand all the cultivation methods, but his body can't generate true qi. That's strange." Xiaohua was also stunned. "You didn't think of any other way? You're the sect leader of Heavenly Demon Sect." "Of course I thought of it." Zhang Qingxiao said angrily, "You're free and unfettered in this sword cultivator war, so I naturally have to worry about Shang Huaming. However, I don't think it's anything. If it really doesn't work, I'll let Zhang Luer cultivate the devil art." "Absolutely not," Xiaohua said anxiously. "TSK, why do you have the same tone as junior sister?" Zhang Qingxiao said coldly, "My heavenly demon sect is also a devil art with a long history. It's not something you know. How about this? Xiaohua clapped his hands, took out a golden eye and handed it to Zhang Qingxiao. I can't get away from the sword cultivator war now. This is a Buddhist cultivation method that I just got. You can give it to senior sister to try. If it works, practicing the Buddhist cultivation method is better than practicing the devil art. Chapter 2431. Zhang Qingxiao took it and looked at it with her divine sense. She sneered, Prajnaparmitha Heart Sutra? Is this the Buddhist Heart Sutra you cultivate? Hee, I knew it. Buddhism is the nemesis of demonic arts. Demonic arts can also peek at Buddhist Heart Sutra. Xiaohua did not answer directly. He waved his hand and said, Let Zhang Luer take a look at this Heart Sutra. If he can cultivate it, he can cultivate the Buddhist Heart Sutra. When I have time, I will give him some pointers. Is there a difference between Buddhism and demonic cultivators? Zhang Qingxiao disdainfully put away the golden puppet and said coldly, Buddhism has long been extinct, but my demonic cultivators are going to prosper. Immediately, Zhang Qingxiao patted her storage bag again and took out a jade pendant and handed it to Xiaohua. This is what junior sister asked me to bring to you. What is this? Xiaohua was a little strange. Junior sister found it in the ancestral hall. Zhang Qingxiao said, It seems to be a cultivation technique of mine, Shang Huaming. It leans towards body cultivation. She said that you are my Shang Huaming's disciple, and the only one suitable to cultivate it. Xiaohua did not care and put it into the space. He smiled and said, If I don't give you the golden puppet, you will forget about this matter? Who knows? Zhang Qingxiao spread out her hands. You gave me the golden puppet, and I will also give you the cultivation method. Okay. Xiaohua was helpless and asked worriedly, When will the demonic cultivators from Meng Mountain arrive? How can I help you? You can help me? Zhang Qingxiao smiled bitterly. You should take care of yourself first. Xiaohua waved his hand, and the wishful staff appeared in his hand. His body moved like a ghost, and the sound of the wind on the wishful staff immediately rang in Zhang Qingxiao's ears. Zhang Qingxiao's face changed greatly. It was too late to bring out the bright scenery bell. He immediately pointed his finger, and a faint demonic qi flew out from his hand and blocked the wishful staff. Contrary to Zhang Qingxiao's expectations, the wishful steel staff looked at his devil qi as if it was nothing. It directly blocked the devil qi and struck in front of him. Hiss! Zhang Qingxiao was shocked and wanted to move. But at this time, Xiaohua's hand stopped. The wishful steel rod was firmly placed in front of him. He smiled and said, Can I help you? Your staff is the 5 elements wishful heaven staff you were talking about? What kind of refining method is it? Understanding Xiaohua's intentions, Zhang Qingxiao was overjoyed. It's not that simple. Xiaohua put away the wishful steel rod and sighed. It's just a prototype. I'm not afraid of the devil qi. If you want, this thing can help you, right? Yes, of course it can. Zhang Qingxiao hurriedly nodded. If even my devil qi can't resist it, then the devil qi of others also can't resist it. Then Zhang Qingxiao thought for a moment and said, How about this? You wait for my message. If I introduce you to someone who calls you the deputy sect leader of the heavenly demon sect, you can kill him with a blow of your stick. Of course, Xiaohua said proudly. Killing a few devil dwellers was not a burden to Xiaohua. Alas, it's really at the end of the road. There's always a glimmer of hope. Zhang Qingxiao sighed. I didn't think that there would be a day when I could use junior brother. Well, why say more? Xiaohua looked into the distance and smiled. If you and I talk too much, others will be suspicious. Well, okay. Zhang Qingxiao nodded, but then shouted, By the way, the rejuvenation pill in the Sky Patrol City was refined by you, right? Oh, how do you know? Xiaohua asked curiously. Well, junior sister and Zhang Yutong's faces changed. How can I not know? Zhang Qingxiao said snappily. Ha. It turns out that you want to give the face-retaining pill to Zhang Yutong. Xiaohua laughed. Hey, if I don't give it to her, who should I give it to? Zhang Qingxiao proudly said. For me, she sold the Shenzhen sect to me. What's the big deal about giving her a pill? Well, I really didn't mean it. Maybe this is the legendary big boobs, but no brain. Xiaohua nodded with a lewd smile. Zhang Qingxiao sneered. The big boobs are mine, the small boobs are mine, I'm happy. Don't be complacent too early. Xiaohua said, then took out a storage bag and stuffed it to Zhang Qingxiao. The rice seeds from last time must have been distributed. Take these and continue. Are you kidding me? Zhang Qingxiao almost jumped up. You haven't found the spiritual herbs I want yet. How can you get so many rice seeds? Don't you think I'm such an unkind person? Xiaohua couldn't help but laugh. You still think you're kind? Zhang Qingxiao's divine sense swept and was also slightly moved. The spiritual herbs recorded in the jade slip she gave Xiaohua last time were all in the storage bag. This is what I got for you in the Sky Patrol City. Xiaohua smiled. Don't be ungrateful. I know. Zhang Qingxiao waved her hand. Although she didn't care, her heart was warm. She asked casually, what do you need? Qianli pill and Lingli pill. Xiaohua didn't hesitate. If there is a brilliant gold attribute Jindan practice method, I will take it. Humph. Gold attribute Jindan practice method. Forget it. I don't have it, and what do you want it for? Zhang Qingxiao said bitterly. However, there are some Qianli pill and Lingli pill here. Enough for you. Saying that, Zhang Qingxiao took out a few jade bottles and threw them to Xiaohua. I didn't expect you to just prepare to condense elixir. Zhang Qingxiao didn't forget to ask, then why is your spiritual power so strong? Why should I tell you? Xiaohua's divine sense swept the 2 jade bottles and saw 4 or 5 elixirs in them. He threw them into the space and said, these are not enough. Help me find some more, or give me the prescriptions of these 2 elixirs. What? These are not enough. Zhang Qingxiao was shocked. These are Qianli pill and Lingli pill. Do you think they are green beans? Besides, what do you want the prescriptions of these 2 elixirs? Can't Huayuan pill of the Baichao sect also condense elixir? Besides, the prescriptions of Qianli pill and Lingli pill are regarded as secrets by all sections. Although our heavenly demon sect has some strength. But if we covet the practitioners above Jindan realm, I'm afraid it won't work. Speaking of this, Zhang Qingxiao pondered a little and asked, you can also bid in the Sentry City. Ouch, how many do you want? Zhang Qingxiao obviously thought of something. The more the better. Although Xiaohua had the prescriptions of Lingli pill and Qianli pill, he didn't guarantee that he could refine Qianli pill and Lingli pill. Besides, he didn't have time to refine Huayuan pill. How could it be more convenient than ready-made elixirs? However, Xiaohua wanted to keep his mouth shut, but it was too late for him to keep his mouth shut. Zhang Qingxiao naturally knew a lot from it. Well, then I'll take my disciples to other big cities and auction places. Zhang Qingxiao knew that Qianli pill and Lingli pill were related to Xiaohua's condensing elixir, so he didn't dare to be careless and nodded. Well, if you find it, you can send me a message, or let your disciples go to the station of the Thunder sect in the Sentry City to find me. Xiaohua was not polite and looked around. Can your magic matrix block their vision? Of course. Zhang Qingxiao said proudly. Well, in this case, I'm leaving. If there's anything, I'll send you a message. Xiaohua cupped his hands and said, okay. Zhang Qingxiao also nodded. When you leave, I'll take my disciples to deal with this matter. Well, you send Zhang Yutong back. If there's really something. Alas, forget it. I'd better not show up. Xiaohua suddenly thought of something and smiled bitterly. If there's any fighting or killing, you can call me. Ha ha ha. It seems that junior fellow apprentice has killed a lot of sword practitioners. Zhang Qingxiao laughed. Xiaohua was angry and said coldly, isn't this all because of you? Ha ha ha. Zhang Qingxiao was still laughing wildly and waved his hand. Even if I did it, so what? You and I will fight sooner or later. Since you have a mission, let's do it according to the old agreement. Humph, Xiaohua sneered, turned around and flew towards Li Zongbao and Xiao Mao in the distance. The 2 of them also flew very far away and were sitting in a depression on a mountain peak, so they could not see the situation of Xiaohua and Zhang Qingxiao. Is it done? Li Zongbao only asked lightly. Yes, Xiaohua also gave a simple answer. Li Zongbao hesitated for a moment and added, these few seem to be demonic cultivators. You have to be careful. Thank you, senior fellow apprentice Li. Xiaohua smiled. I didn't know at first, but I had some dealings with him. Later on, I found out that he was a demonic cultivator. Well, that's good. Let's go. Li Zongbao's divine sense swept over and saw that Zhang Qingxiao and the others had put on the camouflage and were flying in the direction of the Huan Kingdom. He also waved his hand and led Xiaohua and Xiao Mao to the direction of the Sky Patrol City. The 2 of them were flying in different directions. If Li Zongbao had not said, don't hurt my Dao sect's disciples, they would not have met. Naturally, Li Zongbao repeated these words several times along the way. However, Xiaohua only steered the flowing cloud-flying ship and didn't make a move. This time, Li Zongbao led Xiao Mao in killing. Xiao Mao's ferocity and courage to fight was especially appreciated by Li Zongbao. Li Zongbao saw that Xiao Mao was no longer as unfamiliar as before. He even inadvertently gave Xiao Mao some pointers on how to use the whip. Xiao Hua watched from the side and was also happy. However, this period was over very quickly. On this day, when Li Zongbao commanded the flowing cloud flying ship to fly between snow-capped mountains, he heard Li Zongbao say in a low voice, "Xiao Hua, stop the flying ship." Yes, Xiao Hua was already in a daze from flying. How could he know where they were? He only knew that they should be near the teleportation array. He did not think that Li Zongbao would be as stupid as him and fly directly back to the Sky Patrol City. Sure enough, Li Zongbao clapped his hand and took out his token. He cast a spell, and a light rose from the magic treasure and flew to the front left of the flying ship. Without waiting for Li Zongbao's order, Xiao Hua urged the flying ship to follow the light. However, after flying for less than a meal, many similar flowing cloud flying ships flew out from the mountain range in front of them. Damn it! Xiao Hua spat. Needless to say, they must be the disciples of the Seven Skills sect. Chapter 2432. If Xiao Hua was alone, he would have put the flowing cloud airship into his space. However, there were Xiao Mao and Li Zongbao on the airship. It was inconvenient for him to do that, and he was afraid of losing face. He could only drive the airship forward. The disciples of the Seven Skills sect looked over and were puzzled. You're a disciple of the Imperial Thunder sect. Where did you get the flowing cloud airship from? Quickly return it to our Seven Skills sect. A disciple in the middle stage of the Foundation establishment stage, who was leading the group, shouted. Li Zongbao looked at him coldly and didn't say anything. Xiao Hua stopped the airship and walked to Li Zongbao's side. "Ayo, isn't this fellow cultivator Li Zongbao from the Utmost Happiness sect? What's wrong? Our Seven Skills sect's flowing cloud airship. Where did you get it?" More than 10 airships surrounded Xiao Hua's airship and blocked it in the middle. Li Zongbao's eyes didn't move, as if he didn't hear them at all. Although he was very famous, he was still a disciple of the Utmost Happiness sect in Meng country. The Seven Skills sect was a famous sect in Shi country. How could Li Zongbao take them seriously? Even if there were some taboos, he definitely wouldn't treat them with respect. Xiao Hua flew over and sneered. So it's fellow cultivator from the Seven Skills sect. What's wrong with I's airship? What's wrong? The Foundation establishment stage disciple glanced at the silent Li Zongbao and sneered. Can't you see that your airship is the same as our Seven Skills sect's airship? Same? Why can't I see it? Xiao Hua asked curiously. This airship was taken from the sword cultivator by I. What does it have to do with your Seven Skills sect? Isn't that obvious? Our airship was taken by the sword cultivator. Another young Qi refinement stage disciple said anxiously. That's why you took it from the sword cultivator. Oh, so you know about it too. Xiao Hua suddenly smiled. If that's the case, you should ask the sword cultivator for it. Why did you ask I to return the airship to you? Fellow Taoist, your words are meaningless. The Imperial Thunder sect and my Seven Possibilities sect are both sects from the state of Shi. We are currently defending the Sky Patrol City against the enemy. My Seven Possibilities sect's flying boat was taken by a sword cultivator. My Seven Possibilities sect will definitely be grateful that you were able to retrieve it. You have an obligation to return the flying boat to my Seven Possibilities sect. Otherwise, I will report this matter to the conference hall. Not only will fellow Taoist fail, but you will also be in the wrong. How strange. Xiao Hua clapped his hands and said, The things I get from sword cultivators have always been taken by myself. How can I return them to others? Fellow Taoist, there's something you don't know. The Foundation establishment cultivator sneered. Medicinal pills, spiritual herbs, and other things can naturally be left behind. Cultivation techniques, jade slips, and the like must be returned. Really? Xiao Hua, on the other hand, was slightly startled. He had only heard of this before. As long as something was seized from a sword cultivator or picked up by oneself, it would belong to oneself, and there was no need to return it to others. On the side, Li Zongbao's expression was calm, and he didn't say anything. He had clearly told Xiao Hua that if anything happened to the flying boat, he could use his name, and he would take responsibility for it. However, Xiao Hua didn't mention his name, so Li Zongbao couldn't say anything. Moreover, The Seven Skills sect disciple had said that there were clear rules, but who would abide by them in a war? Who wouldn't put it in their own storage pouch? He was confident that even if the Seven Skills sect disciple saw the flying boat, he definitely wouldn't return it. What about the flying boat? Xiaohua blinked and asked. As long as it's related to the war supplies of each sect, it must be returned. The Seven Skills sect disciple said arrogantly. Oh, as long as it's related to the war supplies of each sect. Xiaohua smiled. Did you mention the Seven Skills sect's flowing cloud flying boat? Our Seven Skills sect's flowing cloud flying boat is naturally our Seven Skills sect's war supplies, so of course there's no need to specifically mention it. The aura refining disciple shouted, flustered and exasperated. Fellow Taoist, do you not want to return it? Shut up, Xiaohua said coldly. I'm a Foundation establishment cultivator, your senior, who's talking about fellow Taoist with you. In my eyes, this flying boat is my spoils of war. I got it from killing a sword cultivator. If you want it, go ask that dead sword cultivator. Don't ask me. As he spoke, Xiaohua waved his hand, and the flowing cloud flying boat entered his space. You. The aura refining disciple was furious, but he didn't dare to say anything. As for the Middle Foundation establishment cultivator, his face was ashen. Fellow Taoist, are you determined to oppose my Seven Skills sect? What do you mean oppose? I came to Sky Patrol City to kill sword cultivators and oppose sword cultivators. Xiaohua mocked. Could it be that your Seven Skills sect is opposing my Thunder Control sect? Fellow Taoist, are you not going to return my Seven Skills sect's flowing cloud flying boat? You're wrong. This is my flying boat. It's not called flowing cloud flying boat, and it's definitely not your Seven Skills sect's flowing cloud flying boat. Xiaohua corrected him word by word. Whether it's my Seven Skills sect's flowing cloud flying boat or not, it's not up to you to decide. As long as you take out the flowing cloud flying boat, I can naturally point out whether it's my Seven Skills sect's flowing cloud flying boat or not. The cultivator said confidently. TCH, do you think I'm the idiot who gave the flying boat to a sword cultivator? Xiaohua sneered. The flying boat is in your hands, and you're still going to dawdle with me? Hearing Xiaohua say, I'm your father again and again, the Foundation establishment cultivator's anger rose. He asked, fellow Taoist, are you refusing a toast only to be forced to drink a forfeit? Hee, I've never drunk spiritual wine. Don't try to make friends with me. Xiaohua appeared to be somewhat overbearing. Senior Marshal Brother Zhu, capture him. Naturally, you can get the flowing cloud flying boat. A cultivator on the flowing cloud flying boat next to him reminded. As long as we don't kill him, the conference hall won't say anything. Senior Marshal Brother Zhu raised his eyebrows. He was clearly tempted. Humph, seeing this, Xiaohua sneered. I'll remind you that if you force me to make a move, the consequences won't be something you can imagine. Ha ha ha, Senior Marshal Brother Zhu laughed loudly. He flew out from the flying boat and said, so what if I force you to make a move? I'm in the right. With that, he slapped his hand and a crutch-shaped magic treasure flew out of his storage pouch. All right, Xiaohua also moved and took out his yang leaf fan. At the same time, he swept his gaze across the crowd of Seven Possibilities sect disciples who were ready to watch the show. Obviously, Xiaohua didn't plan to let any of them go. Li Zongbao had naturally seen Xiaohua's might and couldn't help but frown. He could kill sword cultivators without blinking, but he still had some misgivings when facing Dao sect disciples. He didn't know what Xiaohua saw at Chicken Crow Mountain. This Senior Marshal Brother Zhu, who was in the middle stage of Foundation establishment, had the same tone as Han Bing. Seeing that Xiaohua and Senior Marshal Brother Zhu were about to fight, Li Zongbao couldn't help but shout, wait. At the same time, a wait came from behind the Seven Possibilities sect disciples. Everyone turned around and saw a golden core cultivator coldly standing in the air. Greetings, Senior. The Seven Possibilities sect disciples knew that this golden core cultivator was the cultivator from Sky Patrol City, who was in charge of the transportation formation. They hurriedly bowed and greeted him. You guys are really skilled and talented. The golden core cultivator sneered. You guys haven't gone far from the transportation formation and haven't seen any sword cultivators. Yet your magic treasures are about to hit our fellow Taoists. Our Tao sect cultivators have handsome talents like you. It's impossible for us not to lose. Hearing this, Xiaohua and Senior Marshal Brother Zhu hurriedly put away their magic treasures. Senior Marshal Brother Zhu hurriedly flew over and smiled apologetically. How could this junior be so impetuous? It's just that this Imperial Thunder Sect disciple took our 7 possibilities sect's flowing cloud flying boat, and this junior wants it back. Is the flowing cloud flying boat more important, or your mission more important? The Golden Core Cultivator asked bluntly. Is the merit of you leading a group of 7 possibilities sect disciples to complete the mission, or the merit of taking back the flowing cloud flying boat more important? Yes, this disciple understands. Senior Marshal Brother Zhu's face reddened. Clearly, the Golden Core Cultivator's last sentence hit the nail on the head. This disciple will set off now. Senior Marshal Brother Zhu turned to look at Xiao Hua and sneered. Fellow Taoist is truly amazing. Would you be willing to give me a name? Imperial Thunder Sect's Xiao Hua. Xiao Hua stared at the disciple and bluntly asked, And who are you? 7 possibilities sect's Zhu Qingjie. Zhu Qingjie turned around and flew onto the flying boat, shouting, Fellow Taoist Xiao, we'll meet again someday. I'll be waiting for you. Xiao Hua sneered. I hope your flying boat won't be taken by this Xiao from a sword cultivator's hands again. Ha, don't worry about that. Even if this flying boat is taken away, you still have the flying boat in your storage bag. Zhu Qingjie ordered his disciple to activate the flowing cloud flying boat. The 7 possibilities sect disciple finally left. The Golden Core Cultivator glanced at Xiao Hua indifferently and said, What should be returned. Rather than having someone chase after you and demand it back, why not take it out and receive a reward? Moreover, looking at your fierce appearance, it seems like you want to kill the 7 possibilities sect disciple? Your ability is greater than Qian Mo's awe. This disciple doesn't dare. Xiao Hua said respectfully, This disciple only feels that this flying boat was snatched from a sword cultivator by risking my life. There's no reason for me to give it away so easily. No merit, no reward. Nothing is more practical than this flying boat. You want money more than your life. The Golden Core Cultivator sneered. Just as he was about to turn around, he suddenly thought of something and looked up and down at Xiao Hua, asking, Oh right, you're the Imperial Thunder Sect disciple that left through this old man's transportation array 5 years ago? Xiao Hua naturally recognized this Golden Core Cultivator long ago. Seeing that the Golden Core Cultivator actually recognized him, he could only bow and say, Senior has a good memory. I am indeed this disciple. You're the only one left in your team, right? If all 9 of you died and only you were left, this old man can understand your feelings. Senior knows. Xiao Hua said proudly, My Imperial Thunder Sect's first team didn't lose a single disciple? Oh, you're from the Imperial Thunder Sect's first team? The Golden Core Cultivator was slightly shocked. Didn't the first team only have 3 female cultivators that survived? Oh! Xiao Hua was equally surprised and asked back, What? Senior knows about my Imperial Thunder Sect's first team? Could it be that the other 6 disciples of my first team didn't return? Xiao Hua turned to look at Li Zongbao. Chapter 2433. No, he must be back. Li Zongbao shook his head and said, Although this senior is not in charge of the secret teleportation array, it must lead directly to Sky Patrol City. That's strange. Xiao Hua scratched his head, and the Golden Core Cultivator had a strange expression on his face. However, this expression disappeared in a flash, and the Golden Core Cultivator asked, Are you going back to Sky Patrol City? Do you have a token? When Li Zongbao took out the token, the Golden Core Cultivator checked the token and sent Xiao Hua and the other 2 into the transmission array. Only then did the Golden Core Cultivator look at the gradually disappearing transmission array, and a smile appeared at the corner of his mouth as he muttered to himself, Hee, the Imperial Thunder Sect is indeed interesting. But then, the smile on the Golden Core Cultivator's face disappeared. He reached out and took out a disc-shaped array. He frowned and said, Which cultivator's spiritual sense was it? How could it be so powerful? Or was it a sword cultivator? No matter who it is, my teleportation array is going to change location again. Xiao Hua and the others came out of the teleportation array. Although they had used the yellow talisman, they were still not used to it. As soon as Li Zongbao and Xiao Mao walked out of the teleportation array, they sat cross-legged in an empty space in the distance and closed their eyes to adjust their breathing. Xiao Hua naturally followed. Just as Xiao Hua was pretending, the teleportation array flashed and 3 late-stage Golden Core cultivators appeared. Isn't this fellow Taoist Qingbai? The Golden Core cultivator who was in charge of the teleportation array saw them from afar and hurriedly walked over and cupped his hands to the graceful female cultivator in front of him. Hee, so it's fellow Taoist Bingyu. I haven't seen you for many years, but you're still as charming as ever. The female cultivator looked at the middle-stage golden core cultivator and smiled. I wouldn't dare. How can I be compared to fellow Taoist Qingbai's beauty and youth? Bingyu hurriedly waved his hands modestly and said, Besides, I haven't made any progress in my cultivation after so many years. On the other hand, fellow Taoist Qingbai obtained an opportunity and soared to the sky. You're about to conceive a baby. I'm really envious. No matter how beautiful I am, I can't compare to the rejuvenation pill of your Sky Patrol City. Qingbai covered her mouth and giggled. It was obvious that she enjoyed it. However, she still said, I came here today to ask for a rejuvenation pill from fellow Taoist one. When Bingyu heard this, her face was extremely unnatural. She smiled apologetically and said, If it's something else, I can still try my best, but that thing. Cough, cough, fellow Taoist Qingbai said it in vain. Why don't you just tell Tu Hong directly when you see him? He's now the mayor's favorite. Fellow Taoist Frostfeather, why are you only exchanging pleasantries with fellow Taoist Qingbai? Do you think we're nothing? A white-haired golden core cultivator next to him teased. Could it be that you have the same thoughts as fellow Taoist too? Bah! Qingbai spat lightly, but she wasn't angry. No. Bingyu hurriedly bowed and said, I greet fellow Taoist Yun Chun and fellow Taoist Ji Fan. However, fellow Taoist Qingbai walked in front of me, so I just said a few words. Greetings fellow Taoist Frostfeather. Although Yun Chun and Ji Fan's cultivations were higher, they still bowed and talked to each other as if they were peers. As they spoke, several teleportation arrays flashed, and more than 10 foundation establishment and Qi refinement disciples of various sects came out of the teleportation arrays. When they saw the golden core cultivators here, they all bowed respectfully. However, because they had just come out of the teleportation arrays, they all felt dizzy and uncomfortable. Forget it, let's hurry up and leave. Qingbai said with a smile, We're really holding up fellow Taoist Frostfeather's task. Okay. Bingyu also nodded and said, Today is fellow Taoist Tu's happy occasion. So many fellow Taoists have come to congratulate him. I will wait here. When I'm not busy later, I will go to Tu Hong's residence to exchange pleasantries with you. Then Bingyu raised her head and shouted, Guards, take the 3 division masters there. There's no need for that. Yun Chun waved his hand and said, It's not like we haven't been to Tu Hong's residence before. Why bother? Well, fine. You're old friends of Patrol City and Tu Hong's close friends. You're not outsiders, so I won't stand on ceremony. Well said. Qingbai and the other 2 division masters cupped their hands and walked out quickly. What's Tu Hong's happy occasion? Xiao Hua, who was next to him, heard it clearly. Although he did not open his eyes, he had some doubts in his heart. Tu Hong had ambushed the disciples of the first team of the thunder-controlling sect in the abandoned mineral vein. Although they were not sent out to fight the enemy, they were completely trapped in the formation and had no chance of survival. If it were not for Xiao Hua, who was lucky to have the protection of the Phoenix celestial body, the 7 of them would have been killed. Xiao Hua did not know Tu Hong's purpose, but did he need to know? If others did not offend him, he would not offend them. If others offended him, he would kill them. In Xiao Hua's eyes, Tu Hong was already a dead man. Xiao Hua did not want to participate in the battle of the spiritual stone vein. On one hand, he did not want to reveal his strength. On the other hand, he wanted to return to Patrol City and see if there was a chance to kill Tu Hong. To be honest, in the entire Patrol City, among the hundreds of thousands of cultivators, Xiao Hua was only afraid of the Shuiyu sage. He wanted to see if there was a chance to kill Tu Hong without the Shuiyu sage knowing. However, he did not expect to hear about Tu Hong's good news just as he came out of the teleportation formation. How could he not pay attention to it? What good news? Xiao Hua muttered. Could it be that he has entered the middle stage of the Golden Core Realm? Or the late stage of the Golden Core Realm? So what? I'll kill them all. Junior brother Xiao, how's your rest? Li Zongbao's voice came. Well, I'm good. Xiao Hua and Xiao Mao's voices came at the same time. Xiao Hua heard it and smiled. He opened his eyes and said, Senior brother Li, you don't have to be polite in the future. Just call me by my name. Well, Li Zongbao nodded, stood up and said, In that case, we'll go to the meeting hall. But at this moment, the nearest teleportation formation flashed with black and white brilliance. A middle-stage Foundation establishment disciple of the Xuanyan school appeared from the teleportation formation, covered in blood. Beside him was a Patrol City disciple supporting him. However, just as the two figures appeared, the Xuanyan school disciple staggered and spat out a mouthful of dirty blood. He fainted on the Patrol City disciple's body. What happened? Bingyu saw it and did not dare to be negligent. She hurriedly flew over and shouted, reporting to Marshal Aunt Bingyu. The Patrol City disciple hurriedly shouted, this Xuanyan school disciple came from the Gale snowfield. He said that Xuanyan school attacked the spiritual stone vein occupied by the sword cultivators. In the end, they were ambushed. Qin Jian and the other illusory sword cultivators had already set up a trap, and all the Golden Core Realm cultivators were killed. When the words came out, the whole place was silent. Chapter 2434. Hiss! Bingyu sucked in a breath of cold air and hurriedly stopped the cultivator's voice. Shut up. How can this matter be announced here? Wait until we report to the Yanxi Mansion's council hall and ask the masters of each sect to make a decision. Yes, disciple understands. The Sky Patrol City disciple also came to his senses and hurriedly replied. However, there were many cultivators in the teleportation array, and even a few had already walked to the entrance of the cave, so they had already heard the words of the Sky Patrol City disciple. Bingyu raised his head and was about to stop the cultivators who hurried out, but he hesitated and gave up the idea. The Sky Patrol City disciple had already come over and helped the Xuanyan school disciple to the side to rest. Xiaohua and the other two were also shocked, but Li Zongbao was even more shocked. No one knew better than Li Zongbao that there were more than a dozen gold core cultivators. He thought it was a piece of cake, so he did not get involved. He did not expect that these gold core cultivators would be killed by Qin Jian and the others. Xiaohua also regretted, damn it, this is Qin Jian and more than a dozen illusory swordsmen. I killed them all. What a great contribution. At this time, Xiao Mao looked around and did not see any Xuanyan school disciple, so he walked forward and bowed. Disciple is Xiao Mao of Xuanyan school. I am going to Yanxi Mansion now. Leave this disciple to me. Who would have thought that Bingyu would coldly look at Xiao Mao, then look at Li Zongbao and Xiaohua? She said indifferently, you all should be busy with your own matters. Since this disciple has already been caught by my Sky Patrol City's disciple, it would be better for my Sky Patrol City's disciple to send him to the Yanxi Mansion. Xiao Mao was so embarrassed. Let's go. Li Zongbao did not even look at this side and said lightly, then stepped out of the cave of the teleportation array. Xiaohua also snorted from his nose, while Xiao Mao sighed. He glanced at the Xuanyan school disciple who did not know the situation and hurriedly chased after him. Senior brother Li, out of the cave, Xiaohua whispered, fortunately, we did not go otherwise. It seems like Sword Cultivator has already planned this. Li Zongbao pursed his lips and squinted his eyes. This might be Qin Jian's idea. It's not like that bastard isn't in the Gale snowy plains. Presumably, he's also attacking the Spirit Stone Mine of Xuanyan School. While you sneaked into the Spirit Stone Mine, he released those hundreds of Xuanyan School disciples as bait, making people think that the Spirit Stone Mine's defenses aren't good enough and can be attacked. You didn't fall for it, but Gao Chengyuan and the others did. Ayo, that's right. Xiaohua's heart was also moved, but his thoughts were different from Li Zongbao's. Xiaohua didn't know if Qin Jian was in the Spirit Stone Mine, but Guan Peng was there, and Guan Peng was very cooperative with Xiaohua's plan. Could it be that this was really done by Qin Jian, and Guan Peng was just going with the flow? Xiaohua frowned. If that's the case, I'm afraid it's not appropriate to deceive that senior. Sai, forget it. That beast cultivator has already escaped, and he's still calling himself Terrifying Phoenix. My name has long been known by others. That beast cultivator will definitely think that I'm the one who killed Feng Buping. I'll just give up the soaring dragon scissors and throw it to him when we meet. Xiaohua thought, and the three of them walked on the streets of Sky Patrol City. Sky Patrol City today was different from a few days ago. The sky was not gloomy, and the sun shone faintly in the thin sky. It was not too strong, not too glaring, but rather gentle. Senior brotherly, Xiaohua thought of something and said in a low voice, previously, the first team of Imperial Thunder Sect disciples were sent back to Sky Patrol City by you and I, right? But why doesn't that Golden Core stage teacher know about it? It's been a few days, The news can't have not spread in Sky Patrol City, right? Moreover, I've seen what happened in the teleportation device just now. Everything is controlled by the disciples of Sky Patrol City. I'm worried, so I want to go back to the station of Imperial Thunder Sect to have a look. Although Xiao Hua said so, he did not dare to tell the truth. He was worried that once Cui Hongshin and the others arrived at the teleportation device of Sky Patrol City, Tu Hong would beat them to it. He was not sure what would happen. Li Zongbao frowned and looked deeply at Xiao Hua. Then he said, "If something happens, you can't go back to Imperial Thunder Sect. You'd better go to Yanqi Mansion first. As long as the Golden Core Stage teachers see you, are you afraid that something will happen?" Yes. Although Xiao Mao did not understand, a bystander could see more clearly. He said hurriedly, "If something happens, it will have happened long ago. Senior brother Xiao, you should think about yourself first." Senior brother Li's words. "I think it's very good. Moreover, according to what you two said, didn't the disciples of the Utopia faction send them here? You can ask the disciples of the Utopia faction, right?" "Well, that's right." Li Zongbao nodded. He clapped his hands and took out the messaging charm. After saying a few words, he raised his hand and sent it out. Xiao Hua thought about it carefully. Xiao Mao and Li Zongbao's words were reasonable, so he could only give up. He followed Li Zongbao to Yanqi Mansion. After turning a few streets, it was a straight street. At this time, the street was decorated with red and green decorations, and it was very festive. Moreover, the flow of people on this street was obviously more than the others. Many cultivators in the late stage of Foundation Establishment or Golden Core Stage came in and out, accompanied by disciples of Sky Patrol City. Xiao Hua rolled his eyes and saw a disciple of Sky Patrol City sending off a guest. He hurriedly stepped forward and cupped his hands. "Fellow cultivator, please." "I don't dare." "What can I do for you, martial uncle of Imperial Thunder Sect?" The disciple did not dare to neglect and bowed in return. "Oh, I just came back from outside Sky Patrol City and saw that this place is very festive. I don't know what happened. Please tell me." Xiao Hua asked with a smile. "Naturally, this is the dual cultivation ceremony of my Lord General Tu Hong." The disciple said proudly, "This matter was decided as early as 5 years ago, but our General Tu's injury has not healed, so it has been delayed. It was not until recently that we reported this matter to the City Lord. The City Lord personally gave an order and ordered our Sky Patrol City to take care of it." 5 years ago? Xiao Hua nodded. "That's when Senior Tu Hong returned from the Jinquan Mountain Spirit Stone Vein." That's right." The disciple smiled. "That year, our Sky Patrol City had a great victory in Jinquan Mountain, killing tens of thousands of sword cultivators, and even more than 20 illusory swordsmen. It was really due to our General Tu Hong's credit, and General Tu Hong was also injured because of it. However, General Tu Hong was blessed by heaven. After receiving the City Lord's elixir, his cultivation base was broken, and now he is all ready." "Oh, General Tu Hong's credit has long been familiar to me." Xiao Hua smiled and stopped the disciple's love for the city and asked, "I just don't know which senior General Tu Hong is going to marry? Which sect is this senior from?" Naturally." That disciple glanced at Xiao Hua's Taoist robe and was just about to answer with a smile when he heard an extremely surprised and trembling voice behind Xiao Hua. "Xiao Hua, is that you?" "Ah!" Xiao Hua and Xiao Mao both turned around. However, while Xiao Mao was stunned, Xiao Hua's face was filled with ecstasy. He no longer cared about what the Sky Patrol City's disciples said. He stretched out his hand and shouted, "Hong Xia." Behind Xiao Hua, there were several disciples in brocade robes. There were men and women. The men were handsome, the women were beautiful, and walking in front was Fairy Hong Xia, who was wearing a white robe and had a white Xiao Hua in her hair. Fairy Hong Xia was originally very beautiful, and she was usually very dazzling when she wore fiery red clothes. But now, she had changed into a white robe, and there was a thick worry on her handsome face that could not be removed, which made people's hearts ache as much as they wanted. At this moment, Fairy Hong Xia's eyes were wide open, and although the worry was hanging on her eyebrows, it was washed away by the sudden surprise. Her figure was like a dancing butterfly, happily flying over, and she did not care about the gazes of others. When Fairy Hong Xia threw herself into Xiao Hua's arms, she firmly hugged Xiao Hua's slender waist, as if Xiao Hua would fly away if she loosened her grip a little. "Ah!" At this moment, the two female cultivators next to Fairy Hong Xia exclaimed, and looked at Fairy Hongxia, who buried her head deeply in Xiaohua's chest with an incredulous look. The other 4 male cultivators were even more jealous, and their eyes were almost spitting fire. They stared at Xiaohua's arm, and really wanted to transform into that arm and hug Fairy Hongxia's voluptuous body. Unfortunately, this arm was Xiaohua's. Xiaohua hugged Fairy Hongxia's warm body, and felt the heat from her mouth and nose. If they were not on the street, he would have kissed her long ago. Looking down at Fairy Hongxia's slightly closed eyes and the slight wrinkles at the corner of her eyes, Xiaohua sighed. He had been separated from Fairy Hongxia for dozens of years, and a beauty would age easily, and he was not by her side. When she heard the news of his death, she must be very anxious, right? Previously, Xiaomao did not know who Fairy Hongxia was. However, when he saw the Huanhua sect's attire, he immediately understood. He looked at Xiaohua with extreme envy. Of course, everyone had a beauty in their heart. The one he was thinking of was naturally Qin Jian. Only Li Zongbao's eyelids twitched. Naturally, he had already recognized Fairy Hongxia. He recognized that her face bore some resemblance to Kai Zhuoxia. Involuntarily, he thought of that dark-skinned, indifferent beauty. The disciple from the Sky Patrol City also smiled and quietly left. This place was only for lovers. Cough, cough. Seeing that many cultivators were looking at them, Li Zongbao came to his senses and coughed a few times. Xiaohua did not mind, but Fairy Hongxia could not stand it. She let go of Xiaohua's slender waist with a red face and pushed Xiaohua away, leaving Xiaohua's embrace. Then she looked around, bit her lips, and stared at Xiaohua's face, and then turned to look at Li Zongbao. When she saw Li Zongbao's white hair and his robe, she immediately became respectful and bowed. Huanhua Sect's Kai Hongxia greets senior brother Li Zongbao. Chapter 2435. Li Zongbao looked at Kai Zhuoxia's sister, and his mood had calmed down. He replied and returned the greeting. However, Fairy Hongxia did not recognize Xiaomao. Xiaomao hurriedly stepped forward and bowed. Xiaomao from Shuanyan School greets Fairy Hongxia. Brother Xiao has mentioned you many times in front of me. Oh. Fairy Hongxia was stunned. She did not understand the relationship between Xiao Mao and Xiaohua. After all, they both had the surname Xiao. Xiao Mao is a good brother of mine. Xiaohua explained. I see. Fairy Hongxia came to a realization. She had never heard Xiaohua mention Xiao Mao before. Hence, she returned the greeting. Greetings, junior brother Xiao. Why have you come to Sky Patrol City? Xiaohua asked curiously as he sensed Fairy Hongxia's cultivation. She had already entered the late stage of foundation establishment. Fairy Hongxia smiled as a thin layer of red covered her face. She whispered, When I heard about your death, I was unable to cultivate in the valley. Coincidentally, my Huanhua sect had a sect master's order to mobilize disciples to Sky Patrol City. I begged my master to come out and look for you. I don't believe that I won't be able to see you again in this lifetime. Of course. Xiaohua's heart felt warm as he reached out to hold Fairy Hongxia's hand. He smiled. Why? Who am I? What does a mere Jinshan Quan count for? You're so annoying. Fairy Hongxia pursed her lips and said, Where have you been all these years? At this moment, Fairy Hongxia's eyes were filled with Xiaohua. She had long forgotten about the disciples who had followed him here. When those disciples saw Li Zongbao beside them, they wanted to go over, but were somewhat timid. Of course I've been cultivating. Xiaohua did not evade and said confidently, When I'm free, I'll let you experience my prowess. These words had a double meaning, causing Fairy Hongxia's face to turn red. Her eyes were overflowing with lust as if they were about to flow out. Where have you been? Fairy Hongxia asked shyly. I've been to your Imperial Thunder Sect's encampment. There was no news of you. Why have you suddenly appeared here? Oh, I'll tell you the details when I have time. Xiaohua looked at Li Zongbao, who had been looking ahead, and said, This Xiao is currently heading to the Yanxi Mansion's conference hall. I just happened to pass by here, and saw that it was very lively, as if there was some happy occasion. What about the disciples in Tu Hong's residence? Only now did Xiaohua remember that disciple. He turned his head to look, but there was no trace of him. Oh, I see. Fairy Hongxia understood and said with a smile, All the cultivators in Sky Patrol City know about this. You can ask anyone. Senior Tu Hong Tu is going to hold the dual cultivation ceremony in a few dozen days. It was said that this matter was decided 5 years ago. Oh, right. Ji Mingxiu, come over here later. At this point, Fairy Hongxia followed Xiaohua's gaze and saw the disciples of the Huanhua sect. Her face turned red and she hurriedly waved her hand, indicating for the few foundation establishment middle and early stage disciples to come over. This senior brother is Li Zongbao from the Utopia faction. He is senior brotherly. Fairy Hongxia's face was flushed, and she seemed to be much younger. She introduced, "This is Xiao Maoxiao from the Xuanyan school. This is Xiao Hua from the Imperial Thunder sect." The female cultivator with bright eyes, Ji Mingxiu, immediately smiled and said, "So it's the famous Imperial Thunder sect's first team member, senior brother Xiao. You're really talented. No wonder you can make the famous Fairy Hongxia of my Huanhua sect admire you. These two famous people are really not just for show." Mingxiu. Fairy Hongxia glared at her with some shame and anger. If it was any other day, Ji Mingxiu would definitely be afraid. But at this time, she knew that Fairy Hongxia was just shy and would not be afraid. She bowed and said, "Greetings, senior brother Li, junior brother Xiao, greetings. Senior brother Xiao." Hee. Seeing everyone greet each other, Xiaohua also smiled and greeted the disciples of the Huanhua sect generously. This was the first time he revealed his relationship with Fairy Hongxia in front of everyone. No matter what, he could not lose face for Fairy Hongxia. At this time, a messaging charm flew over and fell in front of Li Zongbao. Li Zongbao reached out and took it. He looked at it with his divine thought and sent a message to Xiaohua. "Cui Hongshan and the other 5 people have already arrived at the Sky Patrol City." According to Zhang Xian, he was going to take them directly to the conference hall of the Yanqi Prefecture. But Cui Hongshan insisted on going back to the Imperial Thunder Sect station. He had to send them back to the Imperial Thunder Sect station and see them enter the station with his own eyes. Then he returned to the station of the Utopia faction. What's going on? Xiaohua was stunned. Senior brother Xiao. Ji Mingxiu said with a smile, "Senior brother, when will you hold the dual cultivation ceremony? If you can go with Senior 2, maybe the immortal of the Shui region will also attend your dual cultivation ceremony." Fairy Hongxia blushed and glared at Ji Mingxiu fiercely. Xiaohua said absent-mindedly, "How could the immortal of the Shui region attend my dual cultivation ceremony?" Ha. 2 disciples of the Imperial Thunder sect are going to hold a dual cultivation ceremony in the Sky Patrol City. The immortal of the Shui region showed respect to that disciple. Why don't you also show respect to this disciple? Anyway, the Sky Patrol City is also connected to the Imperial Thunder sect by marriage. Ji Mingxiu said with a smile. "Oh, who is Tu Hong going to do dual cultivation with? A disciple of the Imperial Thunder sect?" Xiaohua was in a good mood when he saw Fairy Hongxia. His hatred for Tu Hong also disappeared a little. At this time, he was concerned about Cui Hongshan's life and death. He didn't find anything strange, so he just asked casually. Fairy Hongxia glanced at him and said with a smile, "Of course you know this person. Don't tell me you've come back for her?" I know her." Xiaohua held Fairy Hongxia's hand gently with his hand and seemed to enjoy it very much. He didn't mind Fairy Hongxia's teasing. She is the female disciple of the first team of the Imperial Thunder sect who survived. Ji Mingxiu said with a smile, "Senior brother Xiao, don't say that you don't know her. Otherwise, senior sister Hongxia will be angry." "Is it the bright eyes of the Imperial Thunder sect?" Xiaohua suddenly froze. He seemed to have a premonition, but he still asked. I knew it. Senior brother Xiao, you are really dishonest." Ji Mingxiu was very happy. Could it be Dui Ling? Xiaohua's face was a little gloomy. He knew in his heart that Dui Ling was still young. Why would Tu Hong want to do dual cultivation with him? Of course, he couldn't rule out Liao Xuanlan's situation. Fairy Hongxia also raised her eyebrows and glanced at Xiaohua with her beautiful eyes. There are 3 female disciples of the first team of the Imperial Thunder sect. You guessed 2 of them wrong. Boom. Xiaohua's head was in a daze. It was as if he was struck by lightning. Although he had a premonition, he still felt extremely surprised when he heard the truth. Dui Qiming of the Imperial Thunder sect? Chapter 2436. Seeing that Xiaohua's expression was not good, Fairy Hongxia pinched him and asked curiously, "Of course it's Dui Qiming?" So it's senior sister Dui. Xiaohua immediately came to his senses and said with a strange smile, Looks like I have to go back to the encampment to congratulate her. Dui Qiming has already been brought to Senior Tu Hong's residence. She's just waiting for the auspicious day to come before the dual cultivation ceremony will be held under the auspices of the Snow Region's spiritual master. If you want to see her now, I'm afraid you won't be able to, Jiming Xiu said with a smile. Xiaohua nodded as he calculated in his heart. Junior brother Xiao, let's go to the conference hall first. Li Zongbao reminded impatiently. Yes, I understand. Xiaohua raised his head. The smile on his face had already recovered. He blinked his eyes and transmitted a few words to Fairy Hongxia. Fairy Hongxia's face turned red and she did not reply, only nodding her head slightly. Xiaohua let go of Fairy Hongxia's hand and cupped his hands towards Ji Mingxiu and the rest, reluctantly bidding farewell to Fairy Hongxia. But just as she turned around, Xiaohua shouted, "Wait a moment, oh? What's wrong?" Fairy Hongxia turned around and asked curiously. Hee. Xiaohua smiled and took out a few storage bags from his waist and handed them to Fairy Hongxia. These, help me hold on to them first. Oh, why? Fairy Hongxia did not understand. I want to give them to you, but I'll have to wait until I have time. I'll let you hold on to them first, Xiaohua said with a smile. Okay. Fairy Hongxia did not ask any further and used her spiritual will to enter to take a look. Xiaohua said anxiously, "Don't look first. It'll be meaningless if you look." Fairy Hongxia could only helplessly smile and say, "All right, I'll listen to you." Good boy, Ji Mingxiu was speechless. Senior sister Hongxia, senior brother Xiao is so generous. I'm afraid this isn't some betrothal. Little girl, you're so thoughtful. Fairy Hongxia's face turned red as she spat and left. You're so thoughtful. Li Zongbao curled his lips and said indifferently. Xiaohua also cared and said, I'm not afraid of a thief stealing, but I'm afraid of a thief remembering. Little brother, let's prepare for a rainy day. Master Gold Core, how could it be as unbearable as you think? Li Zongbao still objected. Then he turned around and quickly walked towards Yanxi Mansion. At this time, Yanxi's residence was already in chaos. In the assembly hall, 2 Sky Patrol City disciples led the Xuanyan School disciple to stand there. The Gold Core stage masters who had heard the report from the Xuanyan School disciple were all tense, especially Gao Wei of the Xuanyan School. His face was abnormally gloomy, comparable to the clouds in the Sky Patrol City a few days ago. Today's duty was Li Chengxiu of Xianlu sect. Although his face was serious and his eyes were filled with regret, occasionally there was a trace of schadenfreude that leaked out. Is there anything else you want to report? Li Chengxiu glanced at the bloodstained disciple and asked. The disciple pondered for a moment and smiled apologetically. This is everything this disciple knows. Disciple's cultivation base is shallow, so I was the last to attack. Well, there's no need to say any more. Gao Wei said faintly, it's already commendable that you were able to escape from the battle. Moreover, you returned safely from the Gale's snowfield to the Sky Patrol City and reported the news of the battle to the assembly hall. Your contribution cannot be ignored. Take this token and return to the station to be rewarded. Yes, disciple understands. The disciple was overjoyed. He took the token that Gao Wei threw over and bowed. When the disciple took the token, Gao Wei said again, before returning to the station, change your Taoist robe and take the healing elixir. Yes, disciple understands. The disciple's face was slightly embarrassed, and he retreated with the 2 Sky Patrol City disciples. What do you all want to say? Seeing that Gao Wei had arranged for his own disciples, Li Chengxiu opened his mouth. This old man also did not expect that the news of the loss of Xuanyan School's Spirit Stone Lode would be followed by news of the deaths of more than 10 Jindan stage cultivators. Alas, fortune does not come in pairs and misfortune does not come singly. Fellow Taoist Gao, Tu Hong, who was sitting on the futon, was still dressed in martial attire. He looked at the silent crowd and said, Gao Qingyuan, when did fellow Taoist Gao go to the Spirit Stone Lode of the Xuanyan School? As far as I know, fellow Taoist Gao should have gone to the west of the Gale's snowfield to attack the Sword Cultivator's station. Moreover, it was my turn to be on duty that day. I remember clearly that there were only 4 Golden Core cultivators and not more than 10, right? Gao Wei was at a loss for words. Tu Hong was right. Gao Qingyuan did not go to the Spirit Stone Lode of the Xuanyan School. When he went out, the assembly hall did not know about the loss of the Spirit Stone Lode. At that time, the Spirit Stone Lode was still in the hands of the Xuanyan School. Gao Chengyuan led many golden core cultivators to attack the spirit stone lode. On the surface, it was to seize the spirit stone lode before the sword cultivators took control of the spirit stone lode and recover the losses of the Xuanyan school. On the other hand, it was because he was fond of grandiose achievements. When he saw a merit that could be easily obtained, he threw his task aside. If it was more serious, it would mean that he did not listen to the assembly hall's instructions and acted on his own accord. If he died, he deserved it. Although junior brother Gao Chengyuan's task was not the spirit stone lode, since he was passing by and saw the sword cultivator's arrogance, how could he not be filled with righteous indignation? Lending a hand was also what the Dao sect cultivators advocated during the war. Lu Xinwu of the Songhua sect glanced at Gao Wei, who was too embarrassed to refute, and continued the conversation. If they only had 4 golden core cultivators to fall. Naturally, I would recommend commending Gao Chengyuan. Tu Hong said unhurriedly, although the spirit stone lode was also the work of the Xuanyan school, seeing their own property fall into the hands of thieves. No one could stand by and do nothing. But they were more than 10 golden core cultivators. That day, when I asked Gao Chengyuan to attack the sword cultivator's station, he was extremely evasive. He said that he did not have any golden core cultivators and was afraid that it would be impossible to take down the station. It could even be said that I was striking a stone with an egg. I was using my heel to command. Where did his dozen or so gold core cultivators come from? Gao Wei was just about to open his mouth to explain, but Tu Hong simply didn't give him the opportunity to explain, and once again aggressively rushed to say, "These dozen Jindan stage cultivators are the disciples that your Xuanyan school sent to participate in the battle? Or did you not send any disciples to participate in the war? Since they were not sent to participate in the war, why did your Xuanyan school say that there were not enough golden core cultivators to participate in the war? Since they could participate in the war and came to the Sky Patrol City, why couldn't they attack the sword cultivator's station? Are they afraid of death? Are they afraid of meeting the hundreds of thousands or even hundreds of thousands of cultivators who died in the past 10 years? Is it because they would only take action when it comes to the matters of the Xuanyan school? Is it because the instructions of my Yanqi Prefecture's conference hall are just a blank piece of paper in front of them? Gao Wei's face was red. He really could not refute. Every word of Tu Hong's suppressed the words that he wanted to refute. He simply could not open his mouth. Haha, fellow Taoist too, you can't say that. Imperial Thunder Sect's Qian Mo saw the look in Songhua Sect's Lu Xinwu's eyes and said with a smile, "These are all our conjectures. Since Gao Chengyuan and the others have already died, the cause of the matter cannot be confirmed. The dead are more important or..." That's right, 7 Skills Sect's Wang Yi also took the opportunity to say, the death of 10 golden core cultivators is a big matter. Besides the time when fellow Daoist 2 killed the 20 illusory swordsmen 5 years ago, this is another big conflict. This is a blow to the morale of our Dao sect cultivators. In this old man's opinion, it's better to turn this big matter into a small one and nothing at all. It's precisely because the death of 10 golden core cultivators at once is a great blow to the morale of our Dao sect cultivators that this too is angry. Tu Hong coldly snorted. Fellow Daoists have also seen this two's layout that day. After attacking the sword cultivator's station, our Dao sect still had many backup plans. Not only could we lure the sword cultivators to take the bait, we could also set up an ambush to kill Qin Jian. Now, our bait has been eaten by someone else. Everything else has been in vain. Fellow Daoist Li, you should hurry up and send out an urgent order from the meeting hall. Who knows, our backup plans that day might have already become the sword cultivators' fat meat and are being devoured by them. That's right. Li Qingxu was suddenly shocked. He immediately stopped watching the show and hurriedly sent out the order. After Li Qingxu sent out the order, Tu Hong then said, "When it comes to my contributions back then, I feel ashamed. For the past few years, I have always felt guilty. Every day and night, I think of the Sky Patrol City's disciples who died in the spiritual stone mine of Mount Quanjin and the Dao sect cultivators who came to support us. I feel like I'm sitting on pins and needles. All the credit belongs to them. The killing of the 20 illusory swordsmen was also exchanged with their deaths. For the past few years, our Dao sect cultivators have relied on the power that day to kill the sword cultivators to the point where they were terrified. In addition, with the help of the various fellow Daoists and the many golden core cultivators sent by their respective sects, The Sword Dao War might end very soon, and there might not even be a need for the nascent soul masters to take the lead. But from today onwards, the hard work of the past few years has passed. From today onwards, it has become a bubble. Tu Hong, what do you mean by that? Gao Wei could no longer sit still. He stood up and said angrily, My Xuanyan school has lost more than 10 golden core cultivators. Let's not talk about the Sword Dao War that they killed. Let's not talk about their contributions in the Sword Dao War. Let's just say that they have already fallen. You can't blame them for this kind of dirty water that hinders the war and even affects the outcome of the war. According to what you said, my Xuanyan school has become the biggest culprit of this war. My Xuanyan school has to be responsible for the victory or defeat of the Sword Dao War? Fellow Daoist Gao. Seeing Gao Wei explode, Li Chengxiu hurriedly stood up and said with a smile, Fellow Daoist, don't be too serious. In the conference hall, everyone can speak freely, but the people who make decisions take turns. If any of the fellow Daoists have any objections, you can naturally raise them. Besides, aren't there still the sects of the various fellow Daoists? Fellow Daoist too has thought far ahead and voiced his opinion. This is also his duty. If fellow Daoist Gao has something to say, you can also say it. Why do you have to fight over personal feelings? Chapter 2437. Gao Wei flicked his sleeves and said coldly, My Xuanyan school's dozens of golden core disciples fell on the battlefield. Not to mention this contribution, we must have a reputation. We must also receive a commendation from the conference hall. Hee. Tu Hong sneered, unable to distinguish between right and wrong, unable to distinguish between public and private matters. How can such a Dao be the Dao of war? If you continue to mess around like this, my Dao sect's defeat will not be far away. Tu Hong, don't think that you are the only one who has been a general. Don't think that you are the only one who has killed illusory swordsman. Gao Wei was so angry that his face turned red. He jumped up and shouted, If you were not so hard-hearted to use the lives of tens of thousands of disciples as bait, if you were not relying on the battle at Golden Fountain Mountain, how could you have killed 20 illusory swordsmen? Yes, this old man is hard-hearted. Tu Hong said indifferently, A general success is built on tens of thousands of bones. Fellow Daoist Gao, have you not heard of this? If it was fellow Daoist Gao, would you dare? It is not that this old man does not dare, it is that this old man disdains. Gao Wei looked coldly at Tu Hong. This old man is not so cold as to treat the lives of tens of thousands of disciples as dust. So, this old man is a general. But you are not. Tu Hong said word by word, You can only build a cart behind closed doors. Enough. Li Chengxiu waved his hand and said, This place only talks about war. Do not bicker like a gossipy woman. If you continue to speak nonsense, this old man will take away the rotation right. Humph. Gao Wei snorted and sat down. Tu Hong sneered. That day in the assembly hall, Gao Chengyuan did his best to oppose Tu Hong's assignment. If not for Tu Hong's insistence on using the assembly hall's rotating duty, Gao Chengyuan might not have gone. According to Tu Hong's expectations, this should have been a great merit. However, being doubted by Gao Chengyuan made such a big mistake. How could he not take advantage of it? What a bunch of pigs. Tu Hong was still cursing in his heart as he sat down. Although he had been doing well in the conference hall for the past few years and had made many contributions, the drawbacks were obvious. Many of the Dao sect cultivators were hostile towards him and had begun to restrain him. This made him feel like he was stretched thin. Now he finally knew. Jin Kung, Fong Lengbai, and the others would rather stay in the city lord's mansion than come to the conference hall. It wasn't that they didn't know how to deploy troops, but that they didn't know how to deal with people. So difficult. Tu Hong sighed. However, when he saw Qian Mo from the Imperial Thunder sect looking at him casually, he nodded his head slightly. His heart was filled with joy. After all, it was only a few days until his dual cultivation ceremony. It was also the beginning of his wish being fulfilled. Actually, even though everyone's words are intense, they are all for the sake of the Dao sect. Li Chengxiu smiled and said, Now that this has happened, how should we deal with it? At this moment, there was a slight fluctuation in the air again. Li Chengxiu frowned and ignored it. He continued, just as fellow cultivator Tu Hong said, the impact of this matter is extremely bad. For the Dao sect cultivators, Li Chengxiu spoke for a long time. When he saw the fluctuation in the air disappear and reappear again, he couldn't help but feel a little angry. He clapped his hands and said coldly, "Which disciple are you? What do you have to report? We are discussing important matters. You can talk later." 3 people appeared in the light. They were Li Zongbao, Xiao Hua, and Xiao Mao. Hearing this, Li Zongbao waved his hand, and the conference hall token flew out. At the same time, Li Zongbao's voice was heard. "Li Zongbao from the Utopia faction has something important to report." "Oh, so it's Junior Zongbao." Li Qingshu smiled slightly. However, when he saw the other person in the light, he couldn't help but be shocked. He almost cried out, Xiao Hua, this guy is still alive?" Then Li Qingshu raised his head and looked at Qian Mo and Tu Hong. Unfortunately, Qian Mo and Tu Hong frowned slightly at the same time. They looked at each other calmly and didn't seem to have any abnormalities. "These two, what tricks are they playing?" Li Qingshu muttered in his heart. Didn't Xiao Hua die in Mount Quanjin? He suddenly appeared, but these two didn't react. Could it be that they already knew? But why did they hide it from me? Seeing Li Qingshu looking at him, Qian Mo was slightly stunned and confused. However, his heart also thumped. However, he still maintained a kind smile on his face and even nodded slightly. This nod made Li Qingshu even more puzzled. He didn't know that when the news of Cui Hongshan and the others' survival from the spiritual stone mine in Mount Quanjin was passed to the assembly hall by the disciples of the Utopia faction, he was outside the Sky Patrol City to greet a sect master. He wasn't even in the assembly hall. After that, the Golden Core cultivators were very surprised that Cui Hongshan and the rest were still alive after 5 years. They couldn't think of any reason. Tu Hong's expression changed even more. No one knew better than him about the death of Mount Quanjin. It was a death trap that no cultivator below the original infant stage could survive. How could Cui Hongshan come back alive? Even the entire Imperial Thunder Sect's first small team came back alive. A Foundation Establishment initial stage disciple was even recruited by Li Zongbao of the Utopia faction. This was simply a miracle. Yes, even when Cui Hongshan and the others were brought to the meeting hall under the protection of the Imperial Thunder Sect's disciples and were interrogated by dozens of Gold Core stage masters, their explanations were clear and logical. In the end, even Tu Hong himself had to admit that Cui Hongshan and the others were indeed lucky. Only under such coincidental circumstances could the cultivators in the formation survive. Furthermore, the growth of Cui Hongshan and the rest's cultivation indirectly proved that they weren't lying. It was only under such a desperate situation where there was a restrictive spell to resist the spiritual howl and abundant spiritual qi from heaven and earth could be injected into the restrictive spell and forced into their bodies that their cultivation could advance by leaps and bounds within 5 years. 2 Qi refining stage disciples entered the Foundation Establishment stage, and 4 Foundation Establishment initial stage disciples entered the peak of the Foundation Establishment initial stage. Sigh, other than being amazed, the crowd didn't have any other thoughts. Furthermore, on this Dawn Rain continent, there weren't just 1 or 2 cultivators who had miraculous encounters. These Golden Core cultivators had all seen cultivators who were much weirder than Cui Hongshan and the rest, so they weren't anything special. The crowd could only sigh at the good fortune of these 6 people. Tens of thousands of cultivators and swordsmen had died, but they were still alive. As for the rewards, they had already received them 5 years ago. The return of these 6 people was just to receive the rewards in person, with a little more encouragement and a little more reward. Immediately, the 6 people were directly escorted back to the encampment by the Imperial Thunder Sect disciples. This matter was only discussed for half a day before it was drowned out by other battles. After all, this was something that happened 5 years ago. Qian Mo of the Imperial Thunder Sect didn't seem to want to talk too much about it. Who would want to add glory to others? Therefore, when Li Qingshu returned a few days later, no one mentioned it to him. You're tuning in to the Li Mei's Sword of Destiny YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.